Chapter 601. So you are a monster too. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Fang Yomio sat on the ground, his mind on the verge of breaking down. He had speculated that something had happened to Sunny Goat Village. Perhaps they were ransacked by a beast horde. He even thought about the worst possibility that they had all died, but when he learned that the chief Fang Jiyu had actually killed them all and turned them into living dead, he could not help but feel his soul shivering in fear. Liu Yu was unable to protect everyone, especially when the living dead grew stronger with the presence of death. She could not free herself when 7 or 8 living dead surrounded her and attacked at the same time. Zhang Xiaohou was unable to handle the remaining living dead on his own. Damn it! Liu Yu clenched her teeth. A lump of blackness appeared on her palm, which she slammed into the chest of a muscular living dead. The black clump possessed the ability to devour. When it entered the living dead's chest, it immediately devoured everything nearby, leaving a huge hole in the zombie's chest, revealing the dead flesh within. However, Liu Yu had miscalculated the position of its undead crystal. The creature was still able to move freely. Its arms were like steel as they struck Liu Yu's abdomen. Liu Yu was sent flying by the hit. Her figure arced 10 meters away, before coming to a stop when her ankles touched the bottom of some stairs. Before Liu Yu could stabilize herself, 3 living dead with the appearance of youngsters rushed toward her. They were as nimble as monkeys, but they also had extremely sharp claws. Liu Yu leapt into the air with a kick, and landed on the roof of a building with a backflip. She reached out her hand and bit down between her thumb and index finger. A few fresh drops of blood started falling from the cut. Before the blood reached the ground, the drops suddenly sprang forward under Liu Yu's control, turning into several crimson lines piercing the 3 young undead kids' bodies. Puppet control! Liu Yu grabbed the lines of blood her fingers, like strings controlling marionettes. The 3 undead kids first appeared to be uncoordinated. However, they soon lunged at 3 other living dead and attacked with stiff movements. Fang Jiyu frowned. The woman was troublesome to deal with. By controlling 3 of his living dead, she had basically suppressed 6 of his minions at once. The outsider, who was a battle mage, was also not weak, either. He was able to keep 3 or 4 living dead busy at once. If the fight were to drag on like this, he would not have time to run away once the hunters patrolling the city arrived. Humph, I'll just kill one more. A black gas rose from Fang Gu's palm and spiraled toward one of the muscular living dead nearby. The muscular zombie's eyes suddenly became bloodshot. Its veins seemed like they were about to burst open from its skin, while its bones emitted rapid crackling noises. In just a few seconds, the muscular living dead suddenly grew bigger in size. Its dark blue body resembled the hue of blue iron, sturdy and savage. The muscular living dead quickly made its move, knocking down Zhang Xiaohou's rock barrier fiercely. A huge chunk of the wall crumbled to the ground, yet the creature was perfectly unharmed. It rammed into the last line of defense and grabbed onto a villager trying to run away. The strength of his arms was like steel, so overwhelming that it simply snapped the villager's neck in half. Fang Jiyu knew that the city hunters were almost here. He could not care less about torturing the villagers before killing them. His aim was to butcher every single one of them. Otherwise, once they escaped somewhere safe, it would be even harder for him to target them. Most importantly, he was lucky that the magician with fire and lightning was not around. Otherwise, his army of the dead would simply have been wiped out completely. When Liu Yu heard the eerie sound produced by the villager's neck snapping, her blood fangs were exposed as an uncontrollable rage surged in her chest. Before Liu Yu was turned into a vampire, she was just an ordinary girl. Back then, even when a stray cat or dog died, she would feel sad for quite a while, let alone the life of a human, no different than other teenage girls. Even though she had become a Nightwalker, one of the blood tribe who were commonly involved in darkness, gore, and death, it did not necessarily mean she was heartless enough to ignore the death of innocent people happening right in front of her. The well water of Sunny Goat Village running dry was most likely just a natural disaster. The people of Hua village had decided not to help them as they were too concerned about their limited supply of well water. The villagers had to rely on the protection of the god of the well to stay alive. If they had not chased the other villagers away, they would have been the ones dying in the end. Even though the people of Hua village were inhumane, they were left with no other choice. However, Fang Jiyu had blamed them for the death of his people. Despite being a magician, he abused the power of the undead element and stopped his people from finding peace, controlling them to bring disaster upon other people. His actions were unforgivable. Liu Aryu scanned the place and discovered that there were only 4 or 5 villagers remaining. While still controlling the 3 undead kids, she smoothly glided down onto the back of the enraged muscular zombie. Her fragile body was almost attached to its big back. When it swung around, Liu Aryu quickly followed its movement, allowing her to stick to its back weirdly. When it switched its target to the next villager, Liu Aryu suddenly held herself in place. Her exposed white fangs struck the living dead's neck like snakes. The muscular living dead swiftly reacted, throwing its steely arms wildly at her. Some of Liu Aryu's bones fractured and were smashed into pieces by the blows, yet she did not loosen her bite. Her poisonous saliva spread rapidly inside its body. A few seconds ago, the living dead was utterly fierce and savage, trying to get Liu Aryu off its back. However, a short breath later, its body began to stiffen like an aged coil spring. The blood tribe was able to secrete 2 types of poison when enjoying their meals. One of them was effective at corrupting the target's blood, destroying the tissues and organs inside the body in a short period of time, which included the important undead crystal, too. Therefore, when someone from the blood tribe managed to bite their prey, it would almost be impossible for them to escape. Liu Aryu knew it was difficult for her to eliminate a zombie whose body was as hard as steel in a short time. The quickest way was to rely on the blood tribe's brute force method. Any other capabilities that the blood tribe possessed were incomparable to their fangs. Even when fighting against a much higher-leveled creature, a bite that lasted for only a few seconds would simply drain the life of their target away rapidly. Liu Aryu killed the powerful zombie at the cost of a few of her bones. It was enough to save the villagers that had escaped from the residence. They were just kids, there was no way Liu Aryu would allow Fang Jiyu to kill them all. So, you're a monster too, Fang Jiyu glanced at Liu Aryu, whose mouth was smeared with blood, grinning coldly. What one is doesn't make them a monster, it's more about what they do. Liu Aryu wiped the blood from her lips and stared at Fang Jiyu. Chapter 602. Returning Kindness with Ingratitude. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. This is it. Such a strong presence of death, how did the undead get into the city? Surround the place quick, surround the place. A loud noise came from outside the residence, as if many magicians had arrived. Not long after, milky white light rays shone into the sky. The purifying light shining upon the place thoroughly cleansed away the presence of death. Damn it, they're here so quick, cursed Fang Jiyu anxiously. Fang Jiyu glanced at his surroundings and realized that he had only killed around 7 or 8 of the villagers. On top of that, those who had driven his people away, including Chief Xie Sang, were still alive. Fang Jiyu glared at Liu Aryu viciously. If it weren't for this woman interfering with his business, the magician that had become an idiot would not be able to hold his living dead off. Since they were inside the city, the number of undead that Fang Mu managed to sneak inside was very limited. If they were in the wild, as long as the magician with lightning and fire was not around, he would have had no problem killing everyone here. I would like to see if you can protect them forever. Fang Jiyu knew that the place was surrounded by the city hunters. He immediately backed off and hid inside the thick presence of death. I won't need to protect them forever, if I kill a maniac like you here right now, spat Liu Aryu coldly. That depends whether you have the strength to do so. Fang Gu's voice came from the thick cloud of death. However, when Liu Aryu moved to stop Fang Jiyu, he had eerily vanished into thin air. It was obvious that Fang Jiyu had already prepared to escape beforehand. After all, he knew the city hunters were not to be underestimated. Liu Aryu did not pursue further. She was fairly injured herself. She had given her best by protecting the kids and the few old villagers. Liu Yu went up to Xiaosang, whose arms were torn off. She didn't know how he had managed to survive after being chased by 2 living dead. "Chief, are you all right?" Liu Yu reached out her hand to help the man. The chief immediately shrugged and wore a terrified expression when he saw Liu Yu, whose mouth was still stained with blood. He had witnessed the scene of Liu Yu killing the zombie after she bit it with her fangs. On top of that, the chief clearly remembered that Guzi did mention how the woman was still alive even when her heart was stabbed right through. Xiaosang initially thought Guzi was just making it up since he had been acting strange lately, yet the woman turned out to be one of the living dead, too. The chief had only left the village a few times. He was totally clueless about the existence of Blood Tribe. He was utterly terrified when he thought of undead, living dead, or anything similar. Liu Yu's pale face wore a self-mocking grin when she saw the terror on the chief's face. She quickly backed off a little. The sound of footsteps approached the entrance of the residence, followed by a group of hunters in uniforms barging into the place. The hunters were startled when they saw the corpses scattered across the place. They never thought the situation would be so bizarre. "It's undead, no, it feels more like living dead," the experienced captain with thick eyebrows immediately made the call. "It looks like they have escaped," said a female hunter in a red robe. "You guys there, go and save the survivors. The others, search the place and see if there's any undead left behind." The captain with thick brows walked up to the chief and the villagers. The captain tried to ask what happened, yet the chief was still wearing a blank face. Xiaohou was relatively collected. She quickly asked the hunters to search for the kids that had run away, just so nothing dangerous would happen to them. "You're quite injured. Should I ask someone to send you to the hospital?" asked the captain concernedly as he went up to Liu Yu. "It's fine, it won't be. She's undead, she's undead. She's got fangs." Chief Xiaosang burst out screaming before Liu Yu could finish her sentence. "Chief," yelled Xiaohou, trying to stop the chief's outrageous cry. "She's undead, she's the same as them. She's going to kill us, all of us." Xiaosang pointed his finger at Liu Yu and screamed in terror. The captain was stunned for a moment. He immediately inspected the wounds on Liu Yu's body and discovered that there was no trace of blood despite her serious injuries. The female hunter fixed her gaze on Liu Yu too and said coldly, "No wonder her mouth is stained with blood. It isn't even hers, someone, take her down." It all happened so quickly. Liu Yu never thought Xiaosang would fall out with her all of a sudden. When she saw the female hunter's figure emitting a golden glow, she subconsciously backed off as she was extremely vulnerable to the burn from the strong light. The captain was convinced that the woman was not human when he saw her in human speed. Kill her, such a vicious woman. The captain quickly assumed that Liu Yu was responsible for all the dead bodies around the place. Every hunter in the residence immediately saw Liu Yu as their target. "Stop, hold on, she was helping us, she didn't kill the people," yelled Xiaohou. "It doesn't matter what she did, the city hunters have authority to kill anything that's not classified as a human." The huntress showed no mercy. As soon as she was sure that Liu Yu was not human, she had no intention of letting her live. Chains of ice burst out from the ground and lunged at Liu Yu rapidly. The chains knocked Liu Yu down to the ground as she was leaping into the air and quickly entangled her. Flames swept through the darkness. A giant fiery fist came right after the first attack. Liu Yu, still entangled in the ice chains, had no chance of dodging the attack. She was sent flying by the fiery fist into the houses, which completely collapsed into debris. Before the flames from the fiery fist dissipated, a raging gust surrounded the debris, forming wind walls around the place and crushed everything inside it into pieces. Liu Yu had no time to rise to her feet, and was immediately dragged into the wind. Her weak figure seemed minuscule, like a stalk of grass. Zhang Xiaohou and Xiaohou tried to help when they saw the situation, yet there were simply too many hunters. One intermediate spell after another was cast continuously. The rock barrier that Zhang Xiaohou summoned to protect Liu Yu was instantly crushed into pieces. "If you two try to interfere again, we'll take you both down, too." The city hunters will never allow something like her to exist in the city. You'll be considered a threat if you continue to protect her, the captain snapped at Zhang Xiaohou and Su Xiaoluo. Leave them to me, a huntress in a red robe smiled. Dark shadows covered her hands, and she flung them out, firing 2 giant shadow spikes at Zhang Xiaohou and Su Xiaoluo. Both of them were nailed by the giant shadow spikes to the spot. Zhang Xiaohou's mind was immediately sealed by the spike, preventing him from casting any further spells. Chapter 603. A Mysterious Stalker. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Su Xiaoluo almost burst into tears when she was nailed to the spot. She could not understand why the chief would do such a thing. If it weren't for Liu Yu putting her life at stake to protect them, everyone would have died to Fang Jiyu. So what if she were an undead? She had sacrificed herself to protect the villagers when she was not even obliged to do so. In the end, the chief returned her kindness with ingratitude instead. If the chief was trying to protect his people when he decided not to help the people from Sunny Goat Village, what was he trying to achieve now? When Su Xiaoluo saw the different spells sweeping past her and blasted the debris that Liu Yu was trapped in, she could feel her heart clenching tightly. That's enough, we need her corpse to report back, too many people have died here. The captain with the thick brows gave the command to stop the consecutive attacks. She didn't even kill the people here, snapped Su Xiaoluo furiously. It doesn't matter, we've caught one at least, said the huntress calmly. How can you do this? Many innocent lives were lost because you came late, and now you're trying to accuse her falsely instead, yelled Su Xiaoluo. We came late? If we didn't make it in time, the woman would have killed all of you. You won't be alive now to scold us, said the huntress. Chief, say something, tell them that. The chief Xiesang remained silent. He lowered his head with a complicated look. Where's the body? Did we just blast her into ashes, said one of the hunters. Impossible, the woman was extraordinarily strong. She didn't even budge when my fiery fist landed on her. The hunters kept searching the debris, yet they failed to find anything apart from some torn clothes. The captain with thick brows immediately shoved the people aside and looked for the body himself, yet he found nothing either. Did she run away, said the huntress in astonishment. Humph, she won't escape from us. Tell the others to hunt her down. We can't let her stay in the ancient capital, snapped the captain furiously. Cold drizzle poured down from the clear sky, landing on some ancient little alleyway. The windows and doors in the alleyway were shut tightly. There was no sign of any pedestrians nearby in the dark. A glamorous silhouette slowly appeared from the shadows. Her hair was disheveled from the rain. Her clothes were in a messy state. Her exposed skin was covered in wounds. She staggered forward holding onto the walls. She would cough heavily at times, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Ha ha ha, I'm telling you, that chick was smart not to drink the glass that I drugged. Otherwise, I would have dragged her into a corner now and sent her to Cloud 9, a rough voice spoke in the alley. How about us? I loved that chick's legs, they are so long. I wonder how it would feel when they wrapped around my waist. TSK, boss, look, said the young man wearing an earring pointing at the sexy back in the pitch-black alley. She seems drunk. I'm getting a boner just by looking at her. That waist, those legs, that ass. The chick from before managed to escape, but now we've found a better one. Look at her clothes, it feels like she already had a rough time before. The young man with an earring was fully excited. Come, let's follow her. I've never tried doing it in the rain, let alone with someone so sexy. The few young men with a strong smell of alcohol about them hurried forward. The one leading the way with a gold chain around his neck went up to Liu Yu and stared at her face. He was completely astounded after taking a glance. A true beauty, not only was she pretty, she even had the alluring weak temperament. Her exposed collarbones were invoking a strong desire to protect her. Hey gorgeous, are you drunk? Our place is just ahead, do you want to come with us to take a rest, said the man with the gold chain holding an umbrella in his hand. Yeah, yeah. The other two were so excited that they had a strong urge to pounce on her. She was simply too attractive. Liu Yu took a deep breath. Her eyes suddenly emitted an inhuman flicker of light. She glanced at the little gangsters trying to take advantage of her coldly. If she were just a weak woman, the heavens knew what they would do to her. Scum, cursed Liu Yu coldly. Yo, how did you know that we're going to do something bad to you? The young man with an earring burst out laughing. Let me first. The other young man reached his hand out toward Liu Yu. He could not wait to fondle her long legs. Liu Yu immediately turned around, revealing the fangs under her red upper lip. The sharp fangs flickered coldly in the dark alleyway. Together with her pair of inhuman eyes, they gave her an eerie, intimidating appearance. The young man trying to touch Liu Yu's legs was stunned. He stood still in his spot, as if he had lost his soul. With two more flickers from Liu Yu's eyes, she fired the same spell at the other two gangsters. The men with perverted grins immediately shuddered, before their faces were replaced with blank expressions, like puppets. Bring me to where you live, demanded Liu Yu coldly. Yes, the three had completely turned into brainless walking flesh. They mechanically escorted Liu Yu like an empress to the end of the alleyway. Liu Yu's blood fangs were still exposed under her lips. She glanced at the three men's necks. The blood tribe had a stronger urge to drink blood after suffering from serious injuries. She could already smell their alcohol-heavy blood. Basically, if she drank their blood, she would immediately recover from the injuries she had. Liu Yu took a deep breath and withheld the urge to drink the filthy blood in the end. She felt disgusted at just the thought of touching the three scum, let alone drinking their blood by sticking her lips onto their necks. As she arrived at the end of the alleyway, she saw a house in fairly good condition. Liu Yu controlled them to escort her into one of the rooms, before sending one of them to buy her clean clothes and the other one to get her blood serums. The clothes came fairly quickly, but the blood serums were too expensive. Also, anyone trying to buy blood serums would have to record their names and be approved by a magician. An ordinary gangster would surely not able to buy one, leaving Liu Yu in a difficult position. She had lost quite a fair amount of her primary blood. She would remain in a weakened state if she did not replenish KT. Not only would she recover at a very slow rate, it would even affect her actions. Who's there? When Liu Yu was feeling lost thinking about what to do, she heard someone moving in the garden. The person was very nimble, and Liu Yu barely heard them. The truth was, it was almost impossible for a human to avoid being detected by her. Liu Yu ran outside and discovered the garden to be empty, apart from a few packages containing something red under the shed. Blood serums. Liu Yu looked at them in astonishment. She immediately looked around, wanting to know who had placed something she needed so desperately here, but the place was completely empty. Who exactly did this? How did he or she know I needed these? Does this mean the person has been following me all along? Mumbled Liu Yu in confusion, staring at the blood serums. Unable to arrive at a conclusion, Liu Yu quickly consumed them. If the person was trying to harm her, he or she could have done so already. She was in an extremely weak state, even an ordinary intermediate magician could end her life right now. Chapter 604. Victory. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The grey tower stood firmly in the middle of the long wall, ignoring the clouds and rain. It was hard to tell how many years it had stood here, enduring the rain and wind, to reach its current color. The wall was still guarded by lots of magicians. They prayed for daytime to arrive quickly when they heard the bells chiming in the distance. A rain like this would always delay the arrival of sunlight. Sometimes, some of the magicians fighting a war would end up not returning because of that small difference in time. Everyone is worn out, Yao Nan sighed. How long has this situation lasted? Mo Fan asked. It starts around the end of summer. It's been quite a few months, but we still haven't found the real reason, said Yao Nan. We can't just let it be like this. It's simply a party for them here every night, while the people have to hide in the city and the magicians have to guard the walls. Mo Fan wondered. The situation here in the ancient capital was more terrifying than Mo Fan had imagined. Perhaps even those who had spent a long time living in this city were also living in fear. What is it? Why the panic? Advisor Zhu asked a soldier hurrying his way over. One of the squads is surrounded by a bunch of skeletons. We have no men left to spare, said the soldier. Whose squad is it? Asked Advisor Zhu. It's Wang Mang's. Advisor Zhu turned his gaze toward Yao Nan and Mo Fan. There were indeed not many people they could send out. The walls were under attack from various directions, while the majority of the army was sent out to eliminate the Phantom Tyrant Emperor. There was no man left to assemble a rescue team. Besides, a rescue team normally needed to consist of a higher number of stronger magicians. We too basically have no energy left. We're simply going to die if we go, said Yao Nan straightforwardly, aware of Advisor Yu's intention. Mo Fan's energy had yet to recover, too. If he were to jump down the wall now, not only would he be unable to save anyone, he would even put his own life in danger. The same went with Yao Nan. He did still have some energy left, yet he had not recovered from the injuries he suffered when fighting against the corpse official. There was nothing he could do, either. Ask them to hold on for a while, it's almost daytime, Advisor Zhu sighed. Affirmative, said the soldier nodded. The squad under Wang Mang's lead that the soldier mentioned was actually not too far away from the walls. For someone like Mo Fan, who was able to see in the dark, he could see an area covered in white dots in the distance from up on the walls. The white dots were the skeletons. A huge area of white dots simply meant the place was overrun by skeletal creatures. The occasional flicker of light in the distance simply implied that the squad was fighting back stubbornly. When Mo Fan's gaze was fixed on the area, a cheer of joy came from a different direction. Yao Nan immediately glanced in that direction too. When he saw white rays rising into the sky, he immediately smiled. They did it. Who? Asked Mo Fan. The Phantom Tyrant Emperor is eliminated. Our army is withdrawing back to the walls. Advisor Zhu's anxious face finally smiled for once. It was obvious that he had been deeply worried about it for the entire night. After all, they had sent quite a number of super-level magicians out. If something were to happen to them, the northern walls would be in serious trouble. The white rays gradually drew closer to the walls. As soon as the Phantom Tyrant Emperor died, the undead completely lost their backing. The commander-level undead no longer posed any threat, especially when super magicians were free to lend a hand, too. Nice, great job, well done, yelled Advisor Zhu when he saw the army making their way back to the walls. The commanders in charge of guarding the walls danced for joy too. For the past month and more, they had always been on their toes because of the Phantom Tyrant Emperor. The vicious undead were the greatest threat to the northern walls. They had almost made a huge hole in the walls a few times. Now that the threat was finally eliminated, the soldiers in charge of guarding the northern walls were relieved. Dull clouds gathered in the east. Sunlight came late, as expected, but the people on the northern walls were cheering loudly, to welcome the new day, and also to welcome the heroes returning from their victory. Magicians gradually arrived at the walls. Some that were quicker had even returned to the tower. A man with a pair of fiery wings on his back swept past the sky in the rain, leaving a long trail of fire behind, like a burning meteorite. The fiery wings beat rapidly as the figure headed for the walls quickly. Even though the person was covered in wounds, it did not take away any of his authority and pride. Mo Fan recognized the fiery wings. It was none other than Councilman Zhu Meng. His fiery wings lit up the grey tower. He landed on the tower, a heatwave sweeping over the crowd. While his beard was still drifting in the wind, he had already landed stably in front of Advisor Zhu and the rest of the commanders. "Where's my superior? Don't tell me he sacrificed himself." Yao Nan asked immediately when he saw Zhu Meng. He did survive, but the question is when he's able to rise from bed. That guy is totally out of his mind, but without his risky move, it's likely that the Phantom Tyrant Emperor would have escaped safely. Zhu Meng panted heavily, trying to catch his breath. When he caught a glimpse of Mo Fan, he immediately wore a frown and snapped, "Did this kid desert his squad? He's definitely going to suffer the consequences if he's a soldier." "The number of undead I killed is higher than the magicians that you've gathered today," said Mo Fan unpleasantly. "He did great today, helping me kill a corpse official," Yao Nan complimented Mo Fan for once. "Humph, that sounds more like it." Zhu Meng nodded and glanced into the distance. "The others will be back eventually. The casualties aren't too terrible this time. It's our victory. Councilman, you should go and rest. Your injuries aren't light, either." Advisor Zhu sent a battlemaga over to take care of the councilman. The battlemaga was obviously a healer, wearing a white robe. She escorted Councilman Zhu Meng to the 3rd floor to rest up. Zhu Meng noticed the area covered in white dots in the distance. He pointed at the area and asked, "What's going on there? Is someone trapped?" "Yeah, it's a small squad. They are surrounded by the skeletons, but it will be daytime soon." "It won't be a huge problem," said Advisor Zhu. Zhu Meng studied the sky and realized that the sunlight was indeed poking out from the grey clouds. It would be daytime by the time he could reach the squad. He decided to take care of his wounds instead, since it was impossible to tell what else they might encounter the following night. He had to recover from the injuries as soon as possible, since he was still needed to protect the northern walls. Chapter 605. The Seemingly Familiar Nightmare. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Any magician who spent some time at the ancient capital would know that the skeletons were scarier than the zombies. Their bones were hard as iron and their strength was enough to tear a living human to pieces. Most terrifyingly, they were a lot harder to kill than zombies. It appeared that shattering them was not effective either, as they would soon assemble their bodies again using any bone for the same joint they could find on the ground. Such white skeletons were exactly the creatures that Wang Mang's squad had encountered. They had even blasted the skulls off the skeletons off for more than one time, yet these undead simply picked up someone else's head and screwed it onto their body and moved toward them again. Damn it, we shouldn't have stepped out of that zone. The army has already gone back to the walls, while we who came to escort them are trapped here, cursed a magician with a caved-in nose. Hold on, it's almost daytime, we'll be able to head back soon, said Wang Mang. When the day comes, I'll go home straight away, take a nice little HT shower, and sleep for 2 days straight. Where's Xiao Ding? Where did he go, asshole? I told you all to look after him, cursed Wang Mang instantly. Wang Mang looked over the walls of skeletons and discovered a corpse whose limbs, head, and body were separated. The corpse was being trampled continuously by the skeletons, even his head was kicked back and forth between their feet. The head was Xiao Ding's. Wang Mang's face fell incredibly white after seeing it. He already promised his wife that he would take good care of her brother, yet he had only dropped his guard down for a moment, and her brother had ended up like that. His wife would faint instantly when she saw him like this. Li Tsong is also, damn it, why is it still not daytime yet? Shouldn't these undead be going back to their tombs already? I'm going to dig their graves out, snapped the man with the caved-in nose furiously. The day, a magician whose hair was dyed black and brown suddenly glanced into the east with a blank face, as if he had entirely lost his soul. Clench your teeth and hold on for a little longer. The day has come, it's already daytime. Don't get crushed by the door when you've already made it to the gates of hell, yelled Wang Mang. They could not give up like this, otherwise the entire squad would be wiped out. It would only take a matter of seconds for the skeletons to kill them all. Asshole, what are you still waiting for? Quickly cast a light protection to help the others even if it means sucking your brain juice dry. Do you want to die here? Yelled the man with the caved-in nose. The magician with black-brown hair pointed to the east. Captain, said the man with black-brown hair in a trembling voice. Shut up you two. The day, it's already bright. The man pointed to the sky at the faint light, where they could also see the light drizzle. What did you say? Both Wang Mang and the man with caved-in nose yelled in disbelief. A rusted sword suddenly swept past, separating the black-brown-haired man's head from his body. The head made a few spins in the air before falling to the muddy ground. The mud on the ground dyed his hair again, yet his face did not show any reaction to the sudden death. It was still filled with disbelief. He could not believe that the undead were still around when sunlight had already come. It's really daytime. Wang Mang stood there like an empty shell. The sinister white skeletons were still everywhere. Not only was there light, but the day was bright enough for him to see their surroundings clearly, yet the undead showed no sign of retreating. Why? Why is this happening? The man with the caved-in nose stared at the surrounding undead with a dispirited expression. Everyone thought the fighting would come to an end when daytime came. Some even thought of how they would enjoy things after going back to the city, yet it turned out that even the sunlight they worshipped the most had abandoned them. It simply threw them into a deep abyss of no return, one that they would never climb out of. Cries of agony came from different directions. Fresh blood stained the white bones of the skeletons, granting them an eerily evil look. Wang Mang turned around and discovered the man who was grumbling about going home to take a hot shower had been cut in half. His body was chopped in half by a skeleton general with an axe. Even though Wang Mang had gotten used to witnessing deaths, his scalp still turned numb when death was only inches away. The sky was bright, it was really daytime. Why aren't the undead leaving yet? They had never heard of undead being active in the day for thousands of years. Why were the undead still able to move freely and kill his men under the sunlight? A rusty sword slashed down, followed by many other bone swords, chopping apart Wang Mang and the remaining members of his squad. Each of them was wearing a blank face, as they still did not understand what was happening even as death came. The rain continued to fall, diluting the blood and forming streams of crimson flowing across the muddy land. The undead stepped on the pools of blood. The land covered in fresh blood was like a soft, bright carpet welcoming them. It was simply so marvelous and fascinating, so they continued to cut the dead men open, to make the river of blood even more glittering. The dawn had arrived, yet the clouds and the rain had made everything dull. Despite that, the night had still come to an end. Daytime had come, it was now dawn, the time when the fighting was supposed to come to an end. The bell chime was already echoing in the city. Residents were filling the streets in their daily routines, assuming that the tall walls and the sunlight would protect them from the terrifying undead, yet little did they know, the undead had not left the walls. They were still out there, with eyes emitting vicious glints of light. The long walls were dozens of kilometers in length. When the bell chime sounded and the sunlight appeared, the guards who were tense for the entire night finally felt relieved after surviving the night. However, when they turned around and looked at the land that was supposed to return to calm, they shockingly discovered that the nightmare was not over. The number of undead trying to run the walls down did not decrease, but increased instead. Can anyone tell me what the heck is going on here? Zhu Meng, whose wounds were still being treated, rushed down the stairs. He stared at the undead that were still around despite the presence of sunlight in great astonishment. Advisor Zhu, Yao Nan, and the commanders were in the tower, too. Their eyes were filled with astonishment and fear. They could no longer understand the scene before them with common sense. The undead. The whole land was full of undead, surging toward the walls like a black tide. Danger was imminent. Sunlight shone down upon the place as the rain continued to fall. No one had seen undead being active in the daytime for the past 1,000 years. I told you, I don't like rain, Mo Fan observed the city and the land wet from the rain. The scene was very familiar. Just like Bo City where he grew up in, the scariest nightmare was really happening again. Chapter 606. City of Undead, Purple Alert. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Isn't it over yet? Commander Lushu landed on the tower. His eyes were completely bloodshot. His right arm was missing. Fresh blood from the cut stained the white cloth wrapping around it. He was supposed to wear a twisted smile, yet the smile he hid under his skinny face was gone, replaced by the terror and disbelief of finding that he had not woken up from the nightmare. Chief Military Instructor Fei Jiao, Senior Hunter Du Xiao, Commander Lu Shu and Councilman Zhu Meng, for super magicians were looking at the land lit up by the sunlight, at the undead that were still perfectly fine in the light, while more of them violated their common sense as they burst out from the ground, acting as if the dark, bloody feast had just begun. A cry like death knell came from the direction of the northern walls. The four's gaze passed through the drizzle and saw a giant creature with large skeletal wings flying towards them from up close to the clouds. It grew bigger as it approached the walls. Its size was comparable to the tower on the northern walls. When its wings were fully extended, they produced a huge shadow, looming over a place like a cloud. People had no idea what it was, but when its eyes glanced at the tiny walls and humans in the city, terror began to spread rapidly like a plague, instantly covering half of the city north. Mo Fan looked up in astonishment. The bone-winged creature's body looked like it was mold from mercury, clearly visible even when the creature was still miles away. It felt like even the smallest bone with a pointy end could easily puncture every magician on the walls. Nether Bone Ruler? Commander Lushu finally uttered slowly after some time. Even as a super magician, he still felt a chill running down his spine when he mentioned the name, let alone seeing the scariest ruler of the undead known with his own eyes. The Phantom Tyrant Emperor was a phantom, the ruler of the phantoms. Whenever it appeared, it would have lots of phantoms surrounding it. The Nether Bone Ruler was a skeleton, a ruler of the skeletons. It was a super undead even more infamous than the Phantom Tyrant Emperor. Why did it wake up in the daytime? With a roar like a death knell, the Nether Bone Ruler came to a stop a few kilometers away from the walls, floating in the air. The primary head out of its three was raised up high. Through the gaps between the bones around its throat, people could see black energy flickering inside its mouth. The sharp glow turned into a blast wave. The black death ray shot forward with a howl. Space began to tremble. The death ray traveled perfectly straight through the rain and the area outside of the walls. In just a few seconds, the blast wave struck the wall a kilometer to the left of the tower. Darkness spread on its surface and devoured the sunlight. The northern walls turned dark grey where the death ray made contact with them, and in the next second, the sturdy rocks were entirely devoured by the darkness. It was a sound so loud that everything simply turned deadly quiet. Mo Fan was overwhelmed by the silence, yet his eardrums were on the verge of bursting from the vibrations. The death ray had taken away everyone's sight. They only knew that the giant walls were eaten away by something right before the darkness blinded them. The darkness did not last for long. When the light finally returned, the people on the tower reacted as if their souls were destroyed. With blank faces, they simply could not believe what they were seeing. The walls had disappeared. A huge section of the walls that was previously standing there like a mountain range had disappeared. Tiny particles like dust slowly rose into the air, like wisps of floating steam. The truth was, the walls did not just disappear, but they were turned into the tiny particles that were so light that they simply drifted into the air as the wind blew. Asshole! In the tower, a line of tears ran down the cheeks of a man who was covered in dust. I'm going to kill it, I'm going to King kill it, he ran out like he had gone mad, screaming in a hoarse voice. When Mo Fan saw the man was seriously charging out of the tower, he immediately appeared beside the man with fleeing shadow and grabbed onto him tightly. Are you trying to kill yourself? You're just a cockroach that can be killed with a single stomp by it, snapped Mo Fan. Don't you King worry about me, let go, yelled Shorty. Mo Fan was clearly aware that Shorty was just going to get himself killed going down the tower. He cast Giant Shadow Spike and restrained him close to the railing on the wall so the man would not do anything stupid. Shorty was still struggling. He even tried to overcome Mo Fan's Giant Shadow Spike with his will, yet Mo Fan's Giant Shadow Spike was not something that could be easily overpowered, at least not when Shorty was not using any effective methods. Let go of me, I'm begging you, let me go, yelled Shorty at the top of his voice. Mo Fan stood there and remained silent. Maybe Shorty did not mention anything, yet Mo Fan could easily tell from his extreme sorrow that there was a hospital close to the part of the walls that was destroyed. The death ray did not just destroy the wall. It also bulldozed the section from the wall to the hospital, like an enormous beast trampling across the place mercilessly. The wall had disappeared. The street had vanished, including the hospital and Shorty's wife who was in labor. "Mo-fan, I'm begging you, let go of me, if you still think me as your friend," pleaded Shorty sorrowfully in tears, as he knew he could not break free from Mo-fan's spell. "I never thought of you as a friend, either." Mo-fan would not withdraw the giant shadow spike. Even Zhu Meng, Du Xiao, Lu Shu, or Fei Jiao had no chance of stopping the death ray. Shorty would only add himself to the list of casualties. Perhaps adding one more death to the street that had now turned into dust would make no difference, but there were many things that an intermediate magician could still do. It was no longer a nightmare, but a real disaster, just like what had happened to Bo City. Back then, any intermediate magician was extremely important. Although an intermediate magician could not turn the tables, they could still save a few lives. An eerie purple glow arose slowly. It gradually loomed over the northern part of the city. Girls with special taste seemed to favor purple, thinking that the sight of a whole area covered in purple would be dazzling. But they would have to think twice about what they wished for, as the purple currently looming over the area was just a pleasing illusion right before death arrived. It would simply be their last desire in the world, before all hopes were lost. Purple to purple alert. Mo-fan glanced into the distance. He could only see the buildings and streets in a square layout beyond, the area covered in the nightmarish purple. Chapter 607. Giant Ruler, the Mountain Zombie. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The purple of death loomed over every corner in the city. Some old folk who had just woken up at dawn rubbed their eyes and said with a smile to his neighbor, "Hey old shoe, I don't think I have many days left, my eyes are going nuts early in the morning." However, seeing that the old man next door also had a terrified look, the old man that had just woken up immediately realized something. The kids who had yet to reach the age to go to school were crying. The adults simply ignored their cries and carried on with their routines. However, they discovered that the street just 2 blocks away had completely vanished. Not long afterwards, a purple glow descended from the sky. Their faces were completely blank, like never before. The teenagers who had gone to bed late rolled over in their beds, trying to get back to sleep. In the end, they finally ran out of patience and opened their windows to check on what was going on out there. They simply saw purple and people running in its light. Cars jammed the streets. People abandoned their cars and ran on foot. Officials in uniforms were evacuating the civilians. Their first reaction was wondering whether they were having a dream, but when countless calls started ringing on their phones, they were thunderstruck. Purple, the alert that even the old folks who had spent half a century living in the ancient capital had never seen before. A new day was being welcomed with a boundless aura of death. Up on the tower, Mo-fan heard cries of the undead in the distance. They were more shocking than those emitted that night. Beside him, Shorty, who had finally calmed down, dropped to his knees. Tears ran down his cheek as he cried in grief. He was sobbing and mumbling, like he was seeking Mo-fan's comfort. "I was at the hospital last night. I heard that it was the best hospital for women in childbirth. I saw the gathering signal from the window, that's why I'm here. Normally, I wouldn't come, but I thought that when it all comes to an end, I can tell my son that on the day he was born, his dad was so brave, but now, it's all gone." "He might be a daughter," said Mo-fan, who was the worst when it came to comforting people. "Shut the F***K up," yelled Shorty. "Maybe they are not dead, maybe she had premature labor, and they went home earlier, since we were fighting for such a long time," added Mo-fan. The words barely calmed Shorty down. The whole tower was exhausted. Everyone had just gone through a great victorious fight that they assumed would surely be recorded in the history of mankind. However, what followed it was despair crashing down on them like a tsunami. No one knew what they should do, be it protecting the walls that were already blasted open, or leaving with the civilians that were clumped together like porridge in a pot. Beyond them, the undead outnumbered the living several times over. They were no longer roaming aimlessly, but advancing like an ocean. A massive skeletal creature with bone wings was circling around in the sky, glancing down at the city that it could easily annihilate like ants. Humans were too petty in its eyes, it could even eliminate magicians with ease. It let out a roar from high in the sky, commanding the undead to rise from their graves. Their sinister white bones were everywhere. In the far distance, an enormous zombie like a mountain appeared out of nowhere among the sea of undead. The quake produced from each step it took spread all the way to the city. The city walls that were as sturdy as a steel barrel were trembling under its footsteps. The mountain zombie was responding to the Nether Bone Ruler's cry. Its figure was like a towering banner, millions of zombies crowding around it. The numbers of those crawling out from the ground and coming from the distance in the north was enough to fill the horizon. The drizzle had become heavier, forming a grey curtain between the heaven and earth. Together with the endless undead, a giant web was forming, slowly drawing in toward the city. Du Xiao, don't be ridiculous, advisor Zhu hauled senior hunter Du Xiao back. The three leaders, Zhu Meng, Fei Zhao, and Lu Shu, were in a bad shape, like all the others. They did not even have the chance to treat their injuries. The Phantom Tyrant Emperor was only a small ruler among the undead, yet it took 4 of them to barely kill it, at the cost of severe injuries. Meanwhile, the Nether Bone Ruler was a lot stronger than the Phantom Tyrant Emperor. Even at full strength, they had little chance of defeating it, let alone when they were all worn out and injured. Now the mountain zombie around 50 kilometers away too, that was the real big ruler. That guy is most likely from the same era as the Black Totem Snake. Listen to the orders from higher up, immediately retreat to the barrier inside the city. Any of us dying here will result in 10 times the casualties in the future. Zhu Meng displayed his calm as a councilman. However, the veins on his fist were knotted. He was the initiator of the threat elimination strategy, yet he was totally unaware of this disaster before it had happened. How was this possible? Why were the undead able to move freely in the daytime, and there are more of them than at night? So many undead have appeared out of nowhere. Does this mean the king of the kingdom of undead has risen? The thing that has been asleep for thousands of years just happened to rise today. Zhu Meng, Mo Fan called out to Councilman Zhu Meng with a stern face. You should run too, Lee the walls. Let's hope that the barrier is enough to protect us this time. Zhu Meng let out a sigh. He seemed very old all of a sudden. It had been so long since so many undead appeared close to the ancient capital. They should have expected this to happen when the undead had been misbehaving lately, yet they were hoping it was only a coincidence. Where could the people run to during a purple alert? What chance did they have to survive? Even the magicians had trouble staying alive with the god of death hunting them down, let alone the commoners. Even if he wanted to step forward bravely to save the residents on the streets, he sometimes did not even have the right to die a martyr's death, because of his position. He had to stay alive, or the people would lose all hope. I know I should be running, but I have to tell you what I feel. Mo Fan lowered his voice. His face was harder than ever before. Go ahead, said Zhu Meng with a deep look. Bo City, you must know I come from Bo City. I don't care if you believe me or not, but I can smell the Black Vatican. Mo Fan said coldly. The Black Vatican? Why so? Zhu Meng was astounded. The rain, said Mo Fan. Zhu Meng was startled. The rain? Was he saying that the undead were only able to remain active in the sunlight because of the rain that had just started not long ago? The ancient capital had been drenched in rain before, yet he never heard the undead would turn so wild. Chapter 608. City in Grave Danger. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. I don't know how the Black Vatican did it, but it's exactly the same method they used on Bo City. It happened out of nowhere, and it was during a heavy rain too, enraging all the demon creatures. Perhaps you might think that the rain was just a coincidence, but I think they are related. Something like this doesn't happen for no reason. Natural disasters like these must have a human conspiracy behind them, said Mo Fan. The ancient capital had been safe for so many years. Mo Fan would not believe that the current century was this full of disasters. If it wasn't because God wanted to punish humans, then it must be some sort of conspiracy aiming to lead mankind to destruction. Mo Fan admitted that he had no proof to justify his statement, he was only following his instincts. However, after the calamity of Bo City, and being involved in the Black Vatican's conspiracy once, if he hadn't held onto the underground holy spring that the Black Vatican desperately wanted to acquire, they would still be hidden in the dark among the people, no one could have torn their mask off. Come with us, otherwise you might not make it to the inner wall safely, Zhu Meng believed Mo Fan's words. Not long ago, Zhu Meng had spent some time trying to learn what the Black Vatican was up to. They had been behaving strangely in many places across the nation, yet they were extremely quiet here around the ancient capital, as if they had been wiped out, just like the Magic City. However, the quieter they were, the more likely it was that they were up to something, as they were so cautious that they could not allow any of their blue deacons or grey priests to leak their conspiracy. Mo Fan shook his head. He did not tell Zhu Meng about his experience just so Zhu Meng would bring him along. He was only hoping that his information would help the higher-ups to make the right call. Then why are you staying here? The army of undead is going to overrun the outer walls soon. Everything outside of the inner walls barrier is lost. The purple alert means that even magicians cannot survive inside the barrier. Zhu Meng grabbed Mo Fan up. It was clear that he was going to bring Mo Fan along with brute force. I still have some friends in City North. I'll withdraw to the barrier with them, Mo Fan said sternly. Zhu Meng loosened his grip when he saw the determined look in Mo Fan's eyes. I'll send someone. It's fine, I can take care of them myself. Your men are precious now, go and save the people you should. The effort I've put in over these years isn't just so I can do nothing in a disaster like what happened to Bo City, said Mo Fan. Yao Nan stood beside Mo Fan. He glanced at Mo Fan and said, it's true that the people of Bo City are extremely courageous when anyone mentions the Black Vatican. We still don't know if they are involved, said Mo Fan. It's very likely, the information that the Clear Sky Hunter Agency has collected trying to hunt Salon down all leads here to ancient capital, but we were too late. Yao Nan tapped Mo Fan on the shoulder, and came to a realization. Who would have thought that it would turn out like this? I've been hearing how scary the Red Cardinal Salon is, and now when standing on these walls that will be overrun by the army of undead soon, I'm afraid I will never forget the name. Salon, Mo Fan repeated the name, thinking deeply. It was not the first time he heard it. My energy hasn't recovered yet, I won't be able to help. See you on the inner walls, said Yao Nan to Mo Fan. See you in the walls. The truth was, many people were also telling each other they would see them on the walls. The magicians had gathered together to secure a victory for the battle, yet they were going to lose half of the city. Everyone had people they wanted to look for in the chaos. Instead of losing hope here, they would rather head out as soon as possible. Therefore, the few words were all that mattered. It was a blessing, a hope, but more like bidding farewell. In addition to the northern walls, the same purple alert was sounded in 3 other directions. The outer walls could not hold any longer. After all, the outer walls were surrounding the whole city. It was difficult to defend all directions at the same time due to its wide area. On top of that, the number of undead had long surpassed that of the living. If they continued to hold their positions on the walls, everyone would be devoured and surrounded by the sea of undead. When the purple alert was sounded, it meant everyone was required to retreat back to the barrier as fast as possible. Mo Fan remembered that during a blood alert, the commoners basically had 0 chance of surviving outside the barrier. Even magicians would have trouble surviving. Run! The whole ancient capital had come to an agreement that they should retreat and flee for their lives. Every city had a last line of defense, its barrier. The ancient capital's barrier was the inner walls, with a perimeter of 14 kilometers. Above the densely packed streets and zones, one could barely see the golden flicker from the barrier above the inner walls. Meanwhile, Mo Fan could see people in the form of black dots fleeing toward the inner walls. The roads were jammed with vehicles, and helicopters were in the sky providing assistance. Bo City was even smaller than the city north of the ancient capital. The city had been around for centuries, its population was almost 100 times that of Bo City. And now, the entire population was racing against time. How many of them would reach the inner walls before they were devoured by the army of undead? The sound of the ground quaking mixed with the shocking cries and swept from behind like a storm. Not many people dared to turn around. The number of undead was a lot greater than what the magicians had imagined. The force generated from their march toward the city alone was enough to set the walls and buildings on the verge of collapse. Mo Fan summoned his courage and turned around to take a glance. Black. White. Grey. Zombies, corpse generals, skeletons, skeleton generals, phantoms, and phantom generals covered the entire area densely. The ground was trembling as they moved. Creatures of enormous size stood out among the undead. Anyone could easily see them in the black tide of undead like a crane in a flock of chicken. The tide consisting of zombies, phantoms, and skeletons would split in half and continue flowing around them as if they were reefs in a river. The most terrifying sight was still the nether bone ruler circling around in the air, who had destroyed the walls with a single breath of death. It was an intelligent creature, fully focused on destroying the walls that were stopping its people from entering the city. A few kilometers of the northern walls had collapsed. The towers crumbled to the ground one after another. The line of defense that humans had relied on to protect them could not withstand a single blow from it. Mo Fan had no idea what terrifying creatures had appeared in the other directions, but from Zhu Meng, Du Slao, Fei Zhao, and the others' terrified expressions, he could tell that the skeleton ruler was still not the most terrifying creature. The actual creature that had forced the super magicians to run for their lives was the mountain giant zombie that was capable of commanding all undead. The creature was standing in the midst of the tide of undead like a mountain. Its eyes, so high and proud in the sky, were emitting an icy glow, staring at the city that was in grave danger a few dozen kilometers away. Chapter 609. Zombies from Above. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The mountain zombie took a step forward. Its movement was fairly slow, yet each step it took brought it much closer to the city. The head in the rain was moving closer. Somehow, the creature had already advanced over 10 kilometers. If there was anything providing some relief to the humans, it would be the discovery that the creature halted its movement for some reason around 10 kilometers away from the walls. A fat corpse official, looking like a lump of flesh, stood close to the creature's feet. Its size was like a hill, yet it only reached to just below the mountain zombie's knees. The flesh mound corpse official had a giant mouth. It opened its mouth and swallowed the surrounding skeletons, zombies, and phantoms inside. It managed to hold more than 1,000 undead. Mo Fan did not dare to watch any further upon seeing this. Even though he was clueless about why the corpse official was eating the undead, there was no time for him to think about it. He had to find Liu Yu, Zhang Xiaohou, and the others as soon as possible, and retreat to the inner walls together. Mo Fan, what should we do now? Zhu Ming glanced at Mo Fan with a hint of panic. Come with me, said Mo Fan sternly. I must go to Bo City Street. I don't want to be involved in the same thing twice, Mu Bai said in a deep voice. Yeah, Mo Fan, we can't leave them behind, said Zhu Ming. Let's head to Bo City Street first, Mo Fan nodded. As Mu Bai had stated, the people of Bo City had already gone through a similar disaster once. They had barely survived the first time, it would be too cruel if they died in this one. Mo Fan knew he could only bring a limited number of people along. However, since Zhang Xiaohou and Liu Yu were going in the same direction too, he could not leave them behind. Count me in, Shorty said to Mo Fan, slowly getting to his feet. Mo Fan glanced at Shorty, who was still overwhelmed with grief, and nodded. It seemed like he had thought it through. The dead could not be resurrected. It was important to look after himself in chaos like this, before he had the ability to look after others. Then let's hurry up. A bunch of undead that was roaming close to the walls has already invaded the city. The walls were heavily damaged, more undead are going to break through. Mu Bai, do you have any relatives in City North? Said Zhu Ming. Only my uncle, but I believe he's quite close to the inner walls. He mentioned that he was heading into the inner walls to attend to some business, said Mu Bai. That's good to know. To Bo City Street, let's hope they are not too scattered across the place. Bow City Street is a fair distance away from the inner walls. With how the traffic is tied up now, they won't be able to reach the inner walls safely, the worried Zhu Ming told him. Transportation was completely at a standstill. Even magicians were forced to travel on foot. Even with wind magicians, everyone was still moving slowly. Meanwhile, the undead that had invaded the city were chasing after them at full speed. These bloodthirsty creatures would simply chase after anything alive and tear them apart. Fresh blood mixed with rain soon dyed the area close to the beleaguered walls red. Several teams of magicians were evacuating the civilians, yet regardless of how hard they were blasting the undead with magic, the undead were rushing into the city through the gap faster than they were dying. The battle mages were gradually losing ground. Although it did help slow down the invasion, Mo Fan was well aware that those fighting could at most buy a little time for the civilians. When the Netherbone ruler's army of skeletons or the mountain zombies' tide of zombies arrived, every magician would be torn into pieces. Mo Fan, Zhu Ming, Mu Bai, and Shorty hurried over to Bow City Street. Everyone in the group was an intermediate magician, thus they were a lot fitter than the commoners. Since the streets were stuffed full of cars and fleeing crowds, the roofs became their path instead. The densely packed buildings allowed them to run along the walls and travel across rooftops. Mo Fan, isn't your energy fully recovered yet? I've got some serums here that will help your recovery. Mu Bai took out some serums he had brought along and handed them to Mo Fan. Thanks a lot. Mo Fan was in dire need of energy. As a magician with 4 elements, he had twice the amount of energy compared to an ordinary magician, so it was rare for him to deplete his energy. Luckily, he had retreated to the walls with Yao Nan earlier, allowing him to rest up for a little bit. Otherwise, his energy would be pretty much empty now. He would most likely die to the undead, let alone be able to save others. As they passed by the hospital that was bulldozed to the ground, Mo Fan purposely glanced at Shorty. Shorty did not hesitate at all. It was clear that he had experienced situations of life and death too often. He had only lost his mind just then because it was someone extremely important to him. There was nothing Shorty could do after a person's death. Since he was still alive, he had to try his best to stay that way. At our speed, we should be able to retreat to the inner walls before this whole place is overrun by the undead, said Shorty. Shorty was more familiar with the ancient capital than anyone else there. With him leading the way, the group would reach Bow City Street in the shortest time, and could escort the people of Bow City to the safe zone. That's a relief. I feel sorry for the people that live close to the outer walls. Zhu Ming was full of sorrow as she witnessed the death of countless innocent people. It was likely that in less than an hour after the purple alert was sounded, the casualties close to the outer walls had already surpassed the total casualties of the calamity of Bow City. On top of that, the number was increasing rapidly as they spoke. What's that thing in the sky? Is that a lump of meat? How is it as huge as a building? It has eyes, oh my, it looks so terrifying. The crowd on the streets cried in panic, prompting the others to raise their heads and stare at the giant object sweeping past in the sky above the buildings. Mo Fan also raised his head and discovered the giant lump of flesh just as it crashed onto the intersection not far away, like a meaty meteorite. The intersection was full of vehicles, but when the lump of flesh landed on the ground, it occupied the entire intersection, smashing the surrounding buildings into pieces with the impact. Mo Fan stared at the giant mound of flesh in astonishment. The thing looked very familiar to him. Wasn't it the Flesh Mound corpse official that ate more than 1,000 undead close to the mountain zombies' feet from before? The Flesh Mound corpse official had dropped out of the sky. Did that mean the mountain zombie had tossed it into the city? That creature was more than 10 kilometers away. As Mo Fan watched stunned with wide eyes, a bad feeling crossed his heart. As he thought, the Flesh Mound corpse general that he was staring at suddenly opened its mouth, and the countless skeletons, zombies, and phantoms it had eaten before burst out from its stomach like a surging tide. The streets promptly filled with screams. The crowd that had finally started to retreat in order began to panic again, trampling, shoving and pushing one another. Mo Fan was aghast. He looked up into the sky. The same kinds of giant Flesh Mound corpse generals were hurtling in from the distance and crashing into city randomly, like great bombs of flesh. Mo Fan felt his scalp going numb. No one expected that the mountain zombie would simply toss these flesh mound corpse generals into the city, transporting thousands of undead onto the streets. It was going to deal a deadly blow to the civilians who were fleeing for their lives. Chapter 610. Imperial Magicians. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The streets ahead are filled with undead. What's going on? Yelled Mu Bai. The remaining walls should be able to hold the undead army off for some time, yet why were the streets already filled with so many phantoms, zombies, and skeletons? They were simply chasing and tearing away at any human they stumbled into. The streets were immediately covered in corpses. Run, quick, or else the corpse official will be targeting us. Shorty yelled at the other three. As he shouted, the eyes of the flesh mound corpse official, which had just disgorged over 1,000 undead, slowly moved in their direction. It was clear that the creature was able to specifically detect the presence of magicians. The group knew that they stood no chance against a commander-level undead with their current strength. They were left with no choice but to flee for their lives. If the corpse official decided to hunt them down, it would be too late for them to run away. The four immediately headed for the alleyway nearby, using the buildings for cover. Above them, only a tiny glimpse of the sky could be seen in the tiny alleyway. They could still catch a glimpse of the flesh mound corpse officials hurtling across the rainy sky, being thrown deeper into the city. If each of the flesh mound corpse officials were able to carry over 1,000 undead inside them, in just a few minutes, the undead would simply fill every corner of the city. The scene was absolutely terrifying. Even magicians had to flee like mice. It was not an exaggeration to describe the ancient capital as on the verge of being overrun. The rain continued to fall, but the giant golden barrier looming over the inner city provided no resistance to the raindrops. It continued to fall on the streets, covering the historical buildings in the ancient capital. A bell tower stood at the heart of the city. A golden beam of light was rising off it into the sky, serving as the main pillar of the golden barrier, opening up like an umbrella above. The arc-shaped light fell right on the perimeter of the inner walls. In addition to that, the four corners of the walls also had light formation supporting it. The entrance to the inner city was wide open. A huge crowd was pushing their way through the entrance. The only reason they were able to escape was because they were not far from the inner walls when the purple alert was sounded. The inner walls were not huge, but they were protected by the magic barrier. The seemingly ordinary walls were fairly sturdy. Even commander-level creatures would have a hard time knocking them down. At the north entrance of the inner walls, the Inuan gate that was normally not open to the public was currently occupied by many magicians. The authorities standing on the observation corridor above the Inuan gate were frowning while they waited for the Magic Association to make a decision. Below the tower, loud curses were rising. Even the most unpleasant words were being shouted now. When the terrified crowd saw the people standing in the tower on standby, they simply assumed the authorities had no intention of eliminating the undead invading the city. They felt that these magicians were not worthy of respect. They were only a bunch of cold-blooded animals concerned about looking after themselves. "Captain, the people are just going to be more disappointed if we wait any longer," blurted out a young Imperial magician in panic. Their curses were extremely unpleasant to the ears, leaving the magician who was not as focused as the others flushed red. Weren't magicians supposed to step forward at times like this, especially the Imperial magicians, referred to as the honorable magicians by the people of the ancient capital? The Imperial magicians were the elite members from the Magic Association, comparable to the magicians of the Magic Palace. Every single Imperial magician was an elite specifically chosen from different places. Their squad was also known as the Shield of the City. However, these Imperial magicians were ordered to stand here at the inner walls instead. They could not do anything apart from watching the city fall to massive destruction, while the undead were devouring the outer walls like a black tide, covering the streets, the buildings, the open areas, and the crowd. "Zhuofeng, stay calm," snapped another Imperial magician. "But aren't you seeing this too? If we continue to hide here instead of driving the undead out of the city, we are not worthy to be called Imperial magicians," yelled Zhuofeng in agitation. The purple and gold-robed captain of the Imperial magician simply cast a cold glance at the man called Xiaohou without saying a word. A messenger rushed up to the magicians quickly and blurted out a few words into the ears of the captain. The captain raised his head. His sharp eyes glanced at the flesh Mound corpse officials scattered across the streets, the parks, the shopping malls, and the buildings coldly. "All Imperial magicians, listen up," the captain suddenly spoke up, his voice ringing out as firmly as the sound of iron being forged. At that instant, the magicians in purple robes came to attention. Even the cold raindrops falling from the sky were turning into ice before their auras. Only advanced magicians were allowed to join the Imperial magicians. How terrifying was the aura produced when a bunch of advanced magicians focused. "Eliminate the flesh Mound corpse officials," the captain ordered loudly. As soon as the command was given, it turned out that a third of the Imperial magicians had the ability to fly. They either drew star constellation to summon wind wings, or activated their wing magical equipment and soar into the sky. The well-trained magicians instantly formed into groups of 3 and flew straight for the flesh Mound corpse officials. Corpse officials were creatures that normally required a group of advanced magicians to eliminate them, yet these Imperial magicians in purple robes only split into groups of 3. They were utterly fearless facing the corpse officials that continued to fall from the sky. An advanced magician would either possess the ability to fly or have mounts to travel around. Those who were unable to fly were not slow, either. They were traveling across the roofs and the tall buildings, flying across the skies above the crowd. As soon as the Imperial magicians moved out, a loud cheer immediately arose. The purple-robed advanced magicians flew into the distance and soon arrived in all corners of the huge city. The captain of the Imperial magician stayed on the tower. His gaze never left the scene before him. The messenger from before was still standing beside him. He could not help but ask, "Lu Huan, if I'm not mistaken, your family should be in City South." Captain Lu Huan nodded. "Any news?" asked the messenger. Lu Huan shook his head. The messenger fell silent. He glanced at Lu Huan's determined face, which was still filled with worry. Most of the time, those in crucial positions were the ones without the freedom to act independently. As the strongest super magician at a new iron gate, his job was to kill the bone creature in the sky when it approached. Apart from that, he was not allowed to go anywhere or do anything. He had seen lots of fresh blood being shed, and the piles of bodies on the ground. As a super magician, he could have saved them easily with a super spell, yet he could not do it. Expending his energy might save those people's lives, but it might also make him lose to the Nether Bone ruler. Once he lost, it would no longer just be a group of people dying, but the whole city. Chapter 611. Demon of Disaster. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Damn it, how many of these filthy things are there, cursed shorty? The crowd on the intersecting streets in the city was in a great mess. Even the weakest zombie standing on the street would create a huge panic among the civilians. In addition to that, the fear was contagious, making it harder for the people to evacuate and retreat in good order. If the people were running for their lives on their own, it would make it harder for the magicians to look after them. In this situation, the only thing that the magicians could do was to eliminate the invaders. The streets, alleyways, and shops were overrun by the undead. The enormous mountain zombie had tossed tens of thousands of zombies to different places. Each of the corpse officials was transporting more than 1,000 undead with them. As the undead pursued the people and killed them on sight, life had suddenly become a race and a gamble. Those who were slower would be dragged away by the zombies, and nobody knew if a phantom, its mouth already filled with fresh blood, would be waiting for them at the next junction. Mo Fan, Juming, Mu Bai, and Shorty had passed several streets. Basically, they could see undead along all the wider streets. They would try their best to eliminate the undead when they could, yet their energy was limited. Most of the time, they had no choice but to avoid contact with the undead when they were preying on people in large numbers. It was tough and painful to make the decision. They felt sad and cruel abandoning the civilians, yet there was nothing they could do. In a war like this, everyone was a victim of the disaster. Not only were their lives cheap in the eyes of the undead creatures, even the other people could not help but feel the same way too. Hurry up, we'll arrive at Bow City Street after crossing this flyover bridge. I think this area is still safe from the undead, said Zhang, pointing at a row of densely packed buildings. If you headed here following the path you wanted to take initially, it would have taken you more than half an hour longer. Go, bring your people to safety while this place is not crawling with undead yet, said Shorty. Mu Bai led the way. He was about to use his magic boots to cross the unstable area quickly when Mo Fan stopped him. Try not to use your equipment unless it's necessary, it might save your life. Mo Fan was more experienced than Mu Bai, after all. Mu Bai nodded. Even though he was quite worn out from all the running, he did not use his boots in the end. Suddenly, a loud crash came from the half-kilometer-long flyover bridge ahead of them. The four magicians looked up and discovered a phantom with sharp black wings was now standing on the bridge. Its figure was covered in grey fur. The creature had incredible strength, easily raising a sedan on the bridge with one hand. The loud crash was the sound produced when it threw the car to the ground. The black sedan was destroyed instantly, and even erupted in flames. Help, help, help me, a cry of agony came from a red vehicle. Mo Fan glanced ahead and saw the phantom with wings picking up another vehicle. Through the windshield, they could see a woman with disheveled hair poking her head out, her face pale as she screamed for help. Before anyone could react, the phantom tossed the vehicle over the side of the bridge, and it fell together with the scream of terror from the woman. There's someone in the car. Zhang was terrified. The place that the vehicle was falling to was less than 10 meters away from them. Damn it, let's kill this asshole, cursed Mo Fan. In the nick of time, Mo Fan's figure sank into the shadows from the bridge overhead and quickly went inside the rapidly falling red car. Mo Fan! Holy crap, is he trying to kill himself? Yelled Shorty. The car was falling from the bridge. It would only take less than 2 seconds for it to reach the ground. If Mo Fan snuck inside the vehicle with fleeing shadow, wouldn't he be crushed to pieces together with the woman? Another loud crash took place. The new red sedan instantly turned into a pile of scrap as it landed on the ground. The parts scattered across the place, some even rolling to the feet of the three magicians. At the same time, a pool of black shadow swept past them and stopped under the overpass. The shadow became clearer. Mo Fan in his black shirt slowly walked out from it, holding a woman who had fallen unconscious in his arms. Impressive! Shorty gave Mo Fan a thumbs up. The falling car had its own shadow as it approached the ground, which Mo Fan relied on to quickly escape from the vehicle with fleeing shadow before it slammed into the ground. Not only did he have to cast fleeing shadow twice within seconds, the courage and agile thinking he displayed was not something that an ordinary magician had. You're able to draw a star orbit with a single thought now. As expected of the top student Mu Bai, he immediately determined Mo Fan's cultivation. Only by mastering the ability to draw a star orbit with a single thought would Mo Fan be able to finish casting a basic spell in an instant, allowing him to use fleeing shadow consecutively. Let's talk about that later. We should kill this phantom first. Otherwise, many people will be killed by it. Mo Fan pointed upward. Mo Fan placed the woman under the bridge, and she regained consciousness in just a brief moment. As she was about to express her tearful gratitude, Mo Fan had already turned into a streak of shadow making his way up the bridge. Follow me. Mu Bai quickly cast Ice Lock. The icy chains crossed paths with one another under his control, forming an ice ladder on the pillar of the bridge. Zhang and Shorty followed Mu Bai up the ladder, going after Mo Fan who had reached the top of the bridge. That's a demon of disaster. It likes to hide in the dark like a bat, and flit in the air above its prey, leaving a huge hole in its target's head. In the next second, brain fluid mixed with blood jets out from the hole. Zhang was an expert when it came to identifying demon creatures. She could easily identify any creature with a single glance. Don't scare me like that. Shorty was an experienced hunter, yet he had never heard of anything like that. Either way, just be careful of its index finger. It will suddenly extend forward like a shadow hook. Once it touches your head, you're dead. Even magic armor won't be able to protect you. warned Zhu. Mo Fan heard Zhu advice, too. When he arrived on the bridge, he carefully studied the Demon of Disaster's hand, and noticed that the creature's hand had one finger which was very long and thin. It could indeed be described as a hook. You mentioned that it likes to hide in the dark. Does that mean it has the shadow element? Mo Fan frowned. He could vaguely sense a dark aura from the Demon of Disaster. Yeah, so your giant shadow spikes are useless against it. We have to trap it with Mu Bai's ice lock. By the way, this creature is an expert at running away, so we can't let it learn that we are able to kill it. Otherwise, it will just run away when it senses something isn't right, and will keep annoying us from above throughout our journey, explained Zhu. Chapter 612. A Clean Kill. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Creatures like this Demon of Disaster were definitely the deadliest at night. They would circle around in the sky, hiding in the dark, and then deal magicians a deadly blow. However, during the daytime, its movements were obviously greatly hindered. The cunning Demon of Disaster would immediately beat its wings to produce a black mist when it saw a group of magicians trying to flank it. The mist was similar to the advanced spell of Shadow Element, NYX Regime, yet neither its effect nor coverage were comparable to NYX Regime. It would want to create a space that was favorable for it to fight in, yet its tactic was simply useless when there was a light magician around. Brilliant light, purify. Shorty was an experienced hunter. As soon as he saw the Demon of Disaster trying to stir up trouble, a milky white light blossomed on his palm. He tossed the light right into the center of the black mist. The golden light rays shining forth thoroughly purified the mist, which was similar to the gas produced from a car's exhaust. Even the stench was gone. Most importantly, they were able to see the creature clearly under the bright light. Ice Lock. Mu Bai cast his intermediate ice spell again. The frost surrounding him was clear and transparent, beautiful like crystal. It was obvious that the ice seed he had was not something ordinary, either. For long ice chains appeared simultaneously. Mu Bai controlled them to intertwine swiftly above the Demon of Disaster, forming a web of metallic chains the color of ice looming over it. The creature was just about to fly into the air to dodge the spells cast by the group when the ice lock pressed down on it heavily, dragging it back to the ground. The ice chains had the effect of ice spread. Once it made contact with its target's skin, the freezing frost would swiftly spread across and penetrate the target's body. On top of that, it seemed like Mu Bai's ice seed had further increased the effect. The just-wrapped Demon of Disaster was immediately covered in frost by the chains, thoroughly freezing its two arms. It can no longer use Fleeing Shadow or fly, it won't pose any threat to us anymore. Zhu was overjoyed when she saw Shorty and Mu Bai's professionalism. They immediately sealed off the Demon of Disaster's annoying capabilities. Teaming up with reliable people felt totally different. If they simply gave the Demon of Disaster time to produce the mist or fly into the sky, it would be troublesome to kill it. Mo Fan, your turn, said Shorty. Mo Fan had already mastered the ability to draw a star orbit with a single thought. He no longer needed a long time to finish channeling an intermediate spell. Purple-black star orbits connected with one another smoothly, combining into a brilliant star pattern. The restless energy of lightning appeared. They could even feel the air being scorched by it. When Mo Fan fixed his gaze on the Demon of Disaster, a shocking ray of lightning came down perfectly straight. It lit up the flyover bridge and landed accurately on the Demon of Disaster, right between its wings. Regardless of how overwhelming the Demon of Disaster's strength was, the brilliant light had blinded it, while the ice chain had sealed off its movements. It had completely turned into target practice for Mo Fan. The damage inflicted when all the lightning strikes of the spell Thunderbolt, wild strikes landed on the same target was absolutely terrifying. When the third, fourth, and fifth purple-black lightning rays landed on the Demon of Disaster, its body sank into the ground as the impact simply blew a hole in the bridge. Its back was festered and scorched black. The creature was still alive, yet it had a hard time trying to rise to its feet. The space-trembling effect of Mo Fan's lightning had impaired its movement. Even though the undead could not feel any pain, the damage inflicted to their important body parts would still affect their ability to move. How violent! I've never seen anyone that can almost kill a warrior-level creature with a single intermediate spell. Shorty raised his thumb at Mo Fan. Mo Fan was a typical full DPS magician. During the group battles in Pearl Institute, whenever he was given a chance to attack, he would simply crush his opponents, and it was the same for warrior-level creatures. Any other group of intermediate magicians would have to work together to barely kill a warrior-level creature, yet someone like Mo Fan, whose lightning element had reached the 3rd level and was further strengthened by a soul seed, a single thunderbolt, wild strikes was equivalent to the damage output of a small team. Ju Ming was not just standing there to leech XP, she quickly followed up with a fiery fist, ground break. The blossoming flames of death devoured the place where the demon of disaster was laying, blasting a huge hole into the overpass. The flames burned fiercely, burning the demon of disaster's wings into ashes. Its figure, burning in the flames, struggled wildly, shoving the vehicles nearby away like toys while uttering a piercing screech. Still trying to run away. Mu Bai controlled the ice chains to weave through the vehicles nimbly and wrapped around the demon of disaster's legs. As he raised his hand, the ice chains dragged the demon of disaster back with brute force. It was quickly turned into black charcoal. Ju Ming's flames had an extended burn time, burning longer than normal fires. They simply burned the demon of disaster to ash. "I'll be taking the undead crystal, that thing is quite useful." Shorty went up to the demon of disaster boldly when he confirmed that the creature was dead. As expected of an experienced hunter, the Guy Adept retrieved the undead crystal from the creature's corpse. The undead crystals of undead that were killed by lightning or fire would usually be in good condition. Undead crystals were basically magic ores which contained the energy accumulated by the undead after refining the presence of death for decades. The undead crystals of servant-class undead were basically useless, but those from warrior-level creatures were rather valuable. Take this, it can replenish your energy. It works with any element, and is more effective than serums. Shorty broke the undead crystal in half and handed one half to Mo Fan. Mo Fan's eyes flickered. Energy was his main concern for the time being, especially his summoning element. The nebula of his summoning element was a lot dimmer since both the Swift Star Wolf and Flame Belle had fought a long battle. He would become helpless soon if they kept stumbling into undead along the way. So this thing is actually quite useful. Mo Fan placed the undead crystal on his palm. When he directed his will into it, a fresh source of energy flowed back into his body. Mo Fan decisively inserted the energy into his summoning element's nebula. The energy of the summoning element was Little Flame Belle and Swift Star Wolf's energy intake. Both of them were resting up after they were worn out from the previous battle, yet Mo Fan was unable to provide any energy to them. They were going to encounter more undead along the way. Without their assistance, Mo Fan was not too convinced of the group's safety. There's a side effect though: when you consume it the first time in a day, it will replenish a quarter of your energy. The second time would only replenish an eighth of your energy, and the third time, the effect would reduce by half again. The energy you can recover from the fifth or sixth time is pretty much negligible, said Shorty. We're still a distance away from the inner walls. Let's try our best to conserve our energy, Mo Fan said grimly to the others. Ju Ming and Mu Bai nodded. They were well aware of how serious the situation was. Chapter 613. Flesh Mound in the Way. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Bow City Street was mainly filled with three-story buildings. The first floors were shops facing the street, the second floors were for storage, and the third floors were for residential purposes. The street was a complete mess. Many buildings were run down, while toward the end of the street stood a fortified building with a sturdy cage inside, used to hold captured demon creatures. The cage was spacious, close to the size of a room. Inside it stood half a dozen people, including Wang Sanpang and Zhao Kunsen. Please stop crying, I'm begging you. If your noise attracts the undead, we are all going to die, said Wang Sanpang to the teenage girl beside him. The girl was sobbing, trying her best not to make any sound, yet her large eyes were filled with tears and terror. "We can't just stay here, either. Should we try and run away?" said a young man in a black rider jacket. "Holy crap, didn't I tell you already? The whole place out there is overrun with zombies." "We can't go there, everyone that went is dead," blurted out Zhao Kunsen. Last night at the walls, when Mo Fan and the others went to the tower for the gathering signal, Zhao Kunsen and Wang Sanpang had come home. Who could have thought something so bizarre would happen the next morning? They were just about to retreat when a giant lump of flesh swept across the sky and landed right on the main street. The street was rather large, but had only a small number of alleyways. The place was already crawling with black zombies and white skeletons. The people who had left in that direction were all dead. Therefore, Zhao Kunsen and Wang Sanpang tried to gather the people of Bo City here to hide in the cage. However, they only managed to find a few people, the others had already gone missing. Suddenly, the cry of a zombie came from outside the building. The faces of the people in the cage fell. Even their breathing halted. Don't come here, go somewhere else, please." Zhao Kunsen started praying to his god. However, whatever he prayed for didn't happen. The zombie smelled fresh living meat and rammed the door open. It ran straight at the cage even though the iron sheet was piercing into its body. "Damn it, kill it," cursed Wang Sanpang. "It's only one of them, we can kill it together." Zhao Kunsen let out a relieved sigh. The two immediately stepped out from the cage. Zhao Kunsen glanced at Wang Sanpang and said, "I'll keep it busy. You will look for a chance to kill it." Wang Sanpang glanced at Zhao Kunsen and responded, "That's what I wanted to say." "You're reading on com, thanks." A chill ran down their spine simultaneously. F***K, one of us has the wind element, and the other has the earth element. Both our spells are movement spells. "How the heck are we going to kill it?" screamed Zhao Kunsen. The zombie was already rushing at them. The creature's speed was 2 or 3 times faster than a human's, which was why commoners were basically dead when they were targeted by the zombies. The two reacted quickly, immediately casting a third-tier earth wave and wind track respectively. Zhao Kunsen ran around the room wildly, and the zombie chased after him. "Eat this!" As soon as Wang Sanpang cast his earth wave, his figure shifted eerily behind the undead. A golden light suddenly blossomed on his palm, swiftly turning into a sharp spike. He stabbed the spike right into the back of the zombie's head when it was not paying attention. The glowing spike was deadly against the undead. Even though he did not stab where its undead crystal was, he still managed to kill the zombie with the attack. As the zombie slowly fell to the ground, Zhao Kunsen uttered a relieved sigh and raised his thumb at Wang Sanpang. "I didn't know you had a weapon to defend yourself." The 5 people hiding in the cage were relieved too. It turned out that magicians were still the most reliable at crucial times. Wang Sanpang retrieved his light spike and glanced outside of the door that had been slammed open. His face turned pale white in the next second. "Holy crap! Quick, into the cage," he screamed. As soon as he uttered the words, the damaged door was suddenly knocked down by a huge impact, followed by several zombies surging into the building. They almost filled up the room, each with sharp fangs and hands stained with fresh blood. It was a scene scary enough for the people to feel their scalps going numb. The 2 magicians quickly fled inside the cage and sealed the door with chains. The zombies were extremely quick. As they rammed into the cage, it began to buzz slightly. Some even jumped onto the cage and extended their arms into it, trying to grab the people inside. The cage was now fully surrounded by zombies, biting and waving their arms trying to get at the people inside and eat them alive. "This is the end, there are so many of them." Zhao Kunsen fell to the ground in despair. "The cage can still last for a while," said Wang Sanpang. "It's only a matter of time before we're eaten." The young man in the rider jacket wet his pants. The undead were the most relentless creatures. Even though the cage was made of special materials, it still could not stand being pounded by the zombies continuously. The bars began to show signs of cracking. One of the zombies even threaded half of its body through the gap. Lightning strike! As the trapped people were overwhelmed with despair, an imperious voice sounded from outside the building. A great swathed lightning serpents wriggled toward the cage and spread through the zombies. The cage was conductive, so the lightning arcs were transmitted back and forth between the zombies and the cage. Those that were grabbing onto the cage were twitching intensely from the lightning shock. The lightning strike was rather extraordinary, leaving the zombies fully paralyzed on the ground. Their eyes were still staring at the cage in greed, yet they could no longer move their bodies. The people inside the cage were unharmed, just terrified at seeing the lightning flickering close to them. When the zombies fell to the ground, the people saw Mo Fan in a black long-sleeve shirt walking into the broken doorway. His hands still had lightning arcs circling them. He was the person who had instantly suppressed the zombies. Mo Fan! Zhao Kunsen and Wang Sanpang almost dropped to their knees to express their gratitude to the heavens. The rescue had come at such a perfect time. Meanwhile, the teenage girl and the young man who wet his pants stared at Mo Fan in disbelief. They never thought a single spell would be able to immobilize so many zombies. Finish them, or else they will rise again very soon. Mo Fan's arms still had lightning on them. The lightning arcs continued to paralyze the zombies. After all, the fourth-tier lightning strike, which was capable of producing a paralyzing electric field, was the most suitable to handle these zombies with their stiff joints. Juming did not show any mercy. She cast a fire burst, burning bones on each of the zombies on the ground, burning them into ashes while they were still immobilized. Just these few. Mu Bai walked into the room and frowned when he discovered that there were only 7 people in the cage, including Zhao Kunsen and Wang Sanpang. The others are scattered across the place. We'll take as many as we can. It's impossible to try to search for everyone. Let's go, said Shorty. We can't take the path ahead, Wang Sanpang, who was relatively collected, told everyone the situation. Mo Fan felt his head aching when he heard Wang Sanpang's words. It was obvious that there was a Flesh Mound corpse official right on the main street ahead, with over 1,000 undead in the area. It was impossible to proceed forward without going a long way around it. Let's take a look first. It should be fine as long as we don't fight the corpse official. If we try to go around it, the army of undead behind might catch up to us, said Mo Fan. Chapter 614. The Dead Street. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. It was a fairly spacious street, with shops, shopping malls, office buildings, and structures along the way. However, there were not many alleyways on the sides, while the main path toward the Yuan Gate was occupied by the undead. It went without saying that the street would have the highest number of civilians, thus the majority of the undead headed straight for it. As a result, the whole street was basically filled with undead. On top of that, a Flesh Mound corpus official the size of a building was sitting right in the middle of the street, like a mountain of flesh. Even magicians would have a hard time trying to pass it. Mo Fan and his crew were not afraid of facing a crowd of zombies. They could easily handle warrior-level undead too, but in the case of the Flesh Mound corpse official, they would still die even if they were given 10,000 lives. They carefully approached the street and discovered that the whole place was indeed crawling with all kinds of skeletons, zombies, and phantoms. Most terrifyingly, there were quite a few corpse generals and skeleton generals among them. The street was stained with blood, with dead bodies spread across the place. It was simply a scene of the apocalypse. This is nothing but a dead street, said Shorty, up on the balcony of a building, with a trembling voice. Glancing down from above, they could see people who were totally unaware of the situation making their way toward the street. Even magicians would not be able to survive after running into the undead, let alone civilians. There are too many of them. It will be hard for us to make our way through with just the few of us, Mu Bai pointed out. It's possible that there are other magicians nearby. We can find them and team up. Otherwise, we're all going to die here, said Shorty. Mo Fan nodded. The undead on the street were too dense. It would be a tough fight trying to make their way through. Their biggest problem was the Flesh Mound corpse official. Once they caught its attention, they would all die here. I'll go and look for people. Shorty was decisive in situations like this. He quickly vanished from the group. I'll take a look at the situation ahead. Mu Bai, Juming, you two stay here to protect them, said Mo Fan, who did not want to wait there and do nothing. There were civilians in their group. It was not reasonable to simply barge their way through. They would have to clear a path so the people of Bo City Street could make it to the other end safely. All right, be careful, said Juming. Mo Fan was already gone when his words were still echoing through the building they were hiding in. It was extremely easy for Mo Fan to move around in an area with many buildings like this. He could move freely as long as there were shadows. The overlapping shadows of the buildings and the blind corners served as stepping stones for Mo Fan, allowing him to move forward freely. Mo Fan jumped down from a balcony, holding onto the iron bars of a window, before propelling himself to another balcony on a shorter building. The balcony was in the dark as the tall office building beside it had blocked off the sunlight. Mo Fan's figure sank into the shadows like falling into water as he arrived on the balcony. He went missing for a few seconds. Not long after, Mo Fan appeared from the other side of the balcony. His eyes were observing the Death Street only a building away. Mo Fan lowered his eyes and glanced at the alleyway drenched in rain. He fell freely from the balcony and landed on the umbrella outside of a coffee shop. Mo Fan utilized the bounce of the umbrella to land safely on the ground. To his surprise, he saw a phantom under the umbrella when he turned around. The phantom had horns on its head, with a pointy, long jaw. Fangs poked out from its mouth like a boar, and its face was entirely red. It was roaming aimlessly in the area when a human fell from the sky after the umbrella shuddered for a moment. The phantom stared right into Mo Fan's eyes, with a blossoming lust rising in it. Lightning strike! The phantom uttered a weird cry and lunged at Mo Fan. Mo Fan nimbly hopped aside, dodging the pounce, and fired lightning from his palm. The lightning arcs cracked loudly as they crawled over the phantom. The shock from the lightning arc scorched the skin of the phantom and left it twitching on the ground, as if it were performing a fascinating dance of electricity. Mo Fan's lightning strike was quite powerful. Meanwhile, the phantom turned out to be fairly weak. The lightning arcs took its life as soon as they penetrated the creature's body. A small soul remnant floated into the little loach pendant. It's dead already. Mo Fan was quite surprised, but he did not overthink it. The building ahead was the only thing between him and the dead street. There was a coffee shop right behind the building. Mo Fan simply hid inside the coffee shop and slowly made his way forward to check out the situation on the dead street. After passing the coffee shop, Mo Fan arrived in a huge hall. There were a few skeletons roaming aimlessly inside the hall. Mo Fan did not engage, turning into a shadow sweeping across the ceiling to pass them by. Further ahead was the dead street. The windows of the shop facing the street were smashed, leaving glass scattered across the floor. Inside the shop was the corpse of a man whose face was bitten beyond recognition. Judging from his clothes, he was most likely the worker in the shop. A few mannequins were knocked down in the display corner. Mo Fan hid behind the mannequins. The fleeing shadow allowed him to merge with the dim background and conceal his presence. The low-ranked undead would not be able to discover his presence for a while. Outside the window was the dead street. The place was slightly wider than Mo Fan first observed from the balcony. He could not cross the street with fleeing shadow even if he wanted to. At a rough glance, there were more than 200 zombies, skeletons, and phantoms, with 3 to 4 warrior-level undead nearby. Even a group of elite intermediate magicians would have a hard time clearing a path. There was nothing he could do. The place where the Flesh Mound Corpse official landed would be crawling with undead. Mo Fan could only hope that Shorty managed to find some reliable magicians. They would only have a chance of crossing the street by working together. Mo Fan checked his surroundings and discovered a cross-section with less undead. It turned out to be a zebra crossing. After the zebra crossing was a narrow pedestrian walk. If the group could somehow make it to the pedestrian walk, the undead chasing them from behind would be restricted by the buildings on both sides, helping the group escape. A magician that can fly. Mo Fan was about to leave when he saw a magician in a purple outfit standing on the restaurant opposite the shop he was in. Wind wings were rotating behind the man's back. Even though the wings were not beating, the air surrounding the man was spinning rapidly. The man in purple outfit seemed to have come here to observe the situation too. His gaze crossed the street and locked onto Mo Fan, who was disguising himself as a mannequin. "How many people do you have, Shadow Magician?" The man's voice suddenly came from across the street. It was so clear to Mo Fan that it felt like the man was talking right beside him. Mo Fan was startled, before recalling that Xinxia had used the same method to talk to him before. Chapter 6:15. White Ants Fighting to Stay Alive. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The guy could transmit his voice, but how was Mo Fan going to respond back? Would they have to take out their phones, open up WeChat and Shake at the same time to add each other as friends? Perhaps the advanced wind magician in the purple outfit could tell Mo Fan his phone number. The truth was, either way was terrible. The demon creatures were extremely sensitive toward any form of signal. Even sending someone an emoji would simply give the demon creatures nearby a GPS coordinate, urging them to rush toward the signal. We have for intermediate magicians, 2 basic magicians and 5 civilians, but one of us is trying to gather the people nearby. Mo Fan had no clue how to respond. He simply mumbled to himself, not sure if the advanced magician could hear him. Mo Fan had guessed right. The magician soon responded. "Try and gather as many people as you can. My other 2 comrades and I will handle the Flesh Mound Corpse official, so you can take hold of the opportunity to cross the street together with the others. Make sure you have enough intermediate magicians, as we'll have to focus on dealing with the Flesh Mound Corpse official. You will have to deal with the servant class and warrior level undead on your own," said the magician in the purple robe. "Not a problem, I'll immediately bring the message back and gather the people here to cross the street," replied Mo Fan. "Thanks, if someone is hesitating, tell them that we are the Imperial magicians. My name is the Foam, I hope they won't miss this chance to escape," said the magician. Imperial magicians, oh, okay. Mo Fan immediately returned to the place everyone was hiding at. To Mo Fan's astonishment, there were less than 10 people when he left, but the room was now filled with people. There were 40 to 50 more people. Mo Fan had to admit that he was impressed by Shorty's ability to gather people. He had managed to convince 4 or 5 groups of people to join them. On top of that, most of the people were magicians, only 20 of them were civilians. Obviously, Shorty had purposely recruited groups with more magicians. Based on Mo Fan's understanding, Shorty was not the kind of person that would do a good deed. The civilians would easily become a burden if there were too many of them. Indeed, Shorty never assumed himself to be a righteous magician with the obligation to save everyone's life. Someone who referred to himself as an Imperial magician is on the other side of the street. He is asking us to gather as many people as we can and make our way across the street while they are dealing with the Flesh Mound Corpse official, Mo Fan informed the crowd inside the room. "Imperial magicians, they are here." "We're saved," yelled a middle-aged magician with a beanie in relief. "Awesome, it seems like the Imperial magicians are finally making their moves." "I told you not to give up," said a battlemaga with thick makeup. "With the Imperial magicians clearing a path for us, we should be able to make it safely." No, listen to me, the Imperial magicians will handle the corpse official, but they have no time to handle the undead on the street. "We'll have to face them on our own," repeated Mo Fan grimly. "No way, aren't they here to save us?" One of the teenage girls started sobbing. Don't panic. We have many magicians here too, so as long as we stay in order and wait for the perfect chance to cross, we still have a hope of surviving. I'm an intermediate plant magician. Just trust us, said the battlemaga with thick makeup. Yeah, don't underestimate us, didn't that shorty over there say that too? They have for intermediate magicians from their group, and each one is an expert too. Even though I'm only at the basic level, my element is fire. If those undead dare to come, I'll let them have a piece of my fire burst, rupture. The group was quite good overall, and everyone was aware that they had to work together in order to cross the street safely, so they were willing to comply with the arrangement. Shorty, Juming, Mo Fan, and Mu Bai's group were all intermediate magicians. They were the strongest among them. Therefore, the other groups were willing to follow their orders. Mu Bai, what do you think? Asked Mo Fan. I think we need more people, said Mu Bai frankly. Yeah, strength in numbers, Juming nodded. No, that doesn't work in this situation, but everyone here should know about termite survival theory. Mu Bai immediately displayed his wisdom as a top student. Termite survival theory? I didn't really study a lot, I have no idea what that means, said the middle-aged man in the beanie. A group of termites is moving their habitat, but the path ahead ISS suddenly set aflame. If they simply try to cross the fire on their own, they will be burned to death. Therefore, the termites hugged together into a huge ball of termites and rolled toward the flames. Soon, the termites on the outer layer died, followed by the next few layers, but the majority of them managed to cross the wall of fire, explained Mu Bai to the crowd calmly. The room fell silent instantly. Everyone's face turned grim. He's right, it's impossible for everyone to cross the street safely. We have to accept the reality. There are just too few of us, so we can't form a thick ball still like the termites. We're all going to die if we try to cross the street, but if we have enough people, some might die, but the rest would still reach the other end safely, said a man with a mustache. The man was wearing a formal suit. He was most likely the CEO of some company based in one of the office buildings nearby. He was a civilian, yet his awareness was a lot better than the others who were extremely worried. Apart from luck, civilians involved in a disaster like this had to have good awareness. If they did not make use of the chances given to them to escape and retreat, they would most likely end up dead. I guess that's the only way. I know a group of people hiding on the roof of an apartment, I'll call them over. There should be another group in the basement of the parking lot, but they don't have any magicians. Should I call them along too? The handsome guy was very clear, there would be sacrifices, but the key is to have as many people as we can. The more people we have, the lower the chance of us dying. It doesn't matter if they aren't magicians, we just need living humans. Call them along, exclaimed a woman in leather pants who looked like a model. Just tell them to join us if they want to escape this place. This is the last train, but safety isn't guaranteed, those who think otherwise should just wait here, Shorty told the people who went to recruit more people. The crowd proceeded to search for more people. In order to increase the chance of them surviving, they tried their very best to gather the people nearby. It would be better if there were more magicians, since they could hold off the undead for a little longer, but it was fine if there were not, since they would simply be a flock of sheep crossing the river, with some among them getting eaten by the crocodiles. Chapter 616. 700 people crossing the dead street. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan stood on a tall balcony and glanced down. He saw that the crowd was already squeezing their way out of the building. Their tiny heads were swarming forward with a loud noise, as if a huge protest was going on with boards and banners waving "Say No to the Undead." He roughly estimated the crowd numbered at least 700 people. There were not many magicians in the crowd. Previously, there were only 30 magicians in the building, but after recruiting 600 more people, there were 90 magicians in total, less than 100. On top of that, most of them were only basic magicians. There were only 17 intermediate magicians, including himself, Shorty, Juming, and Mu Bai. As for the other 13 magicians, only 2 of them had soul seeds. Therefore, it was extremely impractical for them to try clearing a path through over 1,000 undead. The world had always been cruel. Mo Fan felt like he had done everything he could. He could only pray that fewer people would die when they were trying to cross to the other side of the street on the zebra crossing. The 1,000 undead were scattered along the dead street, therefore not everyone would be immediately targeted by an undead. Mo Fan speculated that around 100 people would be dragged into the water by the crocodiles. A 1/7 chance of dying. Apart from those whose brains had already gone blank because of overwhelming fear, most people would rather bet their lives on it instead. When Mo Fan was thinking about how petty the human race was, a quarrel broke out on the surface. "Don't let me repeat it again, let people with infants stay in the middle," said Shorty coldly as he grabbed a man in a leather jacket. "What right does he have? He's an adult too. Is it just because he's carrying a baby? I would have picked up an infant along the way too. I've seen many kids who no one even cares about," challenged the man in the leather jacket. "Are you daring me to throw you onto the street now?" Shorty did not waste any time with the man. He simply dragged him out from the crowd. All right, I'll listen to you, I'll let him go inside." The man in the leather jacket was no match for Shorty. He had never seen such an immoral magician. "Damn it, you just have to force me to be rough with you. Everyone, listen up, kids who are shorter than 120 centimeters will stay in the middle. Those who are on the outside, shut the F***K up, since us magicians who are risking our lives for you without getting paid will be on the outermost layer," yelled Shorty furiously. "But people who are carrying kids when they are adults themselves," someone blurted out among the crowd. It was difficult to control the situation involving so many people. Everyone was seeing their own life as precious. No one would want to be on the outer layers, since they were the easiest targets. "I'll leave this little guy to you, to stop the crowd from rioting." The man carrying the little boy expressionlessly handed the kid to one of the elderly women. The woman was wearing dancing shoes. She had most likely woken up early in the morning to attend a dance in the public square. The woman received the crying kid and said, "I still haven't heard from my poor grandchild." "Don't worry, I'll look after your son." The man with grey hair nodded. He proceeded to the outermost layer without commenting further. "Humph, are you satisfied now? If so, then shut the F***K up. Us wind magicians worked hard to keep the undead away just so everyone can group up here. I don't want you attracting their attention again," Shorty snarled unpleasantly. After venting his grudge, Shorty raised his head and gave Mo Fan a signal, telling him that the crowd was about to cross the street. A crowd of 700 people. The truth was, it did not really matter who was on the inner or outer layers. The people would surely panic while crossing the street. The situation was going to be messy. It was purely a matter of luck when it came down to who would survive in the end. "Mo Fa, I'll leave the high ground to you." Mu Bai, who had somehow become the leader of the group without him noticing, said to Mo Fan up on the balcony. Mo Fan nodded. The truth was, Mo Fan was not a natural leader. He was able to make quick decisions in his own view, thus he had no problem leading a small group of magicians. However, he was not very capable of leading a large group like this. For those who kept complaining, if Mo Fan felt annoyed, he would simply end those idiots' lives before the undead were involved. "By the way, shouldn't I be covering the high ground? My primary element is wind, and my secondary element is water. Either the wind disk or the rolling wave has a huge coverage area to sweep the undead away. I'm more suitable for the job," said an ordinary-looking magician, who obviously came from a renowned family. "Du Lecan, stop trying to make decisions on your own. Let's focus on crossing the street," said the girl with him. "I'm just worried, he looks like he's only in the 20s. How strong could he be? At least I'm Dash," said Du Lecan. "Enough with your crap, the people are moving. We magicians should focus on protecting them." Du Lecan glanced up at Mo Fan on the higher ground. He was not too convinced about leaving such an important role to Mo Fan. Mo Fan was not too bothered. He was responsible for eliminating huge groups of undead and communicating with the Imperial magicians were phoned from before. With such a large crowd, it was impossible to hide their presence for long. They would soon attract the attention of the Flesh Mound corpse official in the middle of the street. Once the corpse official started making its way toward them, there would not be 1 to 200 casualties. It was possible that the whole group would be wiped out. Therefore, they had to wait until the Imperial magicians engaged the corpse general and lured it and some other warrior-level undead far away from the crowd. Otherwise, they would have trouble crossing the street safely. "Shadow Magician, we're about to engage. Ask your people to prepare themselves. Remember, you have to be quick. We can't guarantee that the corpse official won't turn around and focus on the crowd instead." So a phone voice came. His voice was still echoing in Mo Fan's ears when a sudden gust swept across the street, breaking the glasses on the nearby buildings. Mo Fan glanced ahead and immediately saw the Imperial magician named Xiaohou. The wind wings on his back were extraordinarily glamorous, almost 4 meters long when fully extended. A gust in the shape of a spiral followed behind his figure. As Xiaohou beat his wings, he glided rapidly across the buildings utilizing the wind track the wings had produced. Even the puddles on the ground could only reflect a blurry figure. The undead on the ground felt something sweeping past above them. As they slowly turned their heads around, the Imperial magician had already flown 100 meters past them. The group of idiotic creatures finally chased after him. This Xiaohou purposely lured a group of undead away just so it's safer for the people to cross the street. "He's a nice guy," exclaimed Mo Fan. A moment later, while the undead was less dense, Mo Fan gave Mu Bai the signal. Mu Bai finally blew the horn to signal the people to advance forward. The people in front did not want to move at the start, but when the people behind shoved them forward, they were forced to move, as they would be trampled to death if they remained still. As such, the crowd began to move forward. 700 people had suddenly turned into a suicide squad as they rushed out from the building, straight toward the street that was crawling with undead. Chapter 617. Refining the corpses to produce skeletons. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. As the wind swept past the street, even the raindrops were falling at a slant. Xiaohou flew past the street while maintaining the same altitude. He could see the enormous lump of flesh in the middle of the avenue. The corpse general had a pair of muscular legs, like those of a toad. At the same time, it could withdraw its legs and turn itself into a round ball of flesh, which could easily collapse the buildings on both sides of the street when it was rolling. Half of the buildings that were standing before had collapsed. The flesh mound corpse official's movement speed was fairly slow. Its mouth occupied half of its entire body, like the huge entrance of a mountain, with a bottomless belly. As a matter of fact, the size of the flesh mound corpse official was similar to a giant house, yet its belly was rather unique, as if it would not expand even if containing over 1,000 undead inside. Xiaohou was less than 200 meters away from the flesh mound corpse official when he halted. He was not intimidated by the flesh mound corpse official's terrifying appearance or strength, but many phantom generals covered in blood-stained grey clothes had suddenly appeared in front of him. There were more than 10 phantom generals in total, each circling the flesh mound corpse official continuously, like a pet spirit. To Xiaohou, it simply looked like a bunch of flies flying over a giant lump of poop. The phantom generals kept on producing the gas of death. The presence of death was so thick that any living thing nearby could no longer breathe. At the start, Xiaohou's vision was shrouded by the black gas, preventing him from seeing what the flesh mound corpse official was up to. When he finally arrived before the creature, he subconsciously gasped. The flesh mound corpse official remained in place, but the phantom generals had turned into workers moving dead bodies to the corpse official. The corpses of dead people mauled beyond recognition were placed in front of the flesh mound corpse official. Meanwhile, the flesh mound corpse official opened its mouth and swallowed the dead bodies or even some that were still holding onto their last breath into its belly. Its long tongue was like a production belt in a factory, transporting corpses and living humans alike into its stomach. Meanwhile, below the flesh mound corpse official's main jaws was another smaller mouth that kept on spitting something out, which turned out to be skeletons. These skeletons were obviously freshly produced. They were totally clueless about how to move their bodies at the start. However, the skeletons soon became new members of the undead family and began searching for living things nearby. "It's refining the corpses to produce skeletons." Xiaohou shivered in fear. No wonder the flesh mound corpse official remained stationary. It turned out that it was producing skeletons continuously. Everyone killed by the phantom generals was carried away and placed in front of the flesh mound corpse official. Meanwhile, the flesh mound corpse official's stomach was obviously a place with the utmost presence of yin. Even living humans would be turned into skeletons within a short period of time after they were thrown inside it, let alone dead people. No wonder the number of undead on the street kept on increasing. Any magicians were also worn out after handling the undead across the city. These flesh mound corpse officials were actually turning the people of the city into undead, like mobile factories. We have to let the higher-ups know about this, or else the whole city is going to be turned into undead. Xiaohou said to his two comrades grimly. Normal communication devices are no longer usable. This whole place is filled with the strong presence of death. This is extremely important. You should go back to the inner city at once and tell the higher-ups to send advanced magicians out to eliminate these flesh mound corpse officials as soon as possible, said Xiaohou. The other two Imperial magicians did not expect that the flesh mound corpse officials were capable of producing skeletons, either. The city had millions of people. At the rate that the flesh mound corpse officials were turning people into skeletons, the whole city would be overrun with an army of skeletons before the tide of undead reached the city. I'll go back at once, but you two will have to handle it alone, said the Imperial magician with magic wings on his back. Don't worry, we can handle it, said Xiaohou. The flesh mound corpse officials were definitely a huge threat to the city. The longer they were around, the threat they would have to face would grow to be even more unimaginable. The winged magician nodded. He immediately retreated and flew toward the inner walls through an alleyway. As soon as the Imperial magician left, Mo Fan, who was at a greater height, soon learned the situation. What's happening? Mo Fan yelled at Xiaohou, hoping that the Imperial magician could hear him across the distance. The flesh mound corpse officials are continuously producing skeletons. The reason why this whole place is crawling with skeletons is because that creature is able to turn any dead or living humans into a skeleton after devouring them, replied Xiaohou, using the psychic element. Mo Fan was shocked. From his position, he could only see a black mist surrounding the flesh mound corpse official. He was unable to see what the creature was doing clearly, although it was clear that its surroundings were crawling with an army of skeletons. It turned out that the creature was producing them from corpses. The new finding was simply too terrifying. It was disastrous enough that the people of the city had died at the hands of the undead, yet even their bodies were forcibly turned into skeletons instead of being buried. The freshly produced skeletons would continue to kill, and the dead would be tossed into the corpse official's stomach to produce new skeletons. The cycle would repeat endlessly. The people of the ancient capital were all going to be turned into undead in no time. How terrifying was that? Tell the people to cross the street as soon as possible. If all 700 people die here, they will form an army of skeletons. My comrade has gone back to request backup, so you have to hurry too. Xiaohou's voice was slightly trembling. It seemed like the advanced magician was also feeling the urgency. Anyone would feel a chill deep in their soul after they learned how the undead were able to reinforce their army through the deaths of the living. I got it. Mo Fan finally recovered from his astonishment. His gaze shifted back to the crowd crossing the street. However, for some reason, all Mo Fan could see was a bunch of white skeletons. No way, he would not let them die here. Otherwise, the army of skeletons would surely deal a devastating blow to any survivors. Quick! Quick! The zombies are coming to the other side of the street. There are magicians there waiting for us. Mubai stood on top of a bus and yelled at the crowd. Earth magicians, faster, push the vehicles on the road aside, push them further, yelled Juming at the magicians beside her as she led the way. The long zebra crossing was stacked with vehicles. Their plan was to let the Earth magicians clear a path by pushing the vehicles out of the way. Not only would it give the people a clear path to escape to the other side, the vehicles would also form barriers on both sides and slow down the undead. Chapter 618. Same as a team. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Ice Lock. Use Ice Lock to tie the vehicles together as barriers. Shorty ordered in a loud voice. The disciple of some renowned family, named Du Lekung, was also an ice magician, same as Mu Bai. They both used their ice chains to tie the vehicles scattered on the streets together, stacking them up into a tall barrier. TL note, I thought he was a wind plus water magician a few chapters ago. Author please. The group did have a fair number of magicians. It was not too difficult for them to clear a path and stack the vehicles on both sides. Basically, the barriers were completed by the time the crowd at the front reached the zebra crossing. Soon, people started crossing the street like a slowly flowing river. The people in the front were mostly men in their robust years. They were able to speed up the flow behind without blocking the way ahead. The women and children were in the middle, surrounded by the men. At the start, everyone tried their best to stay in formation to protect the women and kids so they would not lose their way among the crowd. However, when the cries of undead rose from all directions, and undead approached the barriers on both sides, the crowd immediately turned into a mess. Anyone who fell to the ground would be trampled by countless feet. It did not matter if they were old people, kids, or women. Those who tripped, try your best to curl yourself up, use your hands to protect your heads and chest. Shorty yelled when he saw many people falling to the ground. It always felt the safest staying in a crowd, but when everyone was panicking, it was scarier than fighting against the undead. The magicians were able to hold the undead off with their spells, yet they could not use their spells to save the people on the ground. Forget about the people on the ground, a bunch of them are coming, there are too many of them, the magician with thick makeup screamed at Shorty. The magicians were all standing on top of the wall of cars, yet packs of undead were already lunging at them before the crowd was even halfway across the street. The cars, buses, and jeeps were unable to slow them down at all, as they could simply hop between the roofs of the cars. Each leap moved them 10 meters closer to the crowd. Their physical capabilities were far higher than a human's. Most terrifyingly, the number of zombies, skeletons, and phantoms was overwhelming. The cries and screams of the crowd, and the ground shaking as they ran, attracted every undead within a kilometer toward them. 10 o'clock, 30 of them, 30 zombies are coming, screamed the battlemaga with thick makeup, paling. Shorty and the woman were responsible for guarding in that direction, yet they were both busy handling a group of phantoms nearby. They would not be able to hold the zombies off. "Mo fan, are you waiting for New Year?" yelled Shorty at the top of his lungs. A few seconds after the yell, a blazing fireball descended from above and exploded right in the middle of the zombies. Not only did the flames rose up in a huge mushroom cloud, it even detonated the vehicles nearby. The flames spread rapidly as sharp fragments of the exploded vehicles flew in all directions. The zombies were either scorched black or punctured by the fragments. "I'll leave the rest to you, there are more coming from the other side," Mo Fan's voice came from above. Shorty spat on the ground and slammed his fiery fist at the ground, producing a magnificent ground break that launched the remaining zombies into the sky. "Why is your second-tier fiery fist, ground break, weaker than that guy's first-tier fiery fist, exploding heaven?" asked the battlemaga with thick makeup. "Shut up!" Shorty felt humiliated when he realized that his spell had killed less than 10 zombies. At the front of the crowd, the ice chains of Mu Bai and Dulakang danced in the sky above the crowd, knocking away the undead that were trying to jump into the crowd. Dulakang was still too naive because of his youth, still trying to compete with others in a situation like this. He was trying to control 5 ice chains at once. However, he had to focus more in order to control a higher number of ice chains. He did not realize that a phantom was sneaking toward him quickly. Dulakang, a phantom general. Luckily, his girlfriend reminded him after noticing the creature in time. Dulakang turned around and discovered a creature with legs like a spider had crawled onto the bus. It immediately lashed out at him. Dulakang was fairly quick with his reactions. He immediately summoned an ice chain back, trying to wrap it around the phantom general. To his surprise, the phantom general was extremely agile. It spun around the bus, dodging the ice chain with ease, before 6 limbs with icy edges were raised to stab through him. Dulakang summoned his shield equipment in panic. It was a shield made of deep ocean blue orbs densely packed together. Its defense was not particularly outstanding. It managed to save Dulakang's life, yet 6 bloody holes were left on his body. The wounds were close to Dulakang's arteries. His blood immediately jetted out from the holes. "Lakang! Someone save him!" Dulakang's girlfriend screamed out in panic. The number of undead was not less than the crowd. Even Mu Bai, who was the closest to him, was being kept busy by 20 skeletons nearby. He did not have a chance to cast a spell to help Du Lekang. The Phantom General's savage face had a vicious look when it realized its attack had only inflicted serious injuries to its target. It adjusted its position and purposely waited for the shield equipment to disappear before giving him a fatal blow. The shield equipment did not last long. The Phantom General crouched slightly to accumulate its strength. Suddenly, a purple-black lightning bolt appeared in the sky above the Spider Phantom General. It was almost as tall as the building next to it. The lightning struck the Spider Phantom General. The cunning creature sank into the roof on the bus. Before it could recover, another lightning bolt struck the creature again. The roof of the bus exploded as the creature was blasted into the bus. Its body was scorched black. The elegant yet destructive lightning appeared again. It passed through the hole on the bus roof and landed on the Spider Phantom General. The Spider Phantom General trembled, its bones thoroughly shattered. When the cunning creature thought it had all come to an end, more lightning strikes landed on it mercilessly. The bottom of the bus was blasted open. The Spider Phantom General fell through the hole to the ground. Even the surface was cracked open. The continuous lightning strikes were utterly imperious, blasting the creature from the roof of the bus to the ground. Its back was punctured by the lightning rays, its limbs were doing a final dance as its life force drained away. Meanwhile, Du Lekang was still bleeding heavily on the roof of the bus. He raised his head and glanced at the young man in the black outfit in disbelief. Lightning element, so he's a lightning magician. Du Lekang finally understood why everyone had let him take the higher ground. That guy up there, his firepower is as strong as a small team of magicians. Mu Bai stated after seeing Du Lekang's reaction. Chapter 619. Killing the Little Phantom General Instantly. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. A green soul remnant floated out from the bottom of the bus and was slowly drawn inside the little loach pendant. It was quite effective to refine warrior-level soul remnants into servant-class soul essences. Mo Fan, who was focusing on killing the undead, somehow discovered that another soul essence had been refined. Lately, the battle and killing had been ongoing for quite some time. The little loach had been working 24 hours every day to refine soul essences for Mo Fan. The number of soul essences had risen rapidly. More undead continued to make their way toward the crowd. Mo Fan glanced at the people and discovered that some of the men in their robust years who were leading the way had reached the other side of the street. The whole zebra crossing was filled with people. Mo Fan could only see their heads pushing against one another. However, even with over 90 magicians protecting the barriers, some phantoms with eerie movement styles managed to sneak past the defense and land among the crowd. These phantoms had sharp claws. Following every icy slash, some people would fall to the ground with blood jetting out from the cuts. They had no chance of defending themselves. Luckily, the momentum as the crowd moved together was quite strong, too. These phantoms only dared kill the people on the outer layer, so they could only kill a limited number of people. The low-level undead were creatures that were both greedy and stupid. If some zombies or phantoms managed to kill a human, the others who smelled the fresh blood would simply lunge at the fresh corpse. Therefore, the death of a single person would always buy time for the others, until the undead had finished enjoying the fresh meat, blood, and delicious organs from the corpse. Mo Fan could not do anything to the undead that had snuck into the crowd. Even though he could kill them instantly with a fiery fist, he would end up killing more people than the undead. The situation was basically the survival of termites, as Mu Bai had mentioned. As more undead snuck past the defense, more bodies fell to the ground. Each second someone screamed for help as they dropped to the pools of blood on the ground. Meanwhile, other people safely reached the other side of the street. Mo Fan had long learned the cruelty of this world. The truth was, every battle that happened in this world would have casualties comparable to this invasion of the undead. Mo Fan pinched the black undead crystal he had acquired to pieces. Wisps of energy flowed into his lightning nebula under his control. An eighth! It was Mo Fan's second time using a warrior-level undead crystal to replenish his energy. As Shorty had mentioned, he could only replenish an eighth of his energy. Taking a deep breath, Mo Fan drew a star pattern without any expression. The ability to draw a star orbit with a thought allowed him to cast basic spells instantly. His hands were flickering with lightning. He tossed the lightning right at the zombies outside the barriers. The lightning arcs quickly formed electric fields, spreading between the zombies. However, they were simply too many zombies. The effect of the shock was significantly reduced when more zombies were caught in the field. As such, they were not actually fully paralyzed. The zombies rammed into the barriers made of vehicles and soon broke a hole through. More undead surged through the defense and immediately lunged at the crowd. Mo Fan was initially going to turn around, but when he heard the screams of kids, he clenched his teeth with a pale face and forcefully drew another star orbit. The moon-colored star orbit tore a gap in the air, from which a wounded wolf leapt out and landed close to the gap where the zombies had broken through. "Kill them all!" Mo Fan gave the order to the Swift Star Wolf. The Swift Star Wolf landed among the undead. It turned into a ray of light falling in the air and stomped the ground with great might, knocking more than 10 zombies into the air. The Swift Star Wolf created some space and uttered a roar into the sky, summoning strong winds and sweeping the dust nearby into a wild storm with the Swift Star Wolf in the center. The pieces of rocks hit the zombies hard, yet they had no sense of pain. However, as the tornado grew stronger, the zombies were lifted off the ground and tossed into the air, before being torn apart by the strong wind or the wolf's claws. The storm of dust was gradually dyed red, as countless of zombies and phantoms were torn to pieces. The storm finally dissipated, followed by a rain of blood pouring down from the sky. The kids and teenagers who were left behind the crowd turned around in shock and discovered that the zombies were all gone. The only things that were left were amputated limbs, inner organs, and lumps of meat and blood. In the middle of the rain of blood stood a handsome wolf whose hair was dyed red. It was panting heavily, puffing out white air. Scars, new cuts, and festering wounds were all across the beast's body, yet it continued to follow behind the crowd. Whenever a zombie or phantom was close, it would tear at the undead and rip it in half. Heal! A young teenager bit his lips after calling out the spell's name. Sacred white stars were connected slowly one by one, and started to shake, especially when the count reached the 6th and 7th stars. The whole star orbit could crumble at any time. The teenager had a determined gaze. His forehead was covered in sweat as he finished channeling the basic spell. The glow of the healing spell finally appeared on his palm like fireflies. The young teenager with tender skin joyfully tossed the spell toward the Swift Star Wolf. When the long wound on the Swift Star Wolf's back was sprinkled with the glowing light, it quickly recovered. The half-a-meter-long cut was soon as thin as a string of hair. The wound was on the lower back of the Swift Star Wolf. Each time the Swift Star Wolf swung its claws, it would feel a tearing pain from the wound. Although the healing spell was quite weak, it did help the Swift Star Wolf get rid of its greatest threat. The young teenager was very excited. When he turned around, he suddenly saw a man appeared eerily from a shadow. The teenager recognized him. He was the young magician that was killing packs of undead from above. His eyes flickered with respect and admiration. It's my first time casting the spell," said the young teenager with the healing element. "What year are you in?" "Year 10. "Let me help you, I can heal your summoned beast." "Your summoned beast is so strong, he killed so many undead within a few seconds," said the young teenager. "Hurry up and catch up to the others. Only a few people in the whole city are able to awaken the healing element as their primary element. Don't die too easily," replied Mo Fan calmly. "But I can." "Save your passion until you reach the inner city." Healing a magician basically means you've healed a crowd of people. Mo Fan did not speak further to the teenager. He immediately ordered the Swift Star Wolf to bring him to safety. Chapter 620. Stars. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The end of the crowd had gradually reached the middle of the street. It was no longer meaningful for Mo Fan to stay at the higher ground. Speaking of which, they had not arranged people to cover the rear, since they were in a rush planning. Left with no choice, Mo Fan jumped down from the higher ground and protected the rear of the crowd. The truth was, they did not specifically appoint people to cover the retreat, as magicians were people too. It was definitely the most dangerous job, and anyone who was planning to stay alive would not want to fill a position that could be surrounded by undead at any second. The back of the crowd was indeed the most dangerous, as the casualties were higher than being on the sides. If it weren't for Mo Fan and the Swift Star Wolf guarding the rear, everyone at the back would have been overtaken by the skeletons and phantoms in the middle of the street. Once people were split from the crowd, there was no chance of them surviving. Mo Fan pinched another undead crystal into pieces, which only restored a 16th of his energy, almost negligible. The energy was not even enough to draw an intermediate star pattern. It was barely enough to cast a lightning strike to slow down the pace of the undead catching up from behind. Luckily, the Swift Star Wolf was around to eliminate the undead getting closer to him, allowing him to focus on channeling spells without worrying too much. A huge roar came from not far away down the street. Following the roar, a wild black gust surged in the direction the crowd was fleeing into. The vehicles on both sides were swept away. As soon as the vehicles were swept away, it cleared a huge path for an enormous body. Mo Fan turned around and was stunned when he saw the black gust had started from 100 meters away. His face immediately turned grim. Flesh Mound Corpse Official. It's the Flesh Mound Corpse Official's breath. Damn it, did the two advanced magicians fail to suppress it? A warrior-level creature that made it to the crowd would simply reap human lives like a crop harvester. If a commander-level creature reached the crowd, not only were the few hundred people who were still crossing the street going to die, even those who made it to the other end were in danger. When Mo Fan recalled how the Flesh Mound Corpse Official was able to turn the bodies it swallowed into skeletons, he immediately felt his hair standing on end. Shadow Magician, evacuate the crowd at once. We too are pinned down. The Corpse Official is going to kill everyone. Xiaohou's voice came into Mo Fan's mind with a hint of fear and self-accusation. Damn it, you shouldn't have sent your comrade away, cursed Mo Fan. If we didn't bring back the information, more people would die, said Xiaohou. It's coming, screamed Mo Fan. The breath of darkness stopped around 50 meters away from the crowd. The Flesh Mound Corpse Official was obviously not planning to use it to attack the crowd. It was only trying to clear the vehicles along the path. The Flesh Mound Corpse Official extended its strong back limbs. Even though its mass was huge, it actually moved forward by leaping like a frog. Each leap would cover between 50 to 60 meters. As such, it only needed a few leaps to travel a distance of a few hundred meters. Run, there's no point of risking your life too. Imperial magicians were phone-chased behind the creature. Unfortunately, he did not have any spells that could stop the Flesh Mound Corpse Official. Every time the Flesh Mound Corpse Official leapt forward, the street and the buildings on two sides of the street rocked wildly. Its size and its jumping ability gave Mo Fan the feeling that a mountain was charging right at him with the speed of a race car. The visual impact of seeing such an enormous body approaching him made his heart race. Run! Was the only thought that crossed Mo Fan's mind. The creature was not something he could handle with his current strength. But there were still over 300 people on the street. The Flesh Mound Corpse Official could devour over 100 people at a time, while a single breath of darkness would kill another 100. The remaining 600 people were not enough to slow the Flesh Mound Corpse Official down at all. Run, staying alive is better than nothing, don't hesitate, run. Xiaohou yelled into Mo Fan's mind using psychic voice. Anything else would no longer matter if they were dead. Xiaohou knew he was to blame, yet he did not want the magicians who were kind enough to escort the commoners to die, too. If the magicians ran on their own, they had a higher chance at surviving. The Flesh Mound Corpse Official was aiming for the crowd. It was planning to turn the 700 people into skeletons, but the magicians didn't have to die. The young teenager with the healing element stared at the Flesh Mound Corpse Official leaping toward the crowd in fear. His heart was overwhelmed with despair. Does a human actually stand a chance against an undead creature like that? No matter how powerful a magician was, there was no way they could do anything to something so big. The crowd was completely terrified. They had already seen the Flesh Mound Corpse official coming. No one could miss the huge creature approaching them. The zombies, phantoms, and skeletons were no longer scary compared to the Flesh Mound Corpse official. Anyone would simply flee subconsciously when facing the undead, but in the case of the Flesh Mound Corpse official, their minds were completely blank. The despair was so overwhelming that they felt like they were already dead. The crowd stopped screaming, falling into dead silence. The people on the outer layer had given up on defending themselves. Their throats were bitten in half while they were still immersed in despair. As their life was drained away, they actually felt slightly relieved that it was better to die this way, instead of suffering both mentally and physically in the upcoming situation. Yell, 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 you only know how to F*** King yell, can't you reputable Imperial magicians be reliable for once? Mo Fan was enraged as his ears kept hearing Zhuofeng urging him to run for his life. What did you say? Imperial magician Zhuofeng was stunned when he heard Mo Fan's accusation. Zhuofeng did not hear it through the psychic voice. Mo Fan's roar was so loud that he could hear it despite the distance between them. Mo Fan totally ignored Zhuofeng's advice. When he uttered the roar, little flame Belle had already come out from the contracted space. The little creature was totally aware of the rage burning inside her father's heart. Possess! Mo Fan ordered her. Even though the little flame Belle was still overwhelmed by fatigue, she still surrounded herself in the calamity fire and rushed into Mo Fan's chest. The calamity fire instantly exploded over Mo Fan, fierce flames spreading around him. The fire burned wildly, yet the fire-shrouded Mo Fan had his eyes closed. His thoughts went into the space inside the little loach pendant at lightning speed. Mo Fan took out the soul essence most recently refined and inserted it into the fire nebula in his spiritual world as fast as he could. The fire nebula was dim due to the lack of energy, but its 48 strengthened stars were blazing red, like fiery crystals. As Mo Fan inserted the soul essence into the last star, the whole nebula immediately emitted a blinding red glow. All 49 stars were entirely bright red with a fiery power that many yearned for. Inside the spiritual world, all 49 stars were set aflame. On the outside, Mo Fan's figure was covered in wild flames like a fire demon. He grabbed his right wrist with his left hand, the energy on his right wrist about to burst out from his body at any second. Chapter 621. Blasting the corpse official away. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The bright red from the rose flame combined with the brown and scarlet of the calamity fire. The flame surged forward across the street, turning the raindrops falling from the sky into white mist. The spell that Mo Fan cast when possessed by the little flame Belle was none other than the terrifying meteorite fist. It swept along the street like a meteor as the brilliant, destructive sparks scattered everywhere. However, since all 49 stars were strengthened, the flames produced during the drawing of the star pattern were much fiercer and wilder. It was neither Nine Palaces nor Meteorite Fist. Mo Fan's arms were wound about by several tiny fire dragons. It felt like these vivid and lifelike dragons were about to lunge forward from his arms. Meteorite Fist. 9 dragons. The flames exploded from Mo Fan as he threw his right fist at the Flesh Mound Corpse official, the accumulated energy level approaching its limit. Following the punch, 9 fire dragons engulfed in blinding flames jetted out from his arm with a flare of bright flames. The loud, howling flames sounded like cries of dragons echoing down the whole street. The dragons lunged forth, leaving a trail of fierce flames on the street. The river of flames rolled ahead between the buildings, while the glass windows shattered into pieces as it passed. The Flesh Mound Corpse official was currently in mid-air, its bulging eyes staring at the crowd, driven by the desire to produce more skeletons. However, it saw formidable flames consisting of a bright red and red-brown fire engulfing the figure of an unremarkable magician, before 9 spectacular fiery dragons flew right at it. The sound produced by the flames stacked together into a huge explosion. All 9 fire dragons rammed into the Flesh Mound Corpse official's body simultaneously. The tremendous impact immediately knocked the enormous creature flying into the distance. The flames burst into their surroundings. The 9 fiery dragons turned into several hundred tongues of fire after they collided with the creature. The flames danced wildly along the spacious street, turning it into a blazing red fiery river covering over 100 meters. Meanwhile, the flesh mound corpse official flew in the opposite direction of the crowd, rolling like a wrecking ball a few hundred meters further, smashing the vehicles on the street flat along the way. The flames were still burning fiercely on it, especially its stomach where the hit had landed. It appeared that its thick, sturdy stomach had a hole blasted in it, where the flames were still burning. The wound was nothing serious compared to the flesh mound corpse official's size, yet it still left the creature in incredible pain despite its thick hide. Imperial magician Xiaohou beat his wind wings and turned around in astonishment. Just a moment ago, the flesh mound corpse official had flown across the sky just half a meter above him. Wasn't the flesh mound corpse official less than 100 meters away from the crowd? Xiaohou glanced at the young shadow magician in disbelief. His figure was still shrouded in wild flames. Did he really knock the flesh mound corpse official flying with a single punch? That's a flesh mound corpse official. Even an intermediate spell was not enough to hurt its skin. How could the intermediate magician possibly deal such a serious blow to the creature? 4th tier fiery fist. Xiaohou soon collected his thoughts, yet quickly denied his own speculation. Even though a 4th tier fiery fist was fairly powerful, it still was not as astonishing as the 9 fiery dragons. The spell was already comparable to an advanced fire spell. Xiaohou, what are you waiting for? It's injured, hurry up and cast mind control, blurted out the other Imperial magician. Xiaohou finally recovered from his shock. The flesh mound corpse official had been knocked flying by the blast. It was still dizzy from the collision and hurting from the wound on its stomach. It was the perfect time to cast mind control. Even if he could only control it for a few seconds, it was enough to crush the phantom generals close to it. The 2 advanced magicians knew to take advantage of the opportunity. They immediately utilized this moment to control the flesh mound corpse official. Xiaohou managed to take control the flesh mound corpse official. It began to charge in the opposite direction of the crowd, dealing a destructive blow to the phantom generals and skeletons that were following it. Scores of undead were rapidly crushed to pieces by the massive creature. As the danger was resolved, the crowd that had come to a standstill burst out cheering. All those with a sense of relief after surviving, or those that were overwhelmed by the lingering fear after barely escaping the jaws of death, had experienced fear, then despair, and finally hope after realizing their lives were saved. They could no longer keep their emotions under control after going through such immense torment. Meanwhile, the magicians who were on the verge of giving up were looking at Fan as if he was a monster. The guy had just sent a commander-level undead flying with a single punch. What else could he be, if he wasn't a monster? The river of flames across the street had burned countless undead to death. It simply eliminated the threat endangering the crowd. Was he seriously just an intermediate magician? What are you all waiting for? Do you want to die? Start running, yelled Shorty, who was the first to gather his wits. As a matter of fact, even Shorty had only recovered from his great astonishment himself. He was the kind of magician that liked to collect all sorts of information. He had heard many times about how outstanding Mofan's double innate elements was, which alone guaranteed Mofan a spot representing their country in the World College Tournament. To his surprise, the guy was as strong as a monster. My God, a commander-level undead, was the creature he blasted really a corpse official, screamed someone among the magicians. The magicians were split into 2 groups. One consisted of people who were screaming OMG like the person before. The other group was completely stunned. They had yet to recover from their overwhelming fear of the flesh mound corpse official when they witnessed an intermediate magician blasting the flesh mound corpse official away. To everyone who was screaming or had fallen mute, Mofan's punch had left great astonishment deep in their souls. They simply could not calm down for a very long time. The crowd safely crossed the dead street, pushing their way into the pedestrian walk on the other side. Magicians were setting up barriers to stop the undead from catching up from behind. Meanwhile, there were also quite a few magicians on the other end, who quickly lent a hand when they saw such a huge crowd coming in their direction. The crowd continued to advance, before scattering into different streets and alleyways. The area was still not occupied by undead. The evacuation from here on was a lot smoother since they had crossed the deadly street. The people did not stay for long, quickly fleeing to the inner walls. However, no one would ever forget their astonishment from witnessing the punch from the young magician in the black shirt. Meanwhile, somewhere close to the zebra crossing, Mo Fan was panting heavily. His face was pale white after expending too much energy, yet his expression showed no sign of fatigue. Instead, he had a vicious grin, like an imperious CEO. He swung his arm around, as it had gotten sore after he kept the posture for too long. Mo Fan felt like bursting out laughing after feeling the formidable strength of the meteorite fist, 9 dragons. At last, he had finally learned the move he had been looking forward to for a very long time. Chapter 622. The Fearsome Magician. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The meteorite fist's strength was already overwhelming when Mo Fan was possessed by the flame Belle. Even Dongfanglai's 4th-tier fiery fist was no match for it. Now, Mo Fan had also mastered the 4th-tier fiery fist. The 2.5 times multiplier from the rose flame made the fiery fist, 9 serpents, even fiercer. When combining the 4th-tier fiery fist and little flame Belle's possess, the meteorite fist, 9 serpents, was simply too violent. Even a commander-level undead would have a hard time against it. Either way, it was clear that the meteorite fist, 9 serpents damage had reached the level of an advanced spell. Mo Fan had already felt that when all his 49 stars were strengthened, the combination of the little flame Belle's possess and the 4th-tier fiery fist was definitely comparable to an advanced spell. To his surprise, the damage was even stronger than he had imagined. It surely had no match in the intermediate level. "I'll leave the rest to you two," yelled Mo Fan. He quickly caught up to the crowd, not daring to stay on the street any further. Mo Fan acted like he was an expert who had been living in seclusion, stepping forward in the nick of time to change the outcome of the battle, before letting the 2 Imperial magician subordinates clear up the rest of the mess. The truth was, his energy was completely depleted. If he did not find a place to rest up soon, even the smallest undead, or a little skeleton, was enough to take his life away. However, the 2 Imperial magicians had to admit that Mo Fan's punch had helped them a great deal, giving Xiaohou the chance to control the flesh Mound corpse official for 5 seconds. Even if it was only 5 seconds, a commander-level creature could easily destroy an army of undead within 1 to 2 seconds. The 5 seconds were enough to force the flesh Mound corpse official to roll into a ball and crush a few hundred of the skeletons it had produced. The little skeletons were quite pitiful. Just a moment ago, they were charging with their king to hunt the living humans, but their king suddenly went mad after it was knocked flying by the magician, and rolled in their direction instead. Since the undead had basically died once before, no one cared how distressed they were. Regardless, even using all their limbs trying to run away, they still could not escape the shadow looming over them as their king rolled toward them. The wide street was covered in pieces of skeletons. The phantoms, which possessed a dim intelligence, fled into the distance when they saw the corpse official turning hostile. Without the disturbance from the little phantoms and undead generals, the 2 Imperial magicians were able to cast advanced spells consecutively. The impact almost crumbled the entire street. Xiaohou, who was that guy? The square-faced Imperial magician was an earth magician. He successfully turned the flesh Mound corpse official into stone using the eyes of the rock demon. He let out a relieved sigh before recalling the young fire magician. "I have no idea, either. I thought he was just a university student with the shadow element." Xiaohou turned around, but failed to find the young man. "Who would have thought it was him helping us to control the situation? Otherwise, we would have left the people to disaster," murmured the square-faced Imperial magician. Xiaohou nodded. As a matter of fact, the 3 Imperial magicians would not have had much trouble killing the flesh Mound corpse official, but it was too important to let the higher-ups know about the flesh Mound corpse official's terrifying ability. Without the 3rd Imperial magician, it had almost slaughtered the crowd of civilians. Luckily, the university student with shadow element was monstrously strong, and blasted the Flesh Mound corpse official away using just an intermediate spell. Could it be that he has a soul-grade fire? The square-faced Imperial magician glanced at the Flesh Mound corpse official, making sure that the creature was unable to break free from being petrified. No, I was quite close to him. It must be some rare magic tool which is able to boost his 4th-tier fiery fist significantly, replied Xiaohou. Xiaohou only saw Mo Fan being engulfed in flames suddenly. He did not see the little flame bell entering Mo Fan, so he could only explain it as some kind of magic tool. 4th-tier fiery fist, that's 49 soul essences. If one soul essence is between 4 to 5 million RMB, is he the son of some incredible renowned family? Asked the square-faced Imperial magician in astonishment. An Imperial magician like him had to save up many years just to buy magic wings, which were priced around 100 million. Meanwhile, the young man had already leveled up his fire element to the 4th tier. He would need more than 200 million to do that. Anything over 10 million was considered a great sum to advanced magicians, let alone anything over 100 million. Nevertheless, there was no way for an Imperial magician like him to have so much money. Having money didn't mean you could simply spend it like that. Either way, his 4th-tier fiery fist saved everyone's life, said Xiaohou calmly. It was rare for anyone to raise their basic spells to the 4th tier, let alone a 4th-tier intermediate spell, which would require a huge amount of resources. Even someone with an extraordinary natural talent, like Dongfang Lai, could barely cast the 4th-tier fiery fist. Someone that had actually raised an intermediate spell to the 4th tier. Mo Fan was most likely the only one in all of China. And now, these two Imperial magicians had just happened to stumble into a man with a 4th-tier fiery fist. Shouldn't they be burning incenses and bowing down to express their gratitude to Guanyin, the Bodhisattva of compassion? After killing this son of a bitch, let's go look for him. We need someone strong like him in times like this, exclaimed the square-faced Imperial magician. Forget it, he's still an intermediate magician, I can feel his mind weakening. His energy must have depleted. It's likely that he didn't even have the chance to rest after the battle along the walls. Xiaohou was able to sense some information through his psychic element. Alright, once the danger is resolved, we should go and thank him. If we manage to resolve the danger, Xiaohou glanced at the city being drenched by the rain. He obviously was not too optimistic about their fate. Mo Fan was completely worn out, as it was true that he had been involved in battles since the night before. The swift star wolf could still barely move after being healed. Mo Fan simply laid down on its back and fell asleep. If anything, his summoned beast would just wake him up. Mo Fan did not follow the crowd. He had done all he could, and all he could not, too. He would leave the people to their own fates, since he was not Sun Wukong trying to escort them along their journey to the west. Mu Bai and Zhu Ming were more compassionate. There were people from Bo City among the crowd, so they decided to escort them all the way to the inner city. Mo Fan did not head for the inner city. He had to look for Liu Yu still. The swift star wolf told Mo Fan that Liu Yu was in a different direction. Mo Fan said goodbye to Zhu Ming and Mu Bai and proceeded to search for Liu Yu by asking the swift star wolf to follow her scent. Shorty did not follow Mo Fan either. He had gone to search for his hunter friends. The group split up after telling everyone that they would see each other behind the inner walls. It was better for Mo Fan to act alone. After all, the swift star wolf had a sensitive nose, helping him to avoid unnecessary fights. The swift star wolf slowly avoided the undead, considering that Mo Fan's energy was gone. Once they located Liu Yu, Mo Fan's safety would be secured, as Liu Yu was not weak, either. Chapter 623. The Kiss in the Middle of the Disaster. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The swift star wolf remembered Liu Yu's scent and slowly advanced forward carrying the fast-asleep Mo Fan. The area was still free of the Flesh Mound corpse officials and the undead in their stomachs. Their journey was fairly safe. Mo Fan was actually soundly asleep on the swift star wolf's furry back. He was too tired. If he did not replenish some of his energy, he could not even cast a basic spell. It was too cruel for him to die after he had just learned a new move. The swift star wolf brought Mo Fan to an old residential area. Most of the inhabitants were already evacuated. There were people moving in the corners of the alleyways before disappearing quickly. They were most likely the people that had fled here from other places, seeking a place to hide from the undead temporarily in a relatively safer area. As a matter of fact, the army of undead led by the Nether Bone ruler and the mountain zombie was the deadliest. It was likely that the Black Ocean had reached the outer walls and was slowly devouring the line of defense. In no time, the whole city was going to turn into the undead's territory, with the inner city stranded like a lonely island surrounded by the ocean of undead. Mo Fan had to locate the people he was searching for before the ocean of undead devoured this place. He did not want to wait for the news from inside the walls, gnawing with worry. He did not learn magic and pursue the higher levels just to seek fascinating power, but most importantly, to protect the people close to him in this dangerous, hostile world. Upon arriving at an alleyway built with bricks, the swift star wolf went straight for the building at the end. The swift star wolf did not take the normal path. He leapt over the entrance by kicking off the walls and landed inside the residence. Mo Fan was awakened by the sudden wild movement. "She's here." Mo Fan washed his face with the rain. It was impossible to get a good sleep on a moving car, let alone in a situation when the undead could appear at any time. Before the swift star wolf could respond, the door swung open. Liu Yu, dressed in fresh clothes like the girl next door, stood by the door for a moment before she joyfully ran forward and fell into Mo Fan's arms, like a sparrow returning to her nest. If the blood tribe was able to shed tears, with her excited reaction, they would surely be found on her pale white face. "Did someone bully you?" asked Mo Fan with a frown as he sensed that something did not feel right about Liu Yu. He glanced at the surroundings and saw a few men who looked like rascals tied up to the pillars. He immediately became furious. The three men were dumbfounded. If they were not tied up, they would drop to their knees before Liu Yu and scream out that they were innocent. They would not dare to bully Liu Yu. As a matter of fact, Liu Yu was the one that had bullied them, until they began to beg her for mercy. "It's not them, we'll talk inside." Liu Yu led Mo Fan into the house, which surprisingly had a king bed stove in it. It was very warm, which felt very soothing to the fatigued Mo Fan. The cold rain never stopped falling, even a fire magician would find it unbearable. TL note, search king bed stoves on Google if you want to know what it looks like. "You look very weak," said Mo Fan. I lost a fair amount of my origin blood after I was injured." Liu Yu nodded and told Mo Fan the sequence of events, from Fang Jiyu showing up, to her protecting the villagers of Hua village. Liu Yu knew Mo Fan would come looking for her, so she did not leave even when the purple alert was sounded. She simply waited for him here, as she was still weak and not as strong as before. She did not dare to go out there searching for him. "I thought I would be safer after I found you," said Mo Fan with a wry smile. Mo Fan's current feeling was like someone paying his long-distance girlfriend a visit during the 7 days holiday around the National Day, and planning to do shameless things together. However, his girlfriend's period happened to pay her a visit at the same time, too. "But with you here, I can recover quickly." Liu Yu's eyes flickered when she saw Mo Fan's reaction, like an empress getting excited after successfully luring a little fresh meat into her trap. TL note, searched little fresh meat if you don't know what it means, it's an internet buzzword in China. Before Mo Fan could understand what she meant, an alluring scent assailed his nose, followed by hot lips kissing his neck. The sensation was so pleasant that it felt like he was electrified. Liu Yu could not wait any longer. She was a member of the blood tribe after all, hence she could not withstand the desire to drink fresh blood. She was already controlling herself not to drink the blood of those filthy men, but her red Yakult was now standing in front of her, and she could no longer restrain the urge. Ed note, it's a daily probiotic drink. "Wait until I lie down, oh." Mo Fan's body suddenly felt numb before he could finish the sentence. Normally, Mo Fan only offered his blood while he was asleep. Liu Yu, who had feelings for him, was not willing to wake him up from his sleep, but they were in an urgent situation now. Blood serums could at most help the blood tribe adjust their condition, they were nowhere as effective as fresh blood. Besides, Liu Yu had only become a blood tribe after drinking Mo Fan's blood, so it was more or less her origin blood. When Mo Fan first met Liu Yu, she looked a little haggard. His first impression of her was elegant and graceful, like an orchid, but she extremely thirsty after losing too much blood and now as crazed as a leopard. She pushed Mo Fan against the wall and sucked his blood wildly. Although he was losing blood, a certain part of his body did not seem to lack blood at all. In the past, Mo Fan had always ambushed Xinxia like a starving wolf pouncing on a sheep when she was not paying any attention. He would push her down on the couch or bed and do everything evil possible, yet he was in her shoes today, and it felt quite pleasant. No wonder Xinxia never resisted. Oh, she could not resist even if she wanted to. The sound of the raindrops tapping on the roof came clearly. The roars of the starving zombies would echoed in the alleyway at times. The clouds of death with no visible end loomed over the place, almost overwhelming the tall buildings across the city, but it did not stop the man and the woman in the cozy, warm hut sticking together closely on the wall. Mo Fan raised his head, as he thought a storm was about to come. He was just about to throw the calamity that he was involved in out of his mind when everything came to a stop. "It's over?" Mo Fan lowered his head in confusion and looked down at Liu Yu, who had yet to fully enjoy herself. "What do you think?" Liu Yu glanced back at Mo Fan. Her lips, which were pale initially, were now bright red. "Oh, that was fast," Mo Fan said awkwardly. "You're tired too. I don't dare to drink too much of your blood," Liu Yu said in a serious manner. "Besides, weren't you trying to poke me with your fingers?" Saying this, Liu Yu suddenly discovered Mo Fan's hands raised up on both sides of her. They exchanged glances with one another, and Liu Yu instantly blushed. Mo Fan uttered a hollow laugh. He looked at the outside. "The weather today isn't bad, quite chilly though dash." "His finger?" "It would take at least 2 of his fingers to make up to his size." Your energy feels empty, I can help you." Liu Yu's voice was soft as a mosquito. Chapter 624. A Test Run. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. When Liu Yu mentioned that she could help him with the recovery, Mo Fan subconsciously recalled the scenes of man and woman cultivating together by utilizing the balance of yin and yang from both sides in wuxia or xianxia stories. Since the blood tribe had originated from the West, it was likely that they had their own secret arts too. Mo Fan seemed fairly collected on the surface, but he was actually overjoyed inside, with an expression saying, "I'm going to lie down. You can do whatever you want, I don't really understand the details. I'll go and catch a few phantoms back. I can draw the energy of their souls and replenish the energy of your spiritual world. You should be able to recover fairly quickly," said Liu Yu. "Oh, is your body all right now?" said Mo Fan, raising his brows. "Yeah, it's fine now," replied Liu Yu, showing Mo Fan the scar on her arm. The arm that was obviously burned before was now tender and smooth as jade. Mo Fan kept hearing how extraordinary the blood tribe's recuperative ability was, and now he finally believed it. The woman who looked weak just a moment ago suddenly became as strong and healthy as a cat, and nimbly flew out of the house. Mo Fan was indeed tired. Although his mind was occupied with lewd thoughts still, his sleepiness grew stronger with the warmth. He laid down on the bed and fell deeply asleep. Normally, Mo Fan would be slightly more alert, since the city was no longer safe. However, his only thought after being spiritually worn out was to get himself a good sleep. He completely forgot about the heavy rain and chilly rain outside, the zombies roaming on the streets, and the Netherbone ruler. Dark clouds invaded the ancient capital, bringing utter destruction to the city. Cold rain poured down like arrows, corroding the foundation of the ancient capital. Most terrifyingly, the undead climbing out from the tombs, cemeteries, burial grounds, and barrows were not willing to leave, filling the land that was soaking wet from the rain. The previously magnificent outer walls were like a fragile dam, standing no chance against the fierce tide of undead. The outer walls were thoroughly destroyed. The thick walls stacked up with bricks collapsed, the tall towers fell tumbling to the ground, not to mention the buildings on the streets. When observing from the inner walls, the area over 10 kilometers from the ancient capital was completely covered by the Black Ocean. The tide of undead burst through the buildings, streets, public squares, parks, schools, hospitals to the ground, and not a single corpse was left. The undead finally invaded the city from all directions. The scariest thing was not the pace at which the ocean of undead was devouring the city, but the fact that after the black tide had entered the city, the whole land was still covered in black moving figures with no visible ends. One could not help but doubt if humans were the actual invaders of this land. Pack, horde, kingdom, an undead kingdom. An undead kingdom, an aged voice mumbled softly on the observation tower, sounding more like a prayer of death uttered for the city's sake. Could it be that the ancient capital, which had existed for thousands of years, was finally going to be erased from history on this rainy day? The undead extending all the way into the horizon had already overrun the city. Was this golden barrier really able to stop the invasion of the countless undead? Besides, what exactly had awakened every undead from up to over 1,000 years ago, resulting in this undead calamity that had brought so much despair to the living? Being able to control so many undead, was the king of this undead kingdom awakened? Asked Councilman Zhu Meng with an extremely pale face. What matters is which era is this king of the undead kingdom from? I hope it's not that, replied the president of the Clock Tower Magic Association, Han Ji, with a sigh. President, are you referring to? Asked Commander Lu Shu with a frown. Something with the same age as this city. Han Ji did not answer the question, as he was extremely reluctant to believe his speculation. It's impossible to kill all the undead. The barrier of the inner city won't last for long either, especially when the ruler-level undead are attacking it. The strongest undead we have seen so far is the mountain zombie. It keeps pitching the flesh mound corpse officials into the city from the north, said the elder of the Hunter Union, Ling Shi. Ling Shi was still an attractive battlemaga despite her age. Her fair skin implied that she had put in a great effort in skin care, yet the crow's feet at the corner of her eyes were obvious, as if all her age and experience had settled there. She did not show any fear like other battlemagas, nor did she act calm and collected like an authority figure. She was simply stating the facts expressionlessly. We'll leave the mountain zombie to the captain of the Imperial magicians. He's the strongest among us. I believe even the mountain zombie is intimidated by him, since they have fought each other in the past, said Han Ji. My people will deal with the Demon Horn's Phantom Lord in the south, said Ling Shi. What about the west? Has the creature showed itself? Asked Zhu Meng. It must be some phantom that excels at staying hidden. We haven't seen its true appearance, but the whole place was overrun by phantoms, phantom generals, and phantom officials. We couldn't see anything at all, but the place was already covered in corpses, reported the patriarch of the Li clan, Li Yujin. It was common for the factions to compete with one another, but in times like this, every faction would stand together to share both the honor and disgrace. A pharmacist in a white coat came up hurriedly, and spoke out without being called on. Councilman Zhu Meng, your speculation is right, there's something wrong with the rain. Our pharmaceutical experts have detected something known as the Dew of 9 Serenities. If the undead were active in the day, there must be a strong presence of death allowing them to breathe normally, but when the rain pours down, the Dew of 9 Serenities is providing them energy. It's really the rain. Zhu Meng was astounded. The rain is causing it. Han Ji glanced at the rain in disbelief. The whole ancient capital was the least alert at dawn. If the army of undead had launched the attack at night instead, the city would not have crumbled so quickly. The rain had allowed the undead to move in the day. How vicious was the person behind the scheme, to use the rain just after the outer walls had gone through an exhaustive battle the night before. It's really the same as the calamity of Bo City. Zhu Meng's voice sank. The Black Vatican, it must be them. It's not the same, an unfamiliar voice joined the conversation between the authorities. The crowd turned around and saw a man wrapped in tight clothes slowly walking towards them. His glittering eye seemed to know the truth to everything. Who are you? Asked Han Ji with an indifferent glance. The man obviously did not plan to reveal his identity. He glanced at the people in the tower without answering Han Ji's question and continued, Bo City was only Salon's experimental ground. The man paused briefly. He added after seeing the confusion on everyone's face, it was only a test run for this cautiously planned disaster here at the ancient capital. A test run! The calamity of Bo City was only a test run. Chapter 625. Bo City and the Ancient Capital. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The rain was falling and the wind was howling, but the tower on the walls was awfully quiet. After some time, Zhu Meng glanced at the person completely wrapped up in tight clothes and repeated with utter disbelief, Test run. A calamity, the blood of countless innocent lives shed as demon creatures invaded the city and massacred it turned out to be a test run for a bigger conspiracy targeting the ancient capital. Everyone present was someone with great authority, higher-ups or reputable magicians, yet they immediately felt a chill running down their spine upon hearing the words. A test run. Sacrificing thousands upon thousands of lives just for a rehearsal, was there anything crueler than that in the world? The cold rain poured down heavily. Everyone stared at the masked man who had just revealed the truth. It took them a while to calm the shock and fear in their hearts. The ancient king isn't fully awakened yet, but the undead rulers are already invading the ancient capital in the rain, ready to turn the whole place into a kingdom of undead as a great gift for the ancient king awakening from a sleep that had lasted over 1,000 years. The 8 undead rulers are led by the mountain zombie, but the creature is extremely cunning. It will not easily step into the city itself. It's extremely difficult to cross the sea of undead to attack it. If everything goes according to plan, the 8 undead rulers will first take over the land outside of the inner walls and wait until the ancient king wakes up, then destroy the barrier of the inner city, explained the mysterious man in grey-white clothes. The people had no idea who the person was, but since he had managed to show up here, it meant that he had obtained permission from some authority. The situation is already this grim before the king of the undead has even woken up. Will the ancient capital stand any chance? Asked Elder Ling Shi from the Hunter Union. It's not the king of the undead, but the ancient king. The king of the undead has no control over the 8 undead rulers. It must be the ancient king, the person who created this land of the undead, the mysterious man declared with utter confidence. The ancient king. The very person who had created the land of the undead. If one looked back in time, the undead never existed before those who died 2,000 years ago suddenly came back to life, spreading like a plague. The undead started roaming out of their tombs and mausoleums, and were now walking on the surface pompously. The origin of the undead was most likely not a secret anymore. What help would we get from knowing all this? I'm more interested to know how we can stop this disaster, said Ling Shi, who was studying the mysterious person calmly. I'm afraid the rain is only the first part of what the Black Vatican is planning. Their next step is to awaken the ancient king. Once he wakes up, it will bring a bloodbath to the inner city. First of all, we must stop this rain, said the mysterious man. We don't even know where the dew of 9 serenities came from. How do we stop it? Is it even possible to stop the rain? Said Li Yujian. The villages were not wiped out by the undead. It was in fact the Black Vatican. The dew of 9 serenities is refined from the water of Kun. The rain during the calamity of Bo City was mixed with the enraging spring, which had the opposite effect of the underground holy spring, provoking the demon wolves horde into invading Bo City. The dew of 9 serenities is made from the water of Kun by the same alchemist, allowing it to merge with the rain perfectly. When the rain comes, it also brings a disaster. It's the exact reason why they needed a test run, the mysterious man pointed out for them. The authorities were somewhat familiar with the details of the calamity that had destroyed Bo City. On the surface, it felt like the two incidents were not related, apart from the fact that they both occurred on rainy days. However, after considering the little details, it was obvious that it had been a conspiracy all along. The problem was, who would even notice it before the current disaster? Not only was Red Cardinal Salin extremely vicious, the whole situation had caught everyone by surprise. They were simply overwhelmed by despair when they finally realized what was happening. conducting a test run on one city before targeting the ancient capital that had existed over 1,000 years. It had been perfectly calm until the storm arrived. Not only did God give the Cardinal of Black Vatican a heart as evil as the devil's, he also gave Salon an unmatched intellect, the true reason why the name Salon could make one shiver. The Enforcement Union had tried to hunt Salon down for many years, yet the most they had done was capturing some of the blue deacons under him. The real Salon always hid in the dark, his devilish, cunning eyes watching the ancient city struggling in the deadly disaster while laughing darkly. The villages, who would have thought that the villages, murmured Chief Military Instructor Fei Jiao with a blank face. Not long ago, Hua village was under attack. I thought the Black Vatican was behind it, but it turned out to be a personal grudge between one of the village's chiefs and Hua village. Both the Black Vatican and I were misguided. As the identities of the people in Black Vatican are kept secret at all times, the higher-ups in the Black Vatican thought it was their underlings butchering Hua village, which means there's still a supply of the water of Kuan that did not end up in the Black Vatican's hands, and is now in the possession of a necromancer by the name of Fang Jiyu, stated the mysterious man. The water of Kuan is able to nullify the Dew of 9 Serenities. Zhu Meng opened his eyes wide, even his face blushing slightly. That's right, the water of the Kuan wells can neutralize the rage and hatred from the Dew of 9 Serenities, like an acid mixed with an alkaline. Unfortunately, I always thought Fang Jiyu was a member of the Black Vatican, so to avoid exposing myself, I didn't approach him. Now that the disaster has happened, I can no longer locate him, said the mysterious man. But it's only a portion of the water of Kuan. I don't think it's enough to neutralize such a heavy rain. After all, they have refined the Dew of 9 Serenities using the water of Kuan collected from 7 villages. It's going to last for a few days, deduced Chief Military Instructor Fei Jiao. The key to stopping this disaster is the ancient king. The water of Kuan can neutralize the rain for half a day, and during this period when the undead are asleep, we'll locate the Imperial tomb and seal the ancient king away, putting an end to this calamity, declared the mysterious man. The people exchanged glances with one another. It seemed like they had no choice but to believe this man who was not willing to reveal his identity. Everyone present was not stupid. If the man was not a friendly, there was no need for him to show up and tell them everything, since they initially had no clue that the Black Vatican was involved, let alone the details of the Black Vatican's conspiracy. We are willing to believe you, but we still don't know who you are. Why don't you take off your mask? Asked Ling Shi. The mysterious man shook his head and said firmly, I'm sorry, I can't tell if anyone here is on Salon's side, or should I say, if someone here is actually Salon himself. Chapter 626. Detaining the Authorities. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. How dare you suspect us? Is this a joke? Everyone here holds a high position, how can we possibly be someone from the Black Vatican? You're overestimating them, said Li Yujin furiously. The people of the Black Vatican will react soon, looking for the necromancer called Fang Jiyu in this city too, so we have to find him before they do. Otherwise, with the undead active both in the day and at night, we won't have any chance of locating the ancient king's imperial tomb, said the mysterious man. Let's not waste any time, I'll notify the imperial magicians now. Hanji chose to believe the mysterious man. The truth was, he had been wearing a poker face throughout the conversation, and he would at times exchange glances with the mysterious man. If the Magic Association did nothing to stop the Black Vatican from acting freely, he was no longer worthy to be the president. He would also be ashamed to face the few millions of civilians of the ancient capital. He had arranged for the mysterious man to show up here. It was time to reveal the truth, to find the key to this huge conspiracy, and crush it all at once. It seems like my man has found him, the mysterious man wore a smile. Let's get our hands on the water of Kuan first, Zhu Meng could not come up with a better suggestion. I'll go ahead and meet my man first. Please wait here, said the mysterious man. The crowd nodded and waited patiently for the man's return. When the guy left, Councilman Zhu Meng, who had noticed something, asked Han Ji softly, one of your men? Han Ji slightly nodded without making it too obvious. The Enforcement Union, asked Zhu Meng further. Han Ji shook his head and said, the Enforcement Union is most likely being watched. I've appointed someone from the outside to do it. Someone noticed the conspiracy before, but we didn't expect it to be so sudden and troublesome to handle. The Black Vatican is going all out this time. The city is suffering such a great disaster, and yet there is someone betraying us from the inside. We've let our guards down, Zhu Meng sighed. The two whispered while scanning the people surrounding them. There were 2 elders from the Hunter Union, 2 senior hunters, 3 presidents of the magic associations, 2 commanders, Chief Military Instructor Fei Jiao, and 2 experts from the Li clan. Everyone here held great power in their hands. If the Black Vatican had already extended their influence to this level, it would be utterly terrifying. The rain kept on falling, tapping on the buildings of the city. Its chill passed through the concrete and penetrated human bones unbearably. We found a corpse in the alleyway to the south of the clock tower. It resembles the mysterious man that was here just a moment ago. An Imperial magician dropped down from the sky and said to the people in the tower, his face drenched in the rain. What? The people were stunned, and immediately asked the Imperial magician to lead the way. They arrived at the alleyway not long after and found a man covered in tight clothes lying on the ground. His body was covered in a faint ghastly aura, leaving an empty shell behind. How dare they kill him right in front of us? Those scum of the Black Vatican are way too ruthless, snapped Zhu Meng. Someone had finally learned the truth and was sorting a way to resolve the situation, yet he had died just a few minutes later. Didn't that simply mean the Black Vatican was right around them? How shocking was this truth? President, what do we do now? Asked General Lu Shu. We've seriously underestimated the Black Vatican, added Elder Ling Shi. Now that we've lost our only hope to find Fang Jiyu, how are we going to find him now? The city is so big, and in such a chaotic state. If the people of the Black Vatican found him before us, all hope would be lost, said Chief Military Instructor Fei Jiao. As the people were lost in their thoughts, a man in grey-white clothes slowly walked out from the side. His eyes were looking at the corpse on the ground sadly. I really don't want to believe this, but as I mentioned to everyone, someone here is in fact on Salan's side, or Salan himself is here. Therefore, please forgive me for sending people to keep everyone here under surveillance, just so someone won't leak the information about our next step to the enemy, the man said from behind the crowd. His voice was exactly the same as before. Zhu Meng was stunned too. He looked at the corpse, before looking at the mysterious man that was alive behind him. You're not dead. Ling Shi was stunned, before collecting her thoughts quickly. Before revealing the truth to you, I asked my man to wear the same clothes as me. As I left the clock tower, I remained hidden and asked him to collect the information in my place. I really hoped that he could return safely, but the outcome left me disappointed. The mysterious man walked past the crowd and approached the man that was now an empty shell. The saddest thing was the fact that you knew someone would die walking out there, even though he was willing to take the risk. The patriarch of the Li clan was the most shocked among the crowd. Even now, he had yet to recover from it. He had only accused the mysterious man just a moment ago, yet the truth was right before his eyes. Someone among them was actually one of the Black Vatican. Who could it be, then? If I'm not mistaken, the person hiding among us is most likely Salan. Without feeling confident, I wouldn't have sacrificed my man like that. President, I'll let you give the order instead. The mysterious man saluted at Han Ji respectfully. Han Ji nodded. He was well aware of the arrangement. The ancient capital is now in grave danger. I, as the president of the Clock Tower Magic Association, am only doing this since we're left with no choice. What he said was all true. We don't have much time left, so I apologize in advance. As soon as Han Ji waved his hand, purple figures immediately appeared from the corners of the alleyway. The Imperial magicians quickly surrounded the group of authorities. Everyone was so stunned that they had no idea what to say. I know that there's only one Salan, but for the sake of our operation, I can only ask you to bear with me. Once the disaster is resolved, I'll apologize to you in person. Han Ji waved his hand again. A purple soul chain flew in his direction and swiftly tied the people together. Elder Lingxi from the Hunter Union took a deep breath and looked at Han Ji with a firm gaze. President, I hope you didn't make a mistake. Without us, there's no one that can handle the 8 undead rulers. Without taking this risky step, the ancient capital will face elimination. My men will try their best to find Fang Jiyu as quickly as possible, and send the army of undead back to sleep temporarily. Chapter 627. Less than 2 kilometers. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. It had been a while since Mo Fan last had this feeling. The unique tempo as the rain was tapping on the bricks and the roof of the residence served as a lullaby, sending him to sleep. He had never felt the same way after his father Mo Jussin sold the old house just so he could become a magician. Mo Fan was in a very deep sleep. He did wake up for a moment, but fell right back into it. It was the kinds of sleep where you could no longer distinguish if it was day or night, or even remember who he was. He was utterly relaxed, his mind blank after he woke up, but the surge of memories returned about him being a magician, his double innate elements, the calamity of Bow City, Pearl Institute, him turning into a demon, the black totem snake, and the calamity of ancient capital. Wait, what's after the calamity? Oh, it still had not ended yet. He was still right in the middle of the terrifying disaster. At this thought, Mo Fan was fully awake all of a sudden. He opened his heavy eyelids and glanced at his surroundings, and saw Liu Yu lying beside him, like she was taking care of a patient. How do you feel? Liu Yu had a gentle smile when she saw Mo Fan waking up. Despite her alluring lips and eyes flickering with the charm of blood tribe, the innocence in her bones was still on full display. I don't know, it feels like I was having a long dream, said Mo Fan. It felt exactly like how he had fallen asleep on the hill behind the school, before realizing that he had traversed to this world. Mo Fan was suddenly afraid that everything until now was only a ridiculous dream, yet when he thought how the city was being devoured by the undead, maybe it would be better if it were a dream, since there were too many people dying now. I fed you the energy acquired from a few phantom generals through blood, so the process might have been resulted in some impact to your soul, sending you into a deep sleep, explained Liu Yu. I see, I thought I'd traversed again, said Mo Fan. Why again? Asked Liu Yu, like she was following a script. Let's not talk about that, I can feel that my energy has recovered. By the way, where are Zhang Xiaohou and the others? Blurted out Mo Fan. Don't worry, I've left a little bat mark on Zhang Xiaohou. It will bring us to where they are. Liu Yu slowly opened her palm, where lay a transparent red but like a crystal. Bats were normally ugly, but this one in Liu Yu's hand was incredibly adorable, like a fat hamster with a bow tie. Where's the army of undead now? Mo Fan was more concerned about this. The army of undead was like a tsunami of death. There was simply no chance of survival if they were caught in it. It's around 6 kilometers away from the inner walls. I think we are around 4 kilometers away from the inner walls, said Liu Yu. Somehow Mo Fan felt that Liu Yu was too calm when describing the situation to him. Holy shit, the army of undead is only 2 kilometers away. Liu Yu was extremely quick. She dragged Mo Fan across the streets and buildings as she sprinted at her full speed. Mo Fan turned his head around boldly and felt his scalp turning numb. The army of undead had already eaten half of the ancient capital. The outer walls were lost in the black ocean. The rolling tide of flesh simply covered everything he could see. Even when he tried his very best to look further into the distance, all he could see were zombies and skeletons that made the deepest part of his soul shiver. The city north no longer existed. Sister Liu Yu, if you actually woke me up slightly later, I would have died sleeping, Mo Fan commented as he slowly turned his head back. Well, it's just that you looked so tired, said Liu Yu, feeling a little ashamed. Staying alive is more important. Hey, where did your little bat go? Asked Mo Fan. I think it has found Zhang Xiaohou and the others. Follow me. Liu Yu dragged Mo Fan as she crossed a bridge like it was a hurdle. Meanwhile, Mo Fan was left unbalanced in the air, completely losing his center of gravity. Liu Yu leapt into the sky, kicking the bridge so softly that it was like a dragonfly tapping the surface of the water. It was like Mo Fan was weightless to her. "Can we not walk on the street lamps?" Mo Fan was shaken by all the jumping. Liu Yu was surely an expert at Maplestory or Super Mario. The street lamps lined up had somehow become her highway. The undead roaming on the streets and the abandoned vehicles were no impediment to her speed. Even though it felt easy and efficient, she should really consider the weak flesh of magicians. Riding Liu Yu was even riskier and exciting than riding the swift Star Wolf. Strange, they seem to have stopped here for some time. I wonder what's going on. Liu Yu turned the corner and discovered a small park ahead. It was now winter, and the park was full of naked trees with their clothes off, revealing their rough brown skin. There were also sculptures, fake hills, flower bushes, and a pond in the park. It looked slightly European, a rather out-of-the-place spot in this city full of ancient Chinese history. As they arrived at the park that was standing out from the scenery and the surroundings, they quickly saw a few villagers of Hua village hiding in the small hills, their bodies curled up. Strangely, there were some zombies nearby. They were only a few tens of meters away from the villagers, yet they totally ignored their existence. Anyone else would have been dragged out of there and eaten alive. "It seems like these undead won't attack the people of the villagers either," said Mo Fan in surprise as he observed from the distance. "But the effect doesn't last forever. They have to accept the baptism of the water from the Kuan wells every month. Otherwise, the effect will wear off eventually," said Liu Yu. "What are they doing hiding there?" "The undead are obviously not posing any threat to them." Mo Fan was confused. "Let's go and ask," said Liu Yu. "No, stay here and watch, something doesn't feel right," said Mo Fan. Liu Yu pondered for a moment, before she held her palm close to her lips and blew softly. Her breath was red, like the color of wine, which quickly transformed into a few tiny bats which flew away like normal bugs. "I've sent them to take a look, I can smell something pungent," whispered Liu Yu. Let's be careful." "Oh, by the way, after you found me, I keep feeling that someone is following us," said Liu Yu. Mo Fan was stunned, before he said, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "Initially, I thought it was the same person that gave me the blood serums, but the guy somehow exposed his presence trying to catch up to us," said Liu Yu. "The person that gave you blood serums?" Mo Fan was startled again before he could recover from the previous shock. "Ah, didn't I tell you?" asked Liu Yu with a dumbfounded look. "I feel like you're the one with amnesia." Mo Fan was left speechless. "I thought I already told you. Too much is going on, my mind is kind of messed up. Besides, I didn't think it was that important, my bad." Liu Yu stuck her tongue out at Mo Fan. "It's kinda important." Mo Fan was going to mock Liu Yu more when a sudden thought crossed his mind, halting his speech halfway. Liu Yu thought she had committed a serious mistake when she saw the grim expression on Mo Fan's face. She did not dare to look Mo Fan in the eyes. Chapter 628. Mo Fan, burning with rage. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. "Liu Yu, did you say that someone gave you blood serums?" asked Mo Fan sternly. "Yeah, the guy is good at concealing his presence. The truth is, I noticed him when we entered Hua village, but I was only sure when he sent me the blood serums." Liu Yu nodded. "Someone has been following us?" Mo Fan's heart sank. "I don't think it's us, he's following the people of Hua village. Since he gave me the blood serums, maybe he's not an enemy. Otherwise, I would have been dead," said Liu Yu. "What about the person following us now?" Mo Fan asked. "I think it's me." Before Liu Yu could answer, the voice of a middle-aged man interrupted. The two turned around and saw a man in a hooded raincoat walking out from behind a huge sculpture. His sideburns were white, but his hair was black. His face was like a young man in his 30s, yet his eyes were full of the signs of age. Mo Fan glanced at the man in astonishment. Mo Fan had a slight impression of the man. He was the one holding the child in the crowd of 700 people. He had handed the child to a woman before standing on the outer layer. Mo Fan was clueless about why the man had been following him. Don't tell me the man was trying to repay his kindness for saving the crowd's life. Fang Jiyu. Liu Yu glared at the man. The evil necromancer had murdered the villagers of Hua village. Liu Yu did not have a good impression of him. She even felt like the man was somewhat a maniac. So he's Fang Jiyu. Mo Fan was even more surprised. Impressive. This Fang Jiyu had blended in with the crowd and pretended to be a commoner by holding an infant as a disguise. Girl, I think you should think carefully before unleashing your anger. I'm not the one trying to kill you. I'm not the one who betrayed you to the city hunters, either. I only want the people of Hua village dead. I won't kill anyone unless they try to stop me. Fang Jiyu slowly walked towards them. He did not bring any undead with him, as if he was trying to tell them he was not an enemy. Liu Yu, stay calm, let's hear what he has to say. I think the whole thing is more complicated than I thought, Mo Fan said to Liu Yu. Liu Yu, who always listened to Mo Fan, could only place her hostility aside for now. I have to make something clear, I've nothing to do with the death of the other villages, said Fang Jiyu seriously. Who else could it be? Liu Yu demanded, her eyes wide. The Black Vatican, replied Fang Jiyu calmly. He purposely glanced at Mo Fan, as he expected Mo Fan to react differently when he heard the name Black Vatican. Go on, Mo Fan said grimly. I inserted the water of Kuan into my undead's bodies, and unintentionally discovered that the water of Kuan can let my undead appear during the day. Obviously, the Black Vatican somehow knew the secret. They chose a suitable time to butcher the other 6 villages to acquire the water of Kuan. They then let their alchemists refine the dew of 9 serenities using the water of Kuan, and mixed it into the rain to invoke this undead disaster, explained Fang Jiyu. Mo Fan listened seriously. Fang Gu's statement perfectly fit his speculation about the rain. Most importantly, the Black Vatican had also used the underground holy spring to refine the enraging spring, resulting in the calamity of Bo City. After you escorted the people of Hua village away, I killed the remaining people at Hua village and took the water of Kuan, Fang Jiyu confessed. Was that really necessary? Asked Mo Fan. Hatred can only be magnified, it can never be put down. Oh, your little scouts are back, you should check out the information they brought back, Fang Jiyu pointed at the little red bats flying in the air. Liu Yu received them with her hand and placed the little bats close to her ears to listen to their soft murmurs. A moment later, Liu Yu looked at Mo Fan in confusion and whispered, it seems like they are being held captive. There's some kind of black mutated monkey-like creature hiding behind the fake mountains, as if they are waiting for someone to take the bait. Black mutated monkey-like creature. The description felt extremely familiar to Mo Fan. They are dark beast monsters and the cursed beasts. I've already made contact with them. It seems like they mistakenly assumed that I'm on their side, but now they have realized it isn't the case. They want me to hand over the water of Kuan, but unfortunately, I've already inserted the water of Kuan into my undead's bodies, and they are my people, said Fang Jiyu. So you're telling me all this because you want to team up with me to deal with the Black Vatican, asked Mo Fan. I saw you with the people of Bo City, and found out that you're from Bo City, too. I have to tell you something. The truth is, the water of well in my village started going missing around 10 years ago. I didn't know why, but it seems like some traitors gave it to the Black Vatican for their experiments. 3 years ago, the water inside the well suddenly dried up. A huge supply of the water of Kuan went missing, and not long after, the calamity of Bo City took place, said Fang Jiyu. Are you trying to say that they used Bo City as a testing ground? Asked Mo Fan, his eyes suddenly turning bloodshot. Exactly. Fang Jiyu nodded. Liu Yu was stunned by the words. The whole country knew about the calamity of Bo City, yet it turned out that it was only a test run for the Black Vatican. Were human lives even less significant than livestock in the eyes of the Black Vatican, that they could simply kill so many innocent people just to achieve their goal? Even Liu Yu, who was not involved in the calamity of Bo City, knew that it was hell on earth, let alone someone like Mo Fan who was right in the middle of it. No wonder Liu Yu could sense a strong murderous aura from Mo Fan after he heard the truth. That was Mo Fan's hometown. Why are you telling me this? Mo Fan's chest was heaving. He tried his very best to keep calm as he asked the question. They are holding the people of Hua village captive to lure me out, and your friend is caught in it, too. I'm suggesting us three to work together. You go save your friend, and I'll kill the people of Black Vatican trying to hunt me down. Fang Jiyu revealed his motive. As long as the Black Vatican was still on his trail, his undead villagers would still be targeted. Fang Jiyu had failed to protect his villagers when they were alive, but now that they were dead, he would not allow anyone to harm them further. What do you think? Fang Jiyu asked further, after seeing Mo Fan remaining silent. Mo Fan shook his head. Fang Jiyu frowned. He assumed Mo Fan would accept his offer, as they both had a common enemy, not to mention that his friend Zhang Xiaohou was being held captive too. You help me to save my friend, I'll kill those sons of bitches myself. Mo Fan's voice was cold as ice, filled with bone-piercing murderous intent. Assholes! Assholes, these Black Vatican assholes. They used Bo City as a test run. Do they really see Bo City as a city of white mice? God might be blind to allow these scum to live in this world, but Mo Fan swore that he would send every single one of them to the 18th layer of hell. Chapter 629. Time is short. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. A bunch of useless pricks. The teacup smashed into pieces on the floor as the loud roar sounded from inside a tea house. As soon as the roar rose, someone poked his head out from the tea house and observed their surroundings, to see if someone else was hiding close to the tea house. However, the street outside of the tea house was full of people being evacuated. The inner city was simply the same size as any other city zone. If the people from all the other zones were making their way into it, it would most likely fill all the streets and buildings. As such, one simply saw countless heads moving as huge crowds were pushing their way toward the inner walls in fear. Senior, please calm down. A blue deacon is on it now. I'm sure that everything will go well according to plan, the owner of the tea house said with a soothing smile. Humph, to send out a blue deacon just to deal with such a minor character, what's the point of feeding those useless pricks? Once the festival comes to an end, I'll cripple that dumbass black clergy myself, swore the man inside the tea house. It's true that he has made a mistake, but you do know that the information about the villages is confined. Somehow, Fang Gu's sudden appearance happened to synchronize with our pace. Since our superiors didn't really blame us, we should try our best to fix the mistake. Don't you agree, Deacon Hu Jin? Prodded the owner of the tea house. You better make sure that everything is well. Let me know at once if there's any situation, including every single detail. Deacon Hu Jin rose to his feet and headed for the exit. Don't worry, I've never let Senior Salon down before, and I won't disappoint you, either. My brother is going to bring back the final supply of the water of Kuan. The owner of the tea house was still smiling like a businessman. When Deacon Hu Jin was about to step out of the door, he slowly added, "There's something else, Great Deacon." "Say it quick," said Hu Jin. "According to my people, that kid Mo Fan with the underground holy spring is here too," said the owner of the tea house. "Humph, he's just a kid, we'll take care of him once the festival ends." Deacon Hu Jin paused for a moment before waving his hand indifferently. "He cost us many people in the Magic City. I'm making it clear, wait until the end of the festival. Just focus on dealing with that Fang Gu." Affirmative. A few undead were roaming aimlessly at the foreign park. When there was no sign of prey nearby, they would move at an extremely slow pace, dragging their incomplete bodies around like machines. When the undead headed to other places to hunt for food, a young man in a black shirt suddenly appeared on the main path of the garden. He was wearing a dark expression, with blue veins surfacing on his forehead. Normally, these undead would immediately lunge at their target as soon as they detected the presence of something alive, to fill stomachs that could never be satiated. However, these little undead did not dare to make any bold move after sensing the icy aura from their target. Mo Fan walked straight toward the park. He was greeted by a water fountain, in which he discovered a corpse savaged beyond recognition soaking in the water. After the water fountain was a bunch of small mounds and a small wood. The trees were basically wilted, apart from shrubs that stayed green in all seasons, the same spot where eyes were flickering among the leaves. It was hard to notice them without looking carefully. Liu Yu followed behind Mo Fan, her perception and sense of smell more sensitive than magicians. Even though the cursed beasts were good at concealing their presence, the truth was, Liu Yu could easily capture their pungent smell from a few hundred meters away. For on the left, 3 on the right, and a bunch of them ahead, but their auras aren't as strong as those 7 closer to us. Zhang Xiaohou, Su Xiaoluo, and the others are right there at the monument, Liu Yu whispered into Mo Fan's ears. Mo Fan nodded as he continued to walk on the main path indifferently. The few villagers close to the fake mountain soon saw Mo Fan, their faces filled with astonishment. "Why is it you?" asked one of the villagers called Li Kai. "Why can't it be me? You guys are surely taking your time, staying in the cold rain like this." "I'm here looking for Zhang Xiaohou." Mo Fan's grim face wore a smile as he greeted the villagers indifferently. He's not here, you should leave at once." "You have no business here," blurted out Li Kai. "You're lying, isn't he right there?" Mo Fan stepped forward and immediately looked at the monument in the shape of stairs. Su Xiaoluo, Zhang Xiaohou, Xie Sang, Hong Jun, and 5 other villagers were sitting under the monument. They seemed like they were taking a rest. They too had seen Mo Fan, their faces full of astonishment. "Seriously, the army of undead is reaching here soon, yet you still have the mood to enjoy a picnic here in the park. Come, time to hit the road." Mo Fan continued to walk forward. Liu Yu was following Mo Fan closely. The 2 sides of the path were covered in tall shrubs. She quickly said, 70, no, 80, more than that, and there are around 8, no, 7, no, it's 8. "Is it 7 or 8? Asked Mo Fan cautiously, the same smile on his face. 8. One is concealing his presence well, and he's stronger than the other 7, said Liu Yu confidently. Mo Fan continued to walk forward. He could sense movement coming from the shrubs on both sides. The cursed beasts! In the past, Mo Fan had mostly fought against dark beasts, which were slightly stronger than one-eyed magic wolves or zombies. They were just a bit more cunning, but these cursed beasts were a lot scarier. They were cunning creatures at the warrior level. From Liu Yu's observation, there were around 80 of the dark beast monsters, clearly a huge number. On top of that, there were 7 cursed beasts, not a small number, either. What shocked Mo Fan the most was the presence that even Liu Yu failed to detect in the first place. Liu Yu could easily sense the presence of all intermediate magicians, including shadow magicians. Their ability to conceal their presence was basically useless against her, but the fact that something had managed to hide his presence from Liu Yu meant he must be an advanced magician. With the 3 of us, we should be able to handle an advanced magician. The problem is there are still the dark beast monsters and cursed beasts to deal with, said Liu Yu grimly. Don't worry, I have the Swift Star Wolf and Little Flame Belle, it's the 5 of us, said Mo Fan. Just be careful, we can't drag the battle on for too long. Otherwise, the army of undead is going to crush us all, said Liu Yu. Which means they will also want it to end quickly, said Mo Fan. The army of undead was only 3 kilometers away. Not only was time running out, the breeze and ghastly howls coming on it were telling them that death was right behind them. Chapter 630. The Sacrificial Pig or Lamb. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Who is this guy? A sharp voice asked from behind the monument. Damn it, why is he here? He's Mo Fan, that idiot's friend. I suggest we take him down first. If Fang Jiyu realizes that we're setting up an ambush here for him, we'll have trouble tracking him down again, replied another voice. Just kill him, I don't have time to waste on a little shrimp who lost his way, said the sharp voice coldly. What about the girl beside him? I'll leave her to you, but focus on the matter on hand first. Thanks, the man was restless from the excitement. Su Xiaoluo and Zhang Xiaohou both saw Mo Fan and Liu Aryu walking toward them. It went without saying that they knew the two were walking right into a trap. They tried their very best to warn them, yet they could not utter a single word, as their minds were sealed off. Finally, as the two reached the monument, Chief Xie Sang received them with a smile. Liu Aryu felt disgusted when she saw Xie Sang's expression. She had no idea where the guy got his courage from to still smile at her like that. She was suspicious that he was an underling of the Black Vatican. So it's you, that scared us. Fang Jiyu has been trying to hunt us down, said Xie Sang. Chief, you're not a good man, Mo Fan smiled. Not a good man, what do you mean? The chief was startled. You've been hiding something from us all along. If it weren't for my brother, I wouldn't even bother saving your village, yet not only weren't you grateful, you even colluded with those assholes. Mo Fan's smile gradually turned into a cold grin. Xie Sang's face was blank, before he spoke after a slight hesitation. I had no other choice. Do it, a sharp voice commanded from the dense shrubs. The atmosphere turned murderous, as an icy breeze swept past. A pungent smell assailed their nostrils, like the breeze coming out of a cave that was stacked with rotten meat, feces, and corpses. It was utterly disgusting. A pack of dark beast monsters crawled out from both sides. There were between 70 to 80 of them. They had odd shapes, with only skin and bones. Their tongues were eerily red and long, while their eyes were filled with greed and hatred, like devils from hell. These dark beast monsters were most likely related to the undead by blood, judging from their ghastly appearance. How disgusting! Liu Aryu twisted her lips, her face utterly disgusted. Many kinds of demon creatures were already ugly and savage, yet they were relatively adorable compared to these dark beast monsters, especially in a situation where they were crawling out in such huge numbers. If she was still the little girl of the past, she would have instantly fainted upon seeing this. They used to be humans, but now they were only a bunch of fallen spirits willing to be ordered around like dogs, doing evil things together with their asshole masters, explained Mo Fan to Liu Aryu calmly. We should just cleanse something like these together with their souls, said Liu Aryu. Cake, very precise. It seems like you're quite familiar with our Black Vatican. Now, if you know how we do things, you should stop resisting so we can tie you up, just so you won't scare our fish away. If everything goes successfully, maybe I will spare your lives, the sharp voice spoke once again. Behind the monument, a woman in dark red mink coat walked out. The coat was so long that it had almost reached the ground. Despite the cold weather, the mink coat was fairly exposed, revealing long legs covered in red stockings. The heels she was wearing were so sharp that they could almost poke a hole in the tiles of the monument. The woman was wearing a veil to cover her face. However, Mo Fan learned something when he saw the woman in the veil. Not every woman wearing a veil was a goddess. Compared to the mixed-blooded angel Yimenyi whom he shared a journey together with for a few days, this woman in the dark red mink coat was actually made of a pile of ostrich poop. Hey, uncle from the countryside, can you stop playing a transgender role? Luckily you have the veil on your face, or else I think I would be vomiting now. I think you should stop being the Black Vatican's underling. You can start streaming and earn a living by fooling some idiots online, said Mo Fan. As soon as his words were spoken, it felt like the air had frozen. Frost began to cover the thick layer of foundation on the woman's face, which could easily poke Mo Fan to death when it was scraped off. The woman in the mink coat had 7 black clergy standing close to her. They were all wearing black outfits, each wearing a curse mark that looked like it was crawling with cockroaches and centipedes. The marks were fairly deep. It was obvious that these cursed beasts were stronger than the ones Mo Fan had stumbled into in the past. As the woman unleashed her murderous aura, the 7 cursed beasts subconsciously moved further away from her. It was clear that they were utterly terrified of the woman. Kid, you're going to use the rest of your life to regret what you've just said, the icy voice of the woman in the mink coat spat. Even the raindrops were turning into ice. The truth is always unbearable, you just need some time to get used to it. I bet your men have already gotten used to your appearance after vomiting a few times, said Mo Fan. Take him down, I want him alive, and try not to make a mess here, demanded the woman murderously. Mo Fan said to Liu Yu in a similarly disdainful tone when he saw the female deacon giving the order, kill them all, help their souls to find peace. We should accumulate some merit for our next life, so we won't have a ghastly appearance like hers. The woman's heel stumbled slightly. She almost could not resist the urge to tear Mo Fan to pieces with her own hands. This reckless idiot, she was promoted to Blue Deacon just recently because of how vicious and cruel she was. She stared at Mo Fan coldly, yet she did not attack. The 7 black clergy and the huge number of dark beasts were more than enough to take care of the kid. Mo Fan did not move either. His eyes stared right into the woman's eyes. The slight grin on his face was clearly showing his disgust and hatred toward the ugly woman, who looked like a skinny old man playing a transgender role. Chief Xie Sang was in a total panic. He spoke to Mo Fan in a trembling voice. How reckless are you? She's a Blue Deacon of the Black Vatican. You have no business here. Why did you have to barge in? You're going to place my villagers in danger. Yeah, you should just listen to her. We are all dragged into the mess now. She's trying to catch Fang Jiyu, and Fang Jiyu is trying to kill us. She's helping us, blurted out Li Kai. Don't make it worse for us, just leave. Mo Fan was not angry when he heard the scoldings from the villagers. They were nothing but a bunch of idiots. Based on the Black Vatican's usual behavior, once they captured Fang Jiyu, the villagers who were lucky would be killed on the spot, while the unlucky ones would be turned into more of the dark beasts that were crawling on the ground. However, Mo Fan was indeed quite surprised. This ugly, old woman turned out to be a Blue Deacon, a subordinate under Salon's command. Mo Fan was tired of killing only the useless people of the Black Vatican. The Black Vatican had treated Bo City like a city of white mice, so Mo Fan did not see them as humans, either. Right on time, the deceased of the calamity of Bo City needed a sacrifice. A Blue Deacon was worthy enough to be slain as a sacrificial pig or lamb. Chapter 631. Little Flame Belle, Friendly Fire Mode On. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The first dark beast that was eager to make a big impression sprang forward. Its long claws emitted an icy flicker in the cold rain, while hooks sharp enough to sever a human's arteries was hidden under the sharp claws. Mo Fan remained stationary, while Liu Yu suddenly appeared in front of him. Liu Yu had also clenched her hands into claws and waved them in the air. 5 deep glowing slashes the color of blood swept forward, tearing the impatient dark beast into a few segments. The dark beast was still in the air when its body split into several pieces, falling before Liu Yu's feet. Its filthy blood and organs splattered across the ground. Go, all of you, yelled one of the black clergy. The commands from black clergy were infused with a curse. The dark beasts who were unwilling to obey them would suffer an enormous pain inflicted on their soul. Black shadows moved rapidly in the surrounding area. The dark beasts who preferred to attack their target sneakily would make use of the opportunities given to them through the sacrifices of their comrades. Their speed was like leopards to humans. Both their movements or attacks were too fast for humans to react, but Liu Yu's agility significantly surpassed that of these dark beasts. To her, these dark beasts were like mechanical puppets. Not only was their speed when jumping, crawling, pouncing, and scratching extremely slow and stiff, but their approaches when attacking were also too predictable, with similar patterns. Each time they were going to attack, they would first jump from one spot to another before pouncing on their target. Liu Yu easily predicted their movements as they were crawling and leaping. She simply killed each of the creatures instantly before they could inflict a single scratch. The dark beasts were completely useless despite their numbers. Liu Yu had easily killed a dozen of them with ease. Suddenly, a quick shadow swept by and appeared when Liu Yu was distracted by 4 dark beasts flanking her from different directions. The shadow was followed by a curse mark, which emitted an evil glow as the figure swept past like a flash of lightning. The mark further increased the creature's speed. Liu Yu was unable to dodge in time. Her pale neck was sliced open with a deep cut. Some girl among the villagers immediately screamed. the woman in the mink coat said to someone beside her with a hollow laugh, "It seems like you can only enjoy her without her body temperature." However, the words were still lingering when she shockingly discovered that the girl whose throat was sliced open suddenly exerted great might, grabbing the ankle of the cursed beast that ambushed her. Liu Yu totally ignored the wound on her throat. She grabbed the cursed beast in mid-air and slammed it down on the cement road. The road was cratered. Half of the cursed beast's skull was broken, and brains flowed out. The cursed beast was as tough as a cockroach. It was still alive even after its skull was blown open. However, Liu Yu did not give the cunning creature any chance to escape. A crescent saber made of blood appeared in her hand, and she swung it at the cursed beast's neck. The blood saber immediately beheaded the cursed beast, and Liu Yu kicked the head away like a soccer ball, hitting another cursed beast that was planning to attack her. Following her actions, the cut on Liu Yu's throat had already healed magically. Not a single drop of blood was seen, and on top of that, the skin was as white and tender as it was before. The other few black clergy were dumbfounded. They had never seen a woman whose throat was sliced open fight like her. Besides, the woman was not even using magic. Her blood claws, strength, crescent saber, and wind lashes were some impossible power that did not belong to a human. Blood tribe. The deacon was fairly knowledgeable. She immediately deduced Liu Yu's identity, and her eyes widened as she snapped, "Don't just stand there, attack and kill them at once." The dark beasts were simply a bunch of flies and mosquitoes harassing a fierce tiger. There was no way they could harm her, so it was only a matter of time until Liu Yu wiped them all out. The cursed beasts were the real threats. If Liu Yu was a tiger, those cursed beasts would be fierce wolves. Liu Yu was already aware of the cursed beast that had tried to ambush her. She had purposely exposed an opening so that she could eliminate one of the cursed beasts. "Why do I feel like you've grown stronger again?" Mo Fan was astounded when he saw Liu Yu killing a warrior-level cursed beast instantly. Your blood is rather special. It can help me evolve every once in a while. In order to guarantee the purity of my blood and strength, I decide to only drink your blood," replied Liu Yu. "The right milk formula, the kind that you can drink without worrying," blurted out Mo Fan. Liu Yu did not have a chance to respond to Mo Fan's remark, as the other 6 cursed beasts attacked her simultaneously. They were indeed cunning, as they intentionally hid their cursed mark so they would look the same as ordinary dark beasts. They would only trigger the power of the curses when they were attacking. "Little Flame Belle, come out and help your Aunt Liu," said Mo Fan, casting the contract summoning. As he thought, he was only halfway through drawing the star pattern when Little Flame Belle came out from the contracted space on her own. Mo Fan had already anticipated it, thus he simply interrupted the channeling when the 5th star orbit was completed. Otherwise, the others would think that he was an unqualified summoner. Little Flame Belle hopped out of the contracted space with high anticipation, just so she could see the speechless expression on Mo Fan's face. Unfortunately, Mo Fan was too smart to be tricked. She immediately puffed her cheeks, her eyes saying, "I am very not happy." However, Little Flame Belle was a very obedient kid, after all. She was only angry for a brief while, as she knew that the bad guys had made her father not happy too, like, extremely not happy. "Don't show any mercy," Mo Fan said to the Little Flame Belle. Little Flame Belle was basically an evil demoness. As soon as she heard the restriction was lifted, the calamity fire in the form of fiery storms immediately swept through the surroundings, devouring the restless dark beasts within 10 meters. Liu Yu was killing the creatures one after another elegantly, allowing her to perfectly preserve her strength. Meanwhile, Little Flame Belle was being completely unreasonable. She simply had the urge to fully unleash all the flames inside her body, producing a destructive festival of fire similar to the fire calamity. Luckily, Liu Yu had already experienced this before. She immediately leapt into the air when she saw Little Flame Belle preparing her attack, just so she was high enough to avoid the flames. The Little Flame Belle had never turned off her friendly fire mode. Chapter 632. Leave None Alive. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The flames were little flame Belle Empress people. Any fiery spirits would obey her unconditionally. The fire magic of magicians followed the rules of star patterns. The flames produced would usually be restricted to fixed forms, yet the flames that little flame Belle used were totally under her control. If she wanted the flames to spin like a tornado, the fire would simply transform into a tornado with her at the center. If she wanted the flames to turn into Godzilla, she had seen in the anime, the fire would take the shape of a fiery monster dashing forward. If she wanted the flames to split into countless fireballs following the dark beasts like tails, they would listen to her, forcing the dark beasts to flee in all directions from the fires. Among the 80 dark beasts, Liu Yu had already killed over a dozen of them. The remaining 50 were nowhere enough to entertain little flame Belle. In just a few moments, half of the dark beasts were dead, while the other half had suffered severe burns were a few hundred meters away from her. If they were not being controlled by the black clergies, they would have fled for their lives. Little flame Belle instantly brought chaos to the place. Such a big mess was the last thing that the female deacon wanted to happen. If Fang Jiyu happened to turn up at this moment, their entire plan would go down in ruins. Her face was utterly dark. It was obvious that this magician's strength was far stronger than she had imagined. The female deacon glanced at the army of undead approaching the place. The Black Ocean was still around 2 kilometers away, yet it felt like it was already within a few feet, devouring everything it came across. A bunch of useless pricks, cursed the female deacon. The energy ripple of advanced magic was too strong, and would attract the attention of the Imperial magicians who were looking for Fang Jiyu, too. It was also the main reason why she was hesitant to attack. However, she knew she had no choice but to interfere, considering how the situation was turning out. Not only would they miss the chance of capturing Fang Jiyu, they would all be devoured by the ocean of undead. Not a tiny bit of their bones would be left. The female deacon raised her head. Her eyes, caked with thick makeup, emitted an icy blue flicker. The star orbits were drawn quickly, forming a star pattern under the female deacon's heels in an instant. In the following second, another icy white star pattern appeared, which blossomed like a giant snowflake glowing brightly above her head. More star patterns continued to appear in different places, before they were connected into an icy star constellation. An advanced ice spell. The female deacon was an advanced magician, as they thought. In the past, Mo Fan would simply run away without hesitation upon stumbling into a magician of this level. He had zero chance facing an advanced magician. He could not even survive a single advanced spell. This time, when his enemy attacked, he made his move too. He could not help but admit that the female deacon was drawing star patterns faster than he could. Unfortunately, she had to draw 7 star patterns to complete the star constellation, while Mo Fan only needed to complete an intermediate spell. Little Flame Belle, possess! As soon as Mo Fan finished drawing the star pattern, raging flames surged upward from his feet. His hair and shirt were lifted in the rising hot air. Icebound Coffin, the female deacon coldly uttered the name of the advanced ice spell, turning the raindrops into ice falling densely from the sky. Meteorite Fist, 9 dragons. Mo Fan was even quicker. The flames he was engulfed in were so strong that the cursed beasts did not even dare to get close to him. The female deacon giggled when she saw Mo Fan's star pattern. Did he really think casting an intermediate spell at a faster speed was enough to stop her icebound coffin? Was he assuming that the 7 black clergy standing beside her were plain decoration? Did he really think they did not have any defensive spells? However, as Mo Fan's fiery aura continued to rise to an extent that even her frosty aura was close to being overwhelmed, she began to panic. The channeling of the icebound coffin was interrupted. The female deacon glanced at the 2 black clergy standing in front of her, who were casting light protection and rock barrier to protect her, yet she could already sense the destructive aura surging in her direction. The 2 intermediate spells were nowhere enough to defend her from the attack. The fiery dragons uttered a huge roar. Even the park was quaking slightly at the blast. The fiery dragons danced widely, flying past the dark beasts that were running in all directions. The creatures evaporated instantly, even though the fiery dragons did not make any contact with them. The dark beasts close to the dragons were burned into ashes. The energy of the wild flame struck the two black clergy blocking in front of the female deacon. Similarly, the two black clergy were burned into ashes despite the defensive intermediate spells shielding them. The light protection and rock barrier did not stand any chance against the fiery dragons. The fiery dragons lunged forward and reached the deacon. The deacon reacted fairly quickly. She summoned a zero ice shield. Meanwhile, Mo Fan's meteorite fist swept across the sky, burning all the plants along its path, before its strength finally reduced after it collided with the female deacon's zero ice shield. The imperious flames split to the sides as they struck the zero ice shield. The deacon was knocked sliding together with her shield, before slamming into the side of the monument behind her. The carven base instantly shattered and collapsed to the ground. The path that the woman was knocked flying had a long, deep ravine, with scorched ground along both sides. Inside the burning undergrowth, the deacon's zero ice shield was destroyed, its pieces scattered across her surroundings. She rose to her feet, trembling. Both her hair and mink coat were burned beyond recognition. Meanwhile, her mouth was full of blood, rising from her chest and leaking out from her lips. Between her and Mo Fan stood scorched land and little sprouts of flames that had left the place in a mess. On top of that, her face was covered in soot and filled with astonishment. An intermediate spell? Was that really an intermediate spell? Even though she was an advanced magician that had only ranked up quite recently, she was still able to control the power of the advanced level and stomp any intermediate magicians at will, but somehow, she was now suppressed by an intermediate magician. If she had not summoned the zero ice shield in time, she would have ended up just like the two black clergy who were defending her. Fiery Fist, was that really the intermediate fire spell, Fiery Fist? Even advanced spells are not much stronger than that. You just had to choose to be an asshole when you could just live as a human. You dogs who obey Salon's orders, I'll kill every single one of you. Mo Fan's bloodshot eyes burned with rage as the fury in his chest exploded. A punch alone was nowhere enough for Mo Fan to vent his anger after learning the truth behind the calamity of Bo City, nor was it enough for him to get over the sorrow he felt when Xu Jiaoting begged him to end his life. Today, Mo Fan would not let any member of the Black Vatican leave alive, including the Blue Deacon. Chapter 633. Sanguinary Red Skeleton. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The flames erupted once again. Even though it was not as powerful as the first time Mo Fan was possessed by the flame Belle, the fourth-tier Fiery Fist was already violent and surging. The female deacon was not a very experienced advanced magician. Her defense was punctured, and her severely injured body was unlikely to survive Mo Fan's fourth-tier Fiery Fist. Fiery Fist, 9 dragons. Mo Fan was a lot faster at drawing star patterns than he was in the past. Being able to draw a star orbit with a single thought allowed him to instantly finish a star pattern. The blazing red energy of the rose flame circled him. The fiery dragons burst forward and spread out in the shape of a burning fan formed from 9 dragons. The lava splattered and the sparks splintered. The plants in the park were burned into ashes, while the raindrops falling from the sky evaporated instantly from the heat unleashed by the fist. The woman was enraged and ashamed. The pain in her chest and the burns from the flames were disrupting her channeling speed. She barely summoned out some pieces of ice when the 9 fiery dragons lunged at her. The ice pieces combined into 6 steely chains the color of ice. They completely intertwined with one another before colliding with the 9 dragons. The female deacon's ice lock was obviously only at the 3rd tier, and since the collision between the fire and ice was very close to her, she was still caught in the impact of the explosion. Her armor could no longer provide any defense, and the shockwave sent her flying again, almost hurled into the street. The ice chains broke into pieces inside the flames, and soon melted into water. The woman never expected she would be in such a pinch, even though she was an advanced magician. She had been too careless. If she knew her opponent had the 4th tier Fiery Fist, she would have used her subordinates as cannon fodder, giving her the chance to finish him with the advanced spell Icebound Coffin. Now, she was in a very disadvantageous position. She had no chance to draw an Ice Star constellation. Damn it, if my water element had reached the advanced level 2, I would have easily defeated this kid. The woman clumsily climbed over the fence of the park. The advanced water spell, Water Curtain, was the perfect defensive barrier. If she had the chance to construct a water curtain before channeling an advanced spell, the kid would have no chance of harming her even if his fist wore out. She had to admit that her advanced level ice element was completely suppressed by her opponent's ability. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Her skin was already festering from the burns. She screamed at her other 5 subordinates like a monster. The 5 black clergy were intermediate magicians, too. Although they would most likely be killed by the kid with a single punch, anything was better than her, a blue deacon, dying. The 5 black clergy were dumbfounded. 2 of their comrades had already been blasted into ashes just a few moments ago, even after they were shielded by a light protection, sacred shield and a rock barrier. The power of the punch that the fire magician threw was too destructive for them to handle. However, if they did not make their move, they would all die, too. As such, they proceeded to command the cursed beasts and start drawing star patterns. 5 black clergy attacking simultaneously was not to be underestimated. Each of them was able to cast intermediate spells, but their channeling speed was too slow compared to Mo fans, not to mention their lack of soul seeds. Star patterns of different colors appeared under their feet. Soon, the brown-haired black clergyman completed a plant spell. Green vines began to grow from the ground under his feet. At the same time, a crimson-red shadow appeared behind him. Its icy, emotionless eyes were staring down at the plant magician's head. The crimson-red shadow attacked at lightning speed. Its skeletal hand grabbed the man's head and crushed it to pieces, like it was pinching a watermelon. The plant magician was totally clueless about what just happened. His eyes popped out and fell to the ground, still in a widened state, as if he was trying to see what had killed him. The other 4 black clergy were still busy drawing star patterns. Their bodies were splattered with blood before they could react. One of them turned around and shockingly discovered an enraged skeleton standing there. Undead? But when did this undead? The crimson-red steel skeleton was utterly savage. It grabbed another black clergyman and tore him in half with brute force. Not far away, Xiaohou and another villager almost fainted. They had witnessed death before, but never as gruesome as this. The blood-red skeleton was incredibly fast. After it killed 2 of the black clergy instantly, it suddenly thrust its arm forward. The limb transformed into a long spear, puncturing the chest of another black clergyman. The black clergyman was stuck on the skeleton's arm. He did not die instantly, yet he was flung to the ground by the skeleton like trash, his life force and blood draining away slowly. The remaining 2 black clergy reacted fairly quickly. They immediately summoned their cursed beasts back to protect themselves. 2 cursed beasts made it back in time and pounced at the skeleton's head and legs, trying to destroy it with their sharp claws. A piercing metallic screech resulted. The 2 cursed beasts basically hit a piece of steel, leaving only faint marks on the skeleton. The crimson-red skeleton grabbed the head of the cursed beast that was running toward it and slammed it in the direction of the other cursed beast. The 2 cursed beasts collided with one another and fell to the cement stairs, which were destroyed. By the time they got back to their feet, the arms of the crimson-red skeleton had swiftly transformed into bone hammers. The bone hammers rose above its head and struck down fiercely at the cursed beast stacked on top of one another. The cement of the lot immediately cracked for 10 meters around the impact point, like a great spider web. The bone hammers were lifted up and sent down again. A ring of dust drifted into the air, while splinters and bloody flesh splattered across the place. The crimson-red skeleton leapt into the air. This time, it stretched the bone hammers into a full crescent and with a thunderous roar, slammed them down like a bolt of crimson-red lightning. The 2 cursed beasts did not have a chance to struggle. As the stairs were smashed into a pit, the mincemeat the creatures had turned into simply filled up the hole. Such violence and rage left the 2 remaining black clergy trembling in fear. When they finally remembered to run away, the shadow of the bone hammers loomed over them. Chapter 634. Traitor. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Another loud crash took place. The two black clergy did not survive either, not even their bodies could be found. Liu Yu, who was fighting against the other cursed beasts, was astounded. Obviously, the crimson-red steel skeleton was Fanggu's undead. If he actually used this skeleton to attack the people of Hua village, not a single one would have been able to survive. The skeleton's strength was too overwhelming. Even the warrior-level cursed beasts were killed in just a few blows. As there were two lesser cursed beasts now, Liu Yu suddenly felt the pressure lifted off her shoulders. Meanwhile, the crimson-red skeleton seemed like it had yet to fully enjoy itself, and it continued to charge toward the cursed beasts and dark beast monsters and butchered them. Little Flame Belle's crisp voice appeared beside Mo Fan's ear. She was telling Daddy Mo Fan that the new missile had been loaded, ready to fire at any time. Mo Fan's lips curled into a cold grin. He was staring at the female deacon, who was still trying to set up her defense. An advanced magician? He had never seen any advanced magician weaker than her. Having more layers of defense would not make any difference, as long as they were not advanced spells. Little Flame Belle's meteorite fist could easily blast her into ashes. The woman's face contorted when she saw the other brown flame rising from Mo Fan's body. She could barely resist his fourth-tier fiery fist, but if Mo Fan were to attack with the meteorite fist that was equivalent to an advanced spell, even a few extra lives were not enough for her to survive. Brown, red, the two flames combined together, it was none other than the combination of the meteorite fist from Little Flame Belle's possess and the fourth-tier fiery fist, the super fiery fist that had sent the Flesh Mound corpse official flying. Stop, stop it! As Mo Fan unleashed his murderous aura, a fairly timid voice appeared. I'm telling you to stop. Otherwise, your friend is going to die. The voice grew firmer. He was grabbing onto a magical weapon which looked like a dagger. The dagger was held right at Zhang Xiaohou's neck. It could easily slice Zhang Xiaohou's throat open. Zhang Xiaohou's expression remained blank as usual. He did not show too much reaction even when a sharp weapon was held at his throat. Mo Fan frowned and glanced at the person coldly. Hong Jun, what are you doing? Snapped Su Xiaoluo furiously. Chief Xie Sang was confused, too. He glanced at Hong Jun, who had suddenly grabbed Zhang Xiaohou and blurted out, Hong Jun, the Black Vatican are not good people either, what are you doing? Chief, do you not understand still? Mo Fan wore a mocking grin as he was able to see the truth with a single glance. Ha 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 ha, well done, who would have thought that a little grey priest would be useful at such crucial times. Nice job, I'll take you up once we're done here. You're smarter than those clergy that died, the female deacon suddenly burst out laughing. Hong Jun, how could you? We are people from the villages, we are obliged to follow the teachings of our ancestors. Su Xiaoluo was stunned too. She never thought Hong Jun was one of the Black Vatican. But Hong Jun had stayed in the village just like anyone else. How did he come into contact with the Black Vatican? Humph, don't even talk to me about the teachings. You're just a bunch of people living like primitive tribes. Idiots like you who stubbornly follow the teachings of your ancestors have no clue how marvelous the outside world is, and because of you overly conservative people, I was born in that shithole. I can't fit in, even though I'm a magician, yelled Hong Jun. 3 years, you've only left the village for 3 years, and you've turned into something like this. I swore not to go back after the 2nd month I left the village. If it weren't for the orders given to me, do you really think I would bother going back to the village? What does the village have, apart from a bunch of idiots who either keep talking about the teachings of their ancestors or doing that cheap farm work for their entire lives? The most ridiculous thing is the rule about not being allowed to leave the village because of some god in the wells. King bullshit. Hong Jun vented out all his frustrations toward the village. His face was twisted like a monster. But that doesn't mean you should join the Black Vatican instead. I even broke the rules given by the ancestors, chased the people of Sunny Goat Village away, and even stole some of the water of Kuan every month, just so your path as a magician would be smoother, just so you could grow stronger than those who ridiculed you, said Chief Zhang, whose face was full of despair. It's too slow. The benefits that the water of Kuan provided to my cultivation are too slow. You could never imagine what the Black Vatican offered to me, he said Hong Jun. Don't worry, once you are promoted to a black clergyman, you can do whatever you want. Money, women, fame, respect, whoever dares to mock you because of your background, you can turn them into dark beast monsters, into your slaves, the female deacon burst out laughing. The two flames rising from Mo Fan's body did not dissipate. He did not expect someone from the village would collude with the Black Vatican. After all, the people of the villages were basically cut off from the rest of the world. It was difficult for the people of Black Vatican to blend in, and it would not do any good to the Black Vatican, either. To his surprise, this Hong Jun, who had only spent 3 years outside the village to study and become a magician, was already corrupted. Or perhaps, the guy always hated his background. He was a slave driven by his desires from the beginning, and the Black Vatican just happened to be able to fulfill his dreams. So everything happened because of your greed. How are you going to face the villagers who died? Snapped Su Xiaohou furiously. There are only a bunch of people that lived like slaves doing farm work. Who cares if they're dead? They always mentioned how great and sacred the teachings of the ancestors were, yet they were nothing but jokes to outsiders, said Hong Jun. Xiesang could not find any words. He had disobeyed the teachings of his ancestors and put the lives of villagers to an end, just so he could satisfy his son's desire to become a reputable magician. He never thought it would come to this. As he thought about the villagers that Fang Jiyu had killed to avenge his people, and his son who he didn't know anymore, he suddenly felt dispirited and fell to the ground, as if he had lost his soul. Chief, Zhang Xiaohou's voice came. Chief Xiesang raised his head. He did not understand why the retarded kid was calling him. To be honest, I always thought you were one of the Black Vatican, said Zhang Xiaohou calmly, whose eyes looked alive for once. The chief was startled. He did not quite catch what Zhang Xiaohou was trying to say. However, for some reason, he felt that the kid's tone was not as retarded as before. Brother Fan, I'm sorry to drag you into such a mess again. Zhang Xiaohou ignored Xiesang's reaction. He stared at Mo Fan with a smile. Mo Fan responded with a smile too. The calamity fire and the rose flame that remained burning on him suddenly grew stronger. His surroundings was fully immersed in a blinding blazing red. Those that were supposed to die would still die. Did the female deacon really think she could escape with the help of a mere traitor? Chapter 635. Zhang Xiaohou's Disguise. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Hey, idiot, don't tell me you still know how to say your last words? Tell him to extinguish his fire now, or you'll be dead soon, snapped Hong Jun. Hong Jun put the sharp dagger closer to Zhang Xiaohou's throat. It almost sliced into his artery. Su Xiaoluo's eyes became bloodshot upon seeing this. She looked at Mo Fan with a pleading gaze, hoping that Mo Fan would not abandon Zhang Xiaohou like that. However, Mo Fan did not stop attacking. The flames erupted from his body like a volcano, as he threw the terrifying meteorite fist forward. Damn it, how dare you ignore me? Hong Jun's face contorted. He pulled the dagger with all his strength, slicing at Zhang Xiaohou's throat. He wanted to let Mo Fan know the consequences of underestimating him. Everyone who looked down on him must die. If it weren't because he kept feeling a pair of eyes watching him all the time, he would have killed this idiot who kept sticking close to Su Xiaoluo. He would not have waited until today. The dagger swept past. Its momentum could easily slice one's throat open. The guy had no intention to show any mercy. However, the fresh blood that was supposed to jet out did not appear. The truth was, the dagger had only sliced across the air. There was no sensation of the dagger stabbing into someone's flesh. The furious Hong Jun could only see a flicker before him, followed by a surging gust. Zhang Xiaohou had already disappeared, and he sensed a great chill from behind. You're a hopeless dumbass. The Black Vatican is full of assholes, yet you're still willing to be their slave. You who colluded with demon creatures are not worthy to be called a magician. Zhang Xiaohou's voice came from behind him. Hong Jun felt a chill down his spine. He fiercely stabbed the dagger backwards, yet it only caught the afterimage of Zhang Xiaohou's movement. Zhang Xiaohou was already 2 meters away. His eyes were lively and aware. Raising his hand, a strong wind suddenly blew in front of Zhang Xiaohou. The rapid gust immediately turned into a tornado sweeping forward. Hong Jun had no time to react. The wind tossed him into the air. The wind grew stronger, lifting Hong Jun higher up into the sky. His figure was as tiny as a stalk of grass. Under Zhang Xiaohou's control, the tornado continued to rise higher, drawing the raindrops nearby into it. Don't kill, Su Xiaoluo was just about to beg for mercy for Hong Jun's sake. However, the wind suddenly turned sharp like sabers, sweeping past Hong Jun's body, amputating him continuously before he turned into a blood mist. I can promise you anything, but I will never spare the life of someone from the Black Vatican. Zhang Xiaohou said to Su Xiaoluo expressionlessly. The blood rain poured down, falling behind Zhang Xiaohou, who was quite somber. Su Xiaoluo glanced at him in astonishment, feeling that he was now a different person. Meanwhile, the meteorite split into 9 fiery dragons, devouring the female deacon of the Black Vatican. The woman screamed in pain, trying to beg for mercy. However, Mo Fan's intent to kill was as determined as Zhang Xiaohou's. When he recalled that all of Bo City was treated as a mere test run by the Black Vatican, Mo Fan felt the urge to throw a few more punches at the woman's corpse. Little Flame Belle left Mo Fan's body and landed nimbly on his shoulder. Mo Fan turned his head sideways. His cold face finally wore a smile. You did a good job today. Little Flame Belle wriggled happily at his words. Mo Fan slowly walked up to Zhang Xiaohou. Zhang Xiaohou looked at him with a hint of remorse and said, I'm sorry, Brother Fan. It's fine, I know you have your own reasons. Now, can you tell me what happened to the village? Mo Fan did not blame Zhang Xiaohou. Zhang Xiaohou looked at Mo Fan in surprise. He admitted that he had always pretended to suffer from amnesia, acting like he had turned into an idiot. There was only one reason behind it, to protect himself. Brother Fan, when you showed up at Hua village, I almost lost myself. I never thought you would come, really. Zhang Xiaohou glanced at Mo Fan. He seemed to be losing control of his emotions. He was severely injured, only a step away from dying. He did lose his memory for a while due to the strong blow to his head. He only recovered slowly after he was treated by Su Xiaoluo. That night where they were chased by the Hatchet Corps General, the others were either chopped to death, or fell into the dark abyss that appeared out of nowhere. The Hatchet Corps General was going to push him into the dark abyss too, but it ended up sparing his life, perhaps because of his kindness when he turned around, trying to save her. However, Zhang Xiaohou had discovered an unbelievable sight. He saw people of the Black Vatican close to the dark abyss. Zhang Xiaohou never thought he would stumble into people of the Black Vatican on the night of the incident, and they were so near the dark abyss. Zhang Xiaohou was going to take a closer look, but he was spotted by them. In the end, he could only flee as fast as he could, suffering a serious injury. He ran all the way to Hua village, where Su Xiaoluo saved him. While he was recovering, he was almost poisoned to death, making him realize that someone in the village had colluded with the Black Vatican. They were trying to silence him. As such, Zhang Xiaohou could only pretend he was suffering from amnesia as his disguise. He knew clearly that once the Black Vatican discovered he had seen something he was not supposed to, they would send out blue deacons to eliminate him. In order to protect himself, and make sure he could tell the others what he had seen, Zhang Xiaohou had no choice but to put up and act as an idiot. He had waited so long just to find who the person from the Black Vatican was. Zhang Xiaohou thought it was only a matter of time until he was killed, yet to his surprise, Mo Fan came to his rescue. He had come all the way here, to a place separated from the world, crossing the area of Xiankai that no magician was willing to cross. Zhang Xiaohou felt like he could no longer keep up his act. He had wanted to give Mo Fan a hug, and tell him what he had gone through. But he did not dare to do so, the person from Black Vatican would be watching him. He believed that if he showed any sign of recovering the slightest bit of his memory, or even tried to talk to Mo Fan alone, the person would surely notify the higher-ups of the Black Vatican, and would eliminate them before they could make it out of Zhang. But from what I know about the Black Vatican, they wouldn't just leave a potential threat like you alive if you really saw something that you were not meant to hear. Mo Fan raised his doubts. Chapter 636. The Catastrophe That's Just Around the Corner. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. I'm not entirely sure, but I think someone else is watching Hua village apart from the people of the Black Vatican. It's the reason why they didn't get too aggressive on me. Otherwise, I would have been dead now, Zhang Xiaohou admitted sternly. Mo Fan was stunned. He immediately looked at Liu Yu. Liu Yu softly nodded and said, "It must be the same person who gave me the blood serums." "Then you've made the right choice to pretend that you were suffering from amnesia. The Black Vatican would have to send out blue deacons to kill you, but since the plan related to the rain is their first priority, the blue deacons would not show up so easily, as they had to be even more cautious." Mo Fan nodded. That being said, Mo Fan almost broke into a sweat after re-evaluating the situation. Mo Fan did speculate that Zhang Xiaohou was putting up an act as a disguise, but he never thought so many people were actually watching him. "So what did you see?" Su Xiaoluo finally ran out of patience. Now that they had gotten rid of the spy Hong Jun, Zhang Xiaohou could finally tell them the truth. What did you see?" Mo Fan's voice sank. Zhang Xiaohou had endured such hardships just to protect the information. It must be extremely important, and might be related to this huge conspiracy looming over the city. He was wearing a mask. I couldn't recognize him, but the people of Black Vatican called him Great Deacon Hu Jin, said Zhang Xiaohou. Great Deacon Hu Jin. Mo Fan was confused. He's in charge of all the blue deacons of Black Vatican, Salon's right-hand man. He must have played an extremely important role in this conspiracy. Fang Jiyu slowly walked out from the shadows and glanced at the trembling villagers coldly. "How do you know?" asked Liu Yu. "I had contact with the Black Vatican before. I purposely left one of their people alive, to learn who was trying to hunt me down. The man was a tough one, so I had no choice but to threaten him with the undeath, forcing him to spill the beans," replied Fang Jiyu. "But the Black Vatican is very strict about keeping their identities a secret. If that woman was still alive, we might be able to learn more information," said Liu Yu. "Forget it, for something as huge as this, the blue deacons are only in charge of a small part of the whole thing. They won't know the details. If we really want to know what their next move is, we'll have to find this Great Deacon Hu Jin," said Fang Jiyu confidently. "Hosey, why were they trying to kill you?" "You didn't even see his face," said Mo Fan in confusion. "I heard his voice, and somehow it felt slightly familiar, but I can't remember who the person is," said Zhang Xiaohou. "Familiar?" "Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I've heard the voice in Bo City. It was raining quite heavily that day, but if I can surely identify the person if I can hear his voice again," said Zhang Xiaohou in a serious tone. Mo Fan frowned as his breathing intensified. It turned out that someone from the Black Vatican was right around them. "I believe he knows me, too. He must be worried that I would recognize his voice, thus he immediately sent his men to silence me. Even after I reached Hua village, he still asked Hongjun to spy on me. If I did something that would pose the slightest threat of revealing his identity, he would eliminate me and the people around me at once," said Zhang Xiaohou. "So you've pretended to stay with me like a retard, just so the spy wouldn't feel suspicious," said Su Xiaoluo. "Well, that's not it." Zhang Xiaohou's face blushed. "What is it then?" Su Xiaoluo pursued further. "To repay your kindness for saving his life. We'll talk about the romance between you two later. Hosey, can't you remember whose voice it was?" "If we can learn his identity, you mentioned that he's from Bo City," blurted out Mo Fan. "Yeah, he must be someone from Bo City. Maybe he's someone we both saw before," said Zhang Xiaohou confidently. "But there were many people that were allocated here to the ancient capital. How can we find this Great Deacon Hu Jin?" said Liu Yu. Liu Yu and Mo Fan had already paid a visit to Bo City Street. Only a small group of people from Bo City were living there, while the others were scattered across the ancient capital. The information Zhang Xiaohou had brought back was crucial, yet it was too vague. Come, let's look for Mu Bai, Zhu Ming, and the others. They have spent a longer time in the ancient capital. Maybe they can help us find this great Deacon Hu Jin. On top of that, we should tell Zhu Meng about it, too, said Mo Fan. I'll come with you, I'll help too, said Fang Jiyu. Oh, I thought you were going to kill the rest of them. As the saying goes, drop the butcher's knife and immediately become a Buddha. Mo Fan looked at Fang Jiyu in surprise. I've already avenged my people. I'll turn myself into the enforcement union when we reach the inner city, if we manage to survive. Fang Jiyu turned his head around for a glance behind them. A dense mass of black moving figures. A shocking sight. The ocean of undead was already less than a kilometer away. When the noise from the shaking ground reached a certain level, it felt like the whole place had fallen into dead silence. When everyone turned around after they were done with the Black Vatican, they could smell the approaching death, darkness, and fear, the sense of being caught in an ocean of despair that could overwhelm their souls. It felt like their hearts were close to exploding from their fear of the approaching calamity. The shocking undead tide was strong enough to crush the buildings, parks, streets, and schools, and humans were incredibly tiny. On the other hand, the inner city was covered in a golden barrier. The inner walls had stood tall for over 1,000 years, but could it survive this calamity of undead? Everything behind them was turned into nothing. The army of undead did not need to do anything. They were simply advancing forward, bringing darkness upon the city. It felt like both the sky and the ground were filled with them. The inner city under the protection of the golden barrier had turned into an isolated island surrounded by a black ocean with no visible end. The tide surged fiercely, shrouding the sky and the sun. The inner city quaked vigorously, and felt like it would be devoured at any second. The soldiers stood in lines on the walls. Their eyes were full of terror, regardless of their ranks. The time had come after all. The undead had overrun the outer city and devoured half of the city. Those who did not escape to the inner city in time were all dead, as there was zero chance for them to survive. The cries of the undead were so loud that the inner city was shaking constantly, but the world was immersed in dead silence. As the ocean of undead pitch-black flesh, hills of skeletons, and tides of phantoms came closer, the people almost felt their hearts shattering to pieces from the overwhelming shock. Chapter 637. The Helpless City. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Northern Gate, the crowd was tiny like sand, pushing their way toward the inner wall slowly. However, the black tide had already arrived. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of people, death was lingering in every corner, as destruction like that of an apocalypse descended. In the past, the people standing on the walls would see the city as a flourishing scene of prosperity. Even though it was not as colorful and luxurious as Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, the unique atmosphere of the city after the history it had gone through was somewhat attractive. Every brick and tile had its own touching story. Now, the black storms consisted of the savage undead. The scene of an apocalypse was looming right over the city, crushing the life and buildings into nothing. Cries and screams filled the cold air, each full of despair. The zombies, phantoms, and skeletons came in like a tsunami. Both the land and the buildings crumbled, while the sky and clouds lost their usual color. No one knew the number of people that had failed to reach the inner city safely. However, the sight of the crowded inner city, with so many people in tears while uttering cries of despair, was enough to imply that there were still countless people out there. The inner city gradually fell silent. No one had the energy or mood to ask around for information about their close ones. The overwhelming calamity had crushed their dignity, integrity, and questioning. It was heaven's will to destroy the city. Once the city was destroyed, it would then lead them into utter destruction. The streets were fully crowded with people. Vehicles were no longer allowed to occupy their usual spots. The people curled up in the corners, crying tears of despair and hiding their heads between their legs. They were clueless whether they should wait patiently for their death, or continue to pray so they could survive the calamity. Even the expected noise such a huge crowd would normally make was no longer present. The majority of the people already had their souls crushed by the calamity, leaving only empty shells behind. More tears were shed than the raindrops. The chill in their hearts was stronger than the cold of winter. No one could care less about their personal gain or loss, or if they could stay in spots that were slightly cozier. After all, they had no chance of escaping from the fate of being devoured by the ocean of undead. Perhaps everyone had already fallen into the kingdom of the dead, where humans appeared to be so petty and minuscule. Xiaohou kept on taking deep breaths and clenching his fists as he weaved through the crowd on the streets full of people. Useless, he was so useless. He had seen the people of Black Vatican planning something close to the ancient capital so much earlier, yet why did he not suspect that they were plotting to invoke such a disaster? Most importantly, he had already heard the great Deacon Hu Jin's voice, yet why could he not remember who the person was? If they were able to deal with the Black Vatican earlier, they could have avoided this disaster. The people on the streets were stacked together regardless of age or gender. Everyone had a blank face, not because of the apocalypse surrounding the tiny inner city, but because of the memories of their families and friends being devoured by the undead, robbing them of the motivation to live further. To many people, even the death of someone close to them was seen as the apocalypse, let alone when they were left all alone in this world. "What is it?" asked Su Xiaoluo, when she saw Zhang Xiaohou's eyes reddening. Zhang Xiaohou wiped his wet eyes and inhaled a mouthful of the sour air before he said, "The year we graduated from high school, when our Bo city was turned into rivers of blood, I told myself that I would not let anything like this happen again. I must become stronger, strong enough to destroy anything that would bring despair to mankind, but after all these years, the same thing is happening again. More people are dead, more magicians have been sacrificed, and I'm still the same as the old me, unable to do anything. I can only watch it all happen, like a useless piece of trash." The sense of feeling tiny was something that Zhang Xiaohou hated to the bones. The golden barrier protecting the inner city would not last for long. In no time, he would be watching the people around him dying again. He had already experienced it before. He would rather die than suffer the same torture again. He wanted to do something. When he saw the people suffering around him, he wanted to help them. Anything was better than pettily waiting for their deaths. "It's not your fault, it's just that the Black Vatican are a bunch of cunning lunatics. It's not like you didn't do anything either, at least you've learned that someone behind this conspiracy is from Bo City. Perhaps we can find out who that great Deacon Hu Jin is once Mo Fan finds your old classmates." Su Xiaoluo tried to comfort him. As soon as Su Xiaoluo finished her sentence, she saw a few people approaching them among the crowd. The person leading them was none other than Mo Fan, still in his same black shirt. "Mo Fan, over here." Su Xiaoluo waved her hand. Mo Fan led Mu Bai, Zhu Ming, Zhao Kunsen, and Wang Sanpang over to them. He glanced at Fang Jiyu, who had stayed with them, and let out a wry smile when he saw Zhang Xiaohou's bloodshot eyes. Mu Bai and the others were wearing the same unpleasant looks. They had witnessed the same thing before too. They thought everything was already in the past, yet it turned out that a scarier nightmare had arrived. "I've told them about the situation. Hosey, they are going to say the names of the people they know, and you'll do some deductions. We have to find out who that great Deacon Hu Jin is as soon as possible, and inform Councilman Zhu Meng at once so the authorities can react accordingly," Mo Fan said to Zhang Xiaohou. Zhang Xiaohou nodded grimly. Mu Bai, Zhu Ming, Zhao Kunsen and Wang Sanpang had grim expressions, too. They had taken a while to calm down after learning the truth from Mo Fan. "I'll go first. Among the people I know, only Lin Yuxing and Deng Kai are magicians. I haven't seen Lin Yuxing for many years. She took great care of me when we first came to the ancient capital," said Zhu Ming. "Lin Yuxing, she's here too." Mo Fan was slightly surprised. The attractive girl in a white uniform with a strong sense of justice immediately crossed Mo Fan's mind when her name was mentioned. It was Lin Yuxing who handed him the underground holy spring at Bo City. She had put her life at stake just to protect the precious underground holy spring. She was definitely one of the reasons why Bo City was not entirely wiped out. There's no way Lin Yuxing is on the Black Vatican side, said Mo Fan confidently. How about Deng Kai? Asked Mu Bai. Deng Kai was a superior in the Hunter Union. He had fought hard to protect Bo City, too. After Headmaster Xiao died in the calamity, Deng Kai was supposed to replace him as the headmaster of Qianlan Magic High. However, Bo City was turned into a military station, and Qianlan Magic High was now a military academy. Deng Kai had moved to the ancient capital, too. Deng Kai's voice is quite unique, I still remember it, I don't think he's the one, said Zhang Xiaohou, shaking his head. Mu Bai, your turn, you would know most of them, said Mo Fan. Mu Bai fell into a thoughtful state. It seemed like he had something to say, but he had no idea where to start. Mu Bai, what are you doing? We're running out of time, don't you want to find out who the person from Black Vatican is? Don't forget that they are the ones who destroyed our hometown. We must get our revenge, yelled Zhu Ming. Chapter 638. The Inescapable Danger. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mu Bai reacted even more suspiciously as everyone set their gaze on him. Mu Bai, don't tell me, your cultivation did improve a lot over the years. Wang Sanpang looked at Mu Bai in fear. Hey fatty, enough with your nonsense, there's no way Mu Bai is one of the Black Vatican. He hated them more than any of us. Don't think that you're the only one whose families died at their hands, yelled Zhao Kunsen with a blushing face. I'm sure Mu Bai isn't, but do you have someone you're suspicious of? Asked Mo Fan. Mu Bai was a green tea man without a doubt, but he was definitely not the same kind as Hong Jun, who would twist his personality in order to achieve his personal desires. The guy was extremely self-willed, and most importantly, they had all grown up together. There was no way he would have been brainwashed by the Black Vatican. The truth is, I only heard this from my mum a while ago, it's not like I'm trying to hide something. Mu Bai's voice turned slightly deeper. Oh. Mu Bai was about to tell them his speculations when a few Imperial magicians in purple robes flew towards them from the inner walls. Initially, they thought the Imperial magicians were heading toward the Clock Tower Magic Association, but they were surprised when the magicians landed before them. The captain of the Imperial magicians scanned the group and asked coldly, "Pardon me, is Fang Jiyu here?" "I am." Fang Jiyu did not hide his identity. He slowly walked forward and said with a hollow laugh, "As a sinful man, I'm quite honored that the captain of the Imperial magicians, Lu Huan, is here to catch me. To bother wasting your time on a murderer like me, you Imperial magicians are quite intriguing." Fang Jiyu already mentioned that he would turn himself into the Enforcement Union. However, in the middle of such a terrifying disaster, it was a great relief if the city merely managed to survive. The Enforcement Union had no time to waste on a criminal like him. Fang Jiyu was simply going with the flow. As a matter of fact, he was quite intrigued to learn who this great Deacon Hu Jin was, a man trying to give the 1,000-year ancient capital a burial ceremony. "You all are coming with me," Lu Huan waved his hand, ordering his men to take the group with them. Mo Fan was entirely confused, but considering that these Imperial magicians would simply bring them to Zhumeng, he simply let the magicians take them away. The Imperial magicians all had the ability to fly, so they each took 2 people with them. Mo Fan, Zhang Xiaohou, Su Xiaoluo, Fang Jiyu, Mu Bai, Zhu Ming, Liu Ryu, Wang Sanpang, and Zhao Kunsen were all dragged away. Initially, Mo Fan thought the Imperial magicians would bring them to the Clock Tower Magic Association, but they ended up arriving at some residence. It was hard to find such a spacious residence when the inner city was fully crowded with people. It was obvious that the place was somewhere important. "Captain, you can go back now. The Netherbone ruler is still watching the city. We'll bring them in," said one of the Imperial magicians. Lu Huan nodded. He quickly flew into the sky and headed for the northern gate with a single beat of the enormous pair of white wings on his back. The inner city was not too big. It did not take much time for the captain of the Imperial magicians to travel back and forth, yet it was quite shocking that they would send the captain of the Imperial magicians to hunt Fang Jiyu down for what he had done. The status of the captain of the Imperial magicians was even higher than Councilman Zhu Meng here in the ancient capital. He was in charge of the strongest troop of magicians in the whole ancient capital, consisting of the best advanced magicians. The Flesh Mound Corps officials had greatly disrupted the evacuation of the people in the outer city. However, the Imperial magicians still managed to eliminate many Flesh Mound Corps officials within a short period of time. Otherwise, at least half of the people who had successfully evacuated to the inner city would have died. So his Lu Huan, rumors say, is the strongest man in the ancient capital. He once killed an undead ruler on his own, said Zhu Ming, admiringly glancing after the purple figure flying away. It's exaggerating to say he's the strongest, but he's definitely in the top 3, said a rather friendly-looking Imperial magician with a smile. He led the group into the residence. The residence was in fact fairly crowded. Most of the people were hiding indoors. The beautiful garden was full of boxes containing medicines, leaving only a single path that people could barely walk through. "Feel free to sit anywhere," said an old man, walking out before the group reached the building. The group exchanged glances with one another. Mo Fan was the first to sit down on a box of medicine. The others proceeded to take their seats, although they were still utterly confused by the situation. "On behalf of the higher-ups in the Magic Association, I must thank you for escorting Fang Jiyu here." The black-haired old man gave them a slight bow. Fang Wu was completely confused too. Even though he had committed murders, was it really necessary to send him here, considering the situation they were in? There was no doubt that this old man was the president of the Clock Tower Magic Association, Han Ji. First the captain of the Imperial magicians, and now the president of the Clock Tower Magic Association. Everyone was a great authority of the ancient capital, whose decisions could decide the fate of the entire city. "Fang Jiyu, do you still have a portion of the water of Kuan?" Han Ji switched his gaze on Fang Jiyu and asked straightforwardly. "Why are you asking about this? Aren't you going to punish me for my sins?" asked Fang Jiyu in confusion. The Black Vatican was after the water of Kuan. Why were the people of the Magic Association after it too? Even though the water of Kuan was the key to this conspiracy, the disaster had already taken place. What was the point of finding the water of Kuan now? "We'll talk about your sins later. Saving the lives of millions of people in the inner city is our top priority now. The water of Kuan is the only thing that can neutralize the effect of the Dew of 9 Serenities. We hope you can hand over the water of Kuan so we can put the undead to sleep." Han Ji's voice was calm, yet the stern look in his eyes took away one's courage to oppose him. The group was shocked when they heard the information. It turned out that the water of Kuan was able to neutralize the Dew of 9 Serenities. If they sprinkled the water of Kuan into the clouds, the undead would no longer be able to move in the day. The ocean of undead would simply sink into the soil. That was a great news. There was hope to save the city. Fang Jiyu never thought about that, but his shocked expression was soon replaced with a hint of hopelessness. "I'm sorry, really sorry. If I still have the water of Kuan, I would hand it over as a way to cleanse my sins, but I've already used the remaining water of Kuan to refine my undead. I'll summon it out, and if you manage to acquire the water of Kuan from it, I won't mind you killing it," said Fang Jiyu honestly. Following his words, Fang Jiyu drew a star pattern and summoned the crimson-red skeleton in front of the group. It glanced at its surroundings with a blank, bony face. "Fang Tu, the water of Kuan can save the people of this city, they're going to," said Fang Jiyu to the skeleton. Even though his tone was calm, everyone could sense the unwillingness in his words. "There's no need for that, it looks like we won't be able to escape our fate," Han Ji mumbled to himself after taking a single glance at the skeleton, which seemed to have given his soul a huge blow. "We won't be able to escape our fate." It was impossible to retrieve the water of Kuan even if they smelted the skeleton. Their only hope to neutralize the Dew of 9 Serenities was gone. The city, even protected by the Golden Barrier, would soon be destroyed, regardless if it was daytime or nighttime. Chapter 639. The Undead's Ancestor. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Oh right, "Brother Fan, don't you have the underground holy spring?" asked Zhang Xiaohou, as a sudden thought crossed his mind. As soon as Zhang Xiaohou asked the question, the eyes of President Han Ji flickered as he interrupted, "The underground holy spring from Bo City." "Yes, the underground holy spring from Bo City." A masked man in grey-white outfit slowly walked out. His glittering eyes were looking at Mo Fan. Mo Fan scrutinized the man thoroughly, yet had no idea who he was. At the same time, Liu Yu moved closer to Mo Fan and whispered to him, "It's him, he's the one that gave me the blood serums, and has been following us. You have been keeping an eye on the Black Vatican, but why were you watching the people of Hua Village and Zhang Xiaohou, too?" "I was entrusted by someone to do so," said the man. Entrusted? Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohou were even more confused. "We'll discuss it later. Besides, I can't tell you even if you ask." "Mo Fan, do you still have the underground holy spring?" The man remained on the topic. "I do, but I'm in a similar position to Fang Jiyu," Mo Fan said honestly. If he had known earlier, he would have managed to squeeze some of the remaining underground holy spring out from the Little Loach pendant. He had used the same trick to bait the Black Vatican into the trap at the Magic City. However, the underworld river had already taken shape inside the Little Loach pendant. It was impossible to retrieve any underground holy spring water from it. "I don't understand, why does the underground holy spring matter in this situation?" asked Mu Bai curiously. It was the same question that Mo Fan wanted to ask. They were clearly in need of the water of Kuan, but why would they suddenly be interested in the underground holy spring? Could it be that it had the same effect? "Brother Fan, the truth is, our Bo City and the villages came from the same ancestor a long time ago," said Zhang Xiaohou. "More precisely, Bo City was once a tribe just like the villages. They moved far away to the south, and after 1,000 years, they slowly grew into a city in the south. Meanwhile, the villages remained isolated from the world, hence they simply remained as villages," added the mysterious man. The jaws of Mu Bai, Ju Ming, Zhao Kunsen, and Wang Sanpang dropped. "That was more than 1,000 years ago. It's like saying we are all descendants of the Yellow Emperor. I bet we're not even related to the people from the villages anymore," said Wang Sanpang. The mysterious man nodded. The kid was right about that. Many years had passed since their ancestors had moved to Bo City. Everyone would be related if you looked back long enough into the past. However, Mo Fan suddenly recalled what Xinxia had mentioned to him. Bo City were the descendants of some ancient emperor who moved to the south and developed his power, starting from a village. In other words, Xinxia's teacher had speculated right. The ancestors of the people of Bo City were from the ancient capital, and were from the same origin as the people in the villages that were isolated from the world. The people of Bo City now have mixed lineage since there were many outsiders that moved to the city. It's hard to say if anyone still has the pure bloodline now. However, there's something that can prove that Bo City was from the same origin as the villages. The underground holy spring that the people of Bo City protected for generations was actually the water of Kuan, said President Han Ji, who had been relatively quiet. Underground holy spring. Water of Kuan. That's right, the authorities of Bo City had been protecting the underground holy spring because of some teaching of their ancestors, too. It was exactly the same as the water of Kuan. Mo Fan slapped his forehead. Why hadn't he thought about it? This also explained why the Black Vatican was so eager to acquire the underground holy spring and kept on chasing after him. The underground holy spring that Bo City had protected for centuries. The people of Bo City were the descendants of some ancient emperor that had migrated to the south. The underground holy spring that the Black Vatican tried so hard to acquire. The water of Kuan and the teachings of ancestors of the villages. The enraging spring and the dew of 9 serenities. The underground holy spring and the water of Kuan. It turned out that every piece of information was already right in front of him, yet he did not even link them together. Little Loach, spit out the underground holy spring at once, you're in big trouble. The end was still the same. Mo Fan's underground holy spring was already refined into the Little Loach source of energy ages ago. If they could not retrieve the water of Kuan from Fangu's skeleton, there was no way they could retrieve a single drop of the underground holy spring from the Little Loach pendant. Mo Fan desperately wanted to end the disaster too, but they just happened to be out of luck. It was as Han Ji described, they could not escape from their fate. It seems like our plan isn't going to work, the ancient king is still going to be awakened. Everything will be destroyed, said Han Ji with a dull expression as if he had already predicted the outcome. There's still hope, if we can find the tomb of the ancient king. The mysterious man had no intention of giving up. It's been 2,000 years since the end of the Qin dynasty, but has anyone found his tomb? Well, I guess we'll find it soon, as he's going to wake up and become the king of this city that's going to turn into a kingdom of undead, said Han Ji. Qin dynasty. The ancient king. The undead's ancestor. Mo Fan came to a realization when he heard the words. History. This world's history was identical to the world he came from, so the ancient king they were talking about. It was the emperor of the Qin dynasty, Yingwang. It's him? Ridiculous, this is absolutely ridiculous. How could a person that has been dead for over 2,000 years be responsible for this calamity here in the 21st century? No, this is a world of magic. The history records in this world clearly stated that the discoverer of the undead element was the emperor of the Qin dynasty, Yingwang. History even mentioned that he had spent his whole life trying to find the pill of eternal life, just so he could stay alive forever. Eternal life. Before, Mo Fan would simply laugh at the thought of it. However, he no longer found it amusing. If the history of the two worlds were identical, if the emperor of the Qin dynasty Yingwang in this world of magic was the inventor of the undead element, the greatest threat of this calamity would be his awakening, and the eternal life he sought for was actually turning himself into an invincible undead. Only when he was awakened would he be able to control this huge army of undead. Its numbers were so overwhelming that it could simply shroud the sky and the sun. The army was so large that it was going to overrun the enormous ancient capital like an ocean. Mo Fan was utterly astonished after learning the truth. The first time he experienced the vastness and fear of this world of magic was during the calamity of Bo City when he witnessed humans being freely massacred by the demon beasts. He could no longer evaluate the world with the same understanding he brought with him from his world. And this time, an emperor from 2,000 years ago was making a comeback. His awakening and crowning ceremony were going to be an unstoppable massacre committed by the undead. The ancient capital was the gift the undead had presented to their king who was going to dominate the world. After all, it had once belonged to him. Chapter 640. The Erased Memory. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. So we are back to square one now with no idea what to do. Is our fate really in heaven's hands? Han Ji raised his head and glanced outside of the golden barrier. His eye sockets covered in wrinkles suddenly contracted. His eyeballs almost fell right through them. The mountain zombie. The mountain zombie was already in the city north. Its gigantic figure, which poked straight into the dark clouds, was too strong of a visual impact. Its eyes emitted the glow of death, already sentencing the whole place to death. Great Deacon Hu Jin, right, Mu Bai, weren't you suspicious of someone, said Ju Ming suddenly to Mu Bai as she recalled something. Why do you know the name of Salon's right-hand man, blurted out the mysterious man in surprise. As Zhang Xiaohou explained what he had witnessed in the Xiangkai area, the mysterious man suddenly came to a realization. It turned out that him watching over Hua village had somehow saved Zhang Xiaohou's life, as it prevented the Black Vatican from doing anything reckless. It's not me being suspicious, I just want to tell you something that my mum unintentionally told me a while ago, spoke up Mu Bai. Then tell us quick, the lives of millions of people are at stake. The slightest clue might be the key to stopping the disaster, said Mo Fan. Mu Bai nodded and said with a deep voice, Yu Ang, I believe you still remember him. The Black Vatican's lackey, what about him, asked Ju Ming. My mum only learned that Yu Ang was a member of the Black Vatican recently. She immediately followed up with a sigh and said, if it wasn't for my uncle, who provided for him and recommended him to Mu Zhuyan, he wouldn't even have had the chance to live a comfortable life, said Mu Bai. It's true that the Mu family was the one that brought in Yuang before Mu Zhiyun adopted him. It's so frustrating to learn that he was actually serving the Black Vatican, said Zhao Kunsen, while clenching his teeth. Yuang was already with the Black Vatican before joining the Mu family. Mu Bai, are you implying that your uncle was actually the one who brought Yuang into your family? Mo Fan confirmed as he caught the important piece of information. I don't know, but I must tell you that the person who relocated the survivors of Bo City to the ancient capital was my uncle. He was responsible for it, emphasized Mu Bai. Isn't your uncle Mu He? Blurted out Zhao Kunsen. As soon as the name was mentioned, Zhang Xiaohou palpitated with terror as he suffered a sharp pain that felt like his head was about to explode. President Han Ji's eyes flickered. His face was filled with shock when he saw Zhang Xiaohou suddenly in pain. Han Ji walked up to Zhang Xiaohou and grabbed his wrist. He quickly tore his sleeves open. A black mark like a centipede was under Zhang Xiaohou's skin on his arm. It looked like it was trying to dig deeper into his flesh, an extremely terrifying sight. Amnesia bug! Han Ji exclaimed in shock. Su Xiaoluo and Mo Fan were stunned too. They were totally unaware of the black centipede inside Zhang Xiaohou's body. It was difficult to tell how long the black centipede had stayed in his body. It was already as thick as a thumb. The thought of something like it inside someone's body was incredibly gruesome. Zhang Xiaohou seemed to be in extreme pain. His lips almost started bleeding as he bit his lips trying to endure the pain. Han Ji's body unleashed a milky white glow, as a healing spirit butterfly with huge wings danced on his fingertips. As Han Ji lifted his finger softly, the healing spirit floated into Zhang Xiaohou's body and collided with the scary black poisonous centipede. Zhang Xiaohou's skin nearly turned transparent. A line of poison extended all the way from his wrist to his shoulder, then to the back of his neck, before disappearing into the back of his head. It's the amnesia bug, no wonder he couldn't remember what happened or who the person was. The amnesia bug is an eerie psychic element creature. It can eat the most important memory hidden deep inside one's heart. If the person somehow remembers what happened during the day, it also means their life has come to an end, explained the mysterious man. So that means the more memory he recovers, Su Xiaoluo looked at the mysterious man in astonishment. The more he recovered, the closer he was to death. The medicine you've treated him with has most likely slowed down the amnesia bug's growth. Otherwise, the poisonous creature would have killed him earlier. It's a vicious art invented with the combination of the psychic element and curse element. Han Ji gasped. Zhang Xiaohou was in incredible pain, his body soaked in cold sweat. Even his veins were about to burst out from his skin. The scariest thing was, the amnesia bug that looked like a centipede seemed to notice that its life was in danger. It followed the black line and climbed all the way to the back of Zhang Xiaohou's head after killing the healing spirit. The amnesia bug has already grown into its adult phase. It's extremely difficult to kill it now. It seems like not only did your friend hear Great Deacon Hu Jin's voice, he must have learned their secret, too. However, he couldn't remember it, he only remembered the man's voice, said the mysterious man in a deep voice. Mo Fan and Su Xiaoluo's hearts flinched when they saw Zhang Xiaohou suffering. They initially thought Zhang Xiaohou had already fully recovered. He was only pretending to suffer from amnesia in order to protect himself from the Black Vatican. Even Zhang Xiaohou himself had no clue that he had actually forgotten the most important secret he was hiding in his heart. If the deepest memory surged into his mind, it would bring death upon him. Mu He, it's Mu He, screamed Zhang Xiaohou at the top of his lungs in the midst of the incredible pain, and. Stop it now, or you're going to die, yelled Han Ji. The memory after Zhang Xiaohou encountered the Hatchet Corps general surged into his mind, like a dream that he had forgotten for a long time. However, the more he thought about it, the stronger the sensation he felt as if his brain was about to explode. Suddenly, the mysterious man made his move, hitting the back of Zhang Xiaohou's neck with a hard blow to knock him out. Zhang Xiaohou fell unconscious. He stopped searching for the lost memory. Meanwhile, the vein filled with the terrifying black poison slowly vanished too. His body was pale white. Not a trace of blood could be seen on his face. Everyone gasped when they saw the amnesia bug. Suffering from amnesia was not scary, but what was scarier was when you thought you remembered everything, yet you were completely unaware that you had already forgotten the most important part of your life in the past. We're lucky that the president is here, as his third element is the healing element. He only managed to save his life with his super-level cultivation. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaohou would have died when the poison was triggered. The mysterious man glanced at the fainted Zhang Xiaohou with huge relief. Mo Fan's face was twitching. The Black Vatican was so vicious that there was nothing they would not do. Zhang Xiaohou managed to save his life once with his wisdom, yet little did everyone know, he was already a dead man. If they had not been summoned here because of Fang Jiyu, he would be a dead man now. Mu He, it's really you. Mo Fan clenched his fists as his chest heaved in anger. Chapter 641. Pulling the Snake from its Hole, Part 1. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mu He is Salon? Zhu Ming, Zhao Kunsen, Wang Sanpang, and Mu Bai were stunned. It was a very scary thought. Mu He used to be one of the chairmen of Tianlan Magic High. They were not unfamiliar with him. Both Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohou's families used to work with the Mu family. Mo Fan's father Mo Jussin was even Mu his driver and assistant. When the thought of Mu He being the evil Salon who would not blink when killing people, they could not help but sense a great chill coming from deep within their souls. This is unbelievable. Zhao Kunsen was no longer able to stand still. He staggered a few steps back. Mu Bai fell completely silent. He was probably having the hardest time accepting the truth. When his mother mentioned Yu Ang, he thought it was only a mere coincidence, or perhaps Yu Ang only had contact with the Black Vatican after he joined the Mu family. When Zhang Xiaohou mentioned about the great Deacon Hu Jin, Mu Bai immediately recalled this. Mu He had always been kind to him, and he was also the senior that Mu Bai had the most respect for. As such, Mu Bai was eager to clear his suspicion. Otherwise, how would he be able to regain his peace of mind? However, the situation was heading for the worse. It was impossible that the information that Zhang Xiaohou had acquired with his life at stake was unreliable, which meant that his uncle Mu He was actually a member of the Black Vatican. He even placed his pawn Yu Ang beside Mu Zhuyan, and arranged for the people of Bo City to be reallocated to the ancient capital just so he could proceed with their plan. We've already detained Salon. This Mu He must be Great Deacon Hu Jin, said the mysterious man sternly. Detained? Why haven't you executed him yet? Said Mo Fan in astonishment. We would like to, but executing Salon means we'll be killing almost 10 super magicians too. We still don't know exactly who Salon is yet, admitted Han Ji. The mysterious man explained how they had detained the authorities of the ancient capital in custody. It was the only way they could come up with to trap Salon. The truth was, the man in the alleyway was not the only life sacrificed to acquire the information. There were people from the Magic Association's enforcement union who managed to learn Salon's true identity, but they were all killed. Therefore, Han Ji and the mysterious man had to make a bet. There was no way they would let the person who was behind the conspiracy that had endangered the lives of millions of people in the ancient capital go easily. Zhu Meng, Du Xiao, Fei Jiao, and Lu Shu are among them, asked Mo Fan in shock. Han Ji nodded. I know Zhu Meng is the least suspicious, but... So what, if we still can't find out who Salon is? Asked Zhu Ming. If that's the case, Han Ji let out a sigh. Even he agreed that it was incredibly cruel to make the decision, making him look entirely worn out. We can only... We'll execute them all, said the mysterious man. The air froze in that instant. Everyone stared at the president of the Magic Association and the mysterious man in disbelief. Execute them all. They were going to sacrifice almost 10 innocent super magicians for the sake of killing one Salon. Wasn't that way too extreme? They might be unfamiliar with the others, but Du Xiao, Zhu Meng, Fei Jiao, and Lu Shu had greatly contributed to the northern walls. They risked their lives to fight the Phantom Tyrant Emperor. Is that really worth it? Fang Jiyu gasped. It's the decision made by the higher-ups. Salan will continue to invoke even greater disasters as long as he's alive. You have seen it too, how many lives and families were lost in this calamity. We've sacrificed a lot just to pin him down among this group of authorities. If we don't kill him now, we won't have the same chance again, said Hanji, clenching his teeth. No one knew how great the price the Enforcement Union had paid just to find out who Salan was. The truth was, they had planned to detain the assembled group of authorities long ago. They had only sent the decoy to confirm their speculation, just so the authorities were willing to be detained too. They had to sacrifice a man's life even for a simple goal like that. One could imagine the countless lives that had been sacrificed in order to come so far and keep Salan in custody. What would any other organization do in their place? Take a look at the ocean of undead, and the people crying in despair, waiting for their deaths in the city. Could they really afford to let Salan go? The decision was totally unfair to the innocent authorities that were dragged into it, but they were left with no choice. The Black Vatican is going to awaken the Emperor of the Qin dynasty, Yingbeng, next. Once he wakes up, the inner city will be turned into hell. Do you think it's worth it to exchange the lives of 10 authority figures for the lives of the millions in the city? Do we even have a choice? The mysterious man trembled as he swore. He had always been hiding in the dark. His name was not written in the records of the glorious Magic Association. He was doing something similar to the Black Vatican, but the difference was the Black Vatican was bringing destruction to mankind, while he was sacrificing the lives of his people to try and stop the destruction. After all these years, he had learned the truth, which was the fact that he was simply sacrificing the lives of a smaller group of people in exchange for the survival of the majority. Any mission that involved the survival of a city, or even a nation, was the same. There was no peace without blood. The decision that the Magic Association made might have obstructed justice and moral principles. They would even be ashamed to face the innocent authorities and their families, yet at least they were doing it for the sake of the people suffering from the disaster Salan had brought on. But what if Salan wasn't scared of dying to begin with? What if he was already planning to die just so he could achieve his goals? And what if you've made the wrong call, and Salan wasn't even among the group of authorities? If they are all executed, we won't have anyone to deal with the ruler-level undead. I'm pretty sure that the barrier won't last for a few days, even before Yingdeng is resurrected. Your methods are too extreme, declared Mu Bai. We understand what you're trying to say, but if you have any doubt regarding our methods, you should come up with a better plan first. Otherwise, anything you say is meaningless. It's more effective to just proceed with the plan, said the mysterious man. This, Mu Bai was left speechless. When are you planning to proceed with the plan? Asked Mo Fan in a serious tone. When the mountain zombie starts to attack the barrier, said Han Ji. I agree with Mu Bai. Once the authorities are dead, the ruler-level undead will massacre the whole city. We can't just kill them all. Now that we know Mu, he is Great Deacon Hu Jin, and since he's Salan's right-hand man, he must know who the real Salan is, said Mo Fan. This Great Deacon Hu Jin is in charge of the whole situation on behalf of Salan. The whole city is filled with spies of the Black Vatican. If we send out Imperial magicians, he would most likely run away, said the mysterious man. We'll go, said Mo Fan coldly. Yeah, we'll deal with Mu He, said Ju Ming. Why would you think this Great Deacon Hu Jin simply let you find him? We won't be finding him, he'll come looking for us, said Mo Fan confidently. He might before we sent the Imperial magicians for you, but I don't think he would bother finding you now, said the mysterious man. No, he will still come for us. The problem is, how are we going to send the message to him, said Mo Fan with utter confidence. I know the owner of a tea house. He contacts my uncle on a regular basis. I suspect something's fishy about him, too. I can pretend to take shelter at his tea house, and somehow give him the information. If he's on the Black Vatican's side, he will surely pass the message on to my uncle. Mu Bai's eyes flickered with a hint of determination. Chapter 642. Pulling the Snake from its Hole, Part 2. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Everich Tea House was located on the main road leading to the clock tower. The road was now crowded with people seeking safety, packed so tightly that it was hard to weave through on foot. The first and second floors of the tea house were full of people too, indicating that the owner was a sensible man. However, the third floor was not open to the public. The third floor was a little attic. One could see the Clock Tower Magic Association through the window. The loud chime of the bell was sounding. Each chime would emit golden motes into the sky through the main pillar of light, transferring energy to the barrier protecting the city. The sacred golden glow was being emitted continuously. Perhaps the protection from the ancient bell was the only reason why the people still had a slight glimpse of hope in their hearts. Once the chime stopped and the golden energy could no longer maintain the barrier, it would all come to an end. Humph, that thing is going to turn into a mere decoration in the end, the owner of the tea house glanced at the clock tower coldly. As soon as he finished the sentence, a worker hurried his way up to the attic. "Boss, Mu Bai is downstairs. It seems like he's here looking for shelter." "They were just too many people outside, it's cold and starving," said the worker. Oh, it's him. Let him come up. The kid is lucky enough to still be alive. Otherwise, I won't even know how to report back to Muhi, said the owner Shuezong. The worker soon led Mu Bai to the attic. It was not spacious, but it was well decorated, slightly resembling the style during the ancient Qin dynasty. Guests could sit on the tatami while enjoying the tea and the sight of the vehicles and crowd coming in and out from the clock tower. Currently, the whole street was simply stacked with people. "Uncle Shui, you've taken in so many people, and even gave them food. You're such a kind man." Mu Bai walked in with a smile, no stranger to the man. "You little imp, I told you not to go outside the outer walls. Look at you, your Uncle Mu He and I even thought you were dead out there. It's good to see you alive and well." Shuezong patted Mu Bai's shoulder. "Where's my uncle, is he all right?" blurted out Mu Bai. "Why are you still calling him uncle? You shouldn't blame him either. When Mu Juyan was still the person in charge of the family, if he knew you were actually your uncle's bastard, he would surely have made a huge fuss about it. In the end, your uncle could only tell him that you and your mum are his distant cousins," said Shuezong sincerely. I had gotten used to it." Mu Bai looked lost in his thoughts, yet he did not dare to show it. "I have no idea where he is now, but he should be safe somewhere, don't worry. Oh, by the way, I heard from the people who came here looking for a shelter that you and your friends were taken away by the Imperial magicians. Is everything all right?" said Shuezong. Mu Bai's heart tightened. He did not expect Shuezong to be so well informed. He was now in big trouble. If both Shuezong and Mu He were from the Black Vatican, they were most likely suspicious of him. "It has nothing to do with me. The Imperial magician simply took the guy called Fang Jiyu away. They mentioned something about the water of Kuan, but it turned out that the guy has already used it to refine his skeleton." Mu Bai remained collected and replied calmly. The truth was, his heart was already beating rapidly. "I don't really understand, but nothing else matters as long as you're fine." "Oh, what about your friends? You can call them over too. It's important to look after one another in a big disaster like this." Shuezong's eyes flickered, but then his expression returned, if he was totally clueless about the situation. "Oh, they are heading to the museum. They said something about the underground holy spring being related to the water of Kuan, so they are going to verify it," said Mu Bai. "Underground holy spring, isn't that the thing from Bo City? Are you saying that your classmate Mo Fan still has it?" Shuezong squinted his eyes. Who knows, but Mo Fan was quite excited when someone mentioned that the villages on the outskirts were related to Bo City. In the end, they decided to visit the museum. "I was too lazy to follow them around, so I came here to rest," Mu Bai said disdainfully. "Oh? So the Imperial magician followed them to the museum?" asked Shuezong. "I don't think so. They only came up with the plan after we left the Imperial magicians. I don't even know what the underground holy spring is used for. Maybe I'll ask my uncle when he comes back," said Mu Bai. Oh, Mu Bai, you should rest here. I'll go and attend to some matters first," said Shuezong. "All right," Mu Bai nodded. When he saw Xuezong leave the room, he felt like his heart was about to jump out from his chest. A while later, after his emotions calmed down, his face had a painful expression as his eyes turned bloodshot. He was currently having mixed feelings, which almost made him feel like he was going to have a mental breakdown at any second. He really wished that it had all been mere speculation, hoping that Mo Fan and the others would not be able to meet the person they were waiting for. It would simply mean that Mu He was not the great Deacon Hu Jin of the Black Vatican, and Zhang Xiaohou had made a mistake. But if Mu He wasn't Great Deacon Hu Jin, all the hopes they had would pop like bubbles. They would proceed with the plan and execute Salon along with the authority figures. No one could possibly face the 8 ruler-level undead that were threatening the safety of the barrier. The millions of people in the city would simply be waiting for their deaths, waiting to be devoured by the tide of death, including himself, his mother, his classmates, his friends. Either way, it would leave his heart with holes. Despite that, he still made his choice. At least he could still distinguish the bad from the good. Somewhere in the corner of an alleyway, 2 figures were wearing dark ocean blue snow coats with a piece of cloth on their faces. It was obvious that they did not want anyone else to see their faces. "Are you sure that the Imperial magicians are not following them?" asked Great Deacon Hu Jin. "Do you really think the Imperial magicians are free to escort them when the whole city has turned into an isolated island surrounded by the ocean of undead? Some of the Imperial magicians even went missing, let alone the authorities that are watching us. I'm sure that the kids have gone to the museum on their own. However, if they found out that the underground holy spring is actually the water of Kuan, with the efficacy of the underground holy spring, it would most likely make the rain ineffective for a day or even longer. If the army of undead withdraws for a day, they would have time to evacuate half of the people in this city. If that happens, our plan is basically trailed off Xuezong." Great Deacon Hu Jin frowned. They had already made a mistake after they failed to take down Fang Jiyu. However, they were in luck, as Fang Jiyu had used the water of Kuan to refine his undead. To their surprise, Mo Fan somehow found out the secret of the underground holy spring. "If that idiot Yuang hadn't messed up twice in a row, we wouldn't be having these problems," cursed Great Deacon Hu Jin. Back in Bo City, as one of the chief plotters, he did not involve himself in the execution of the plan, as it would simply expose himself. However, his underlings were even more useless than he could have imagined. Not only did they fail to take down Bo City, they even lost a blue deacon in the Magic City. This Mo Fan was truly the Black Vatican's natural enemy. Chapter 643. Hu Jin Shows Up. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. "Then what do we do now? Should we take them down?" asked Xuezong. "What if it's just bait?" "You don't trust Mu Bai." "Trust? Why would I trust him? He has yet to be baptized by the Vatican." "Then what do you say we should do?" "Senior Salon is still not willing to contact us," blurted out Xuezong in panic. The possibility of Mo Fan having the underground holy spring was too deadly to them, as they knew better than anyone the essence that the water of Kuan contained. They had desperately tried to retrieve the underground holy spring, as it was more effective than the water of Kuan. However, the hidden threat they left at Bo City had now turned into the greatest problem in their hands. "It might be a trap, but even if it is, we'll still have to go and verify it. If the kid does have the underground holy spring, we'll have to save Senior Salon," said Great Deacon Hu Jin. "Who should we send then?" asked Xuezong immediately. Hu Jin said with a smile, "Sacrifice is needed in order to complete our great festival. No one is excluded, not even me." Dash. The museum was located to the south of the clock tower. The old compound was not just a place where ancient findings and documents were stored, but proof of the glorious achievements of the magic civilization that had lasted for several thousand years. When the disaster took place, the ancient artifacts and documents were already stored away in the warehouses. Some of the things were very important. They must be preserved even if the city was destroyed. The museum was huge, the hall simply felt like an ancient temple. The ceiling was 15 meters tall, supported by huge pillars. Similarly, the museum had also turned into a shelter for the people. It was fully crowded, yet compared to the cold and wet streets, it was like heaven to the crowd. The place was blanketed by noise. Mo Fan and his crew regretted it as soon as they arrived. If a fight with the Black Vatican broke out here, the lives of these people would be endangered. They had to come up with a plan to evacuate them to other places. However, to Mo Fan's surprise, not long after he arrived at the museum, a stranger passed a small piece of paper to him, asking him to go to the roof alone. As soon as Mo Fan saw the letter, he knew that his target had come fearlessly, yet he still had to meet this great Deacon Hu Jin. The roof of the museum was covered in tiles, with pointy edges. It did resemble the glory of an ancient palace. Raindrops fell onto the tiles and flowed into a hole on each side of the roof in a little stream, before turning into a small waterfall falling through the mouth of a dragon's head onto the ground, right into the pond at the bottom. From afar, it looked like 4 dragons were crawling on the roof, spitting out streams of water. The museum had turned into a huge refugee center. The place was fully crowded. The roof was the only place that was relatively empty. The only sound was the rain tapping on the tiles as it fell from the sky. Mo Fan stood on one of the edges, wearing a huge grey raincoat. He could see the whole inner city soaked in the rain from here, every street full of people. As he glanced further ahead over the inner walls, the black, massive army of undead surrounded the city. It had no visible ends. The small undead were stacked densely together like black dots, while those with huge sizes were like toy models among the black dots. The mountain zombie was very close to them. Mo Fan could already see its figure poking into the clouds of rain, and its cold eyes flickering up among the clouds. Mo Fan, it's been a while. Has your dad Mo Drussin? A voice came from behind Mo Fan. Mo Fan slowly turned around and discovered a person standing on the roof. He was also wearing a raincoat. The raindrops fell onto him, highlighting his slightly tall and bulky silhouette. Under the hoodie was a face with thick eyebrows and a beard, yet his skin was fairly smooth and tender, the typical look of a middle-aged man who had been living an enjoyable life. Mo Fan had never liked this guy since a very long time ago. It further escalated into hatred when the guy took away his house. Little did he know, that was not all the reasons he had to hate him. This man was basically hated by the whole world. My father is good, he's got money that he won't be able to spend, and he even got me a beautiful, young stepmother. He bought a few mansions to have some fun. I guess his middle age is quite successful. I didn't expect you to really show up here, that's quite a surprise, replied Mo Fan calmly. He, you were smart enough to identify me, why would I continue to hide? Speaking of which, that kid Zhang Xiaohou is really a tough kid. I don't understand how he's still alive now. Oh, that doesn't matter, it's meaningless for him to remember what he wasn't supposed to now. Oh, your dad is a good man. The biggest regret I have in my life is not simply arranging an accident to kill your father. That way, he wouldn't have had a son who keeps stirring up troubles. He grinned, showing no intention of hiding his identity. Mo Fan took a closer look at the face under the hoodie. It was indeed He. However, he was feeling rather nervous when he saw He showing up so easily. Would the man show up if he didn't feel extremely confident with his plan? If he was Great Deacon Hu Jin, he could simply send other deacons here on his behalf. There was no need for him to show up. You know, I had so many different ways to kill you before, said He. I believe you don't want to do that, said Mo Fan. You're right, the people of the Enforcement Union watching in the dark would be suspicious of me. Even if I'm able to execute it perfectly, I wouldn't want to take any risks, as it's likely going to affect our grand festival here today. Do you know why I asked you to come to the roof? I want you to keep me company as we witness the remarkable scene that's about to happen. He spread his arms wide in an enjoyable manner. It was like he was not standing in the middle of the rain, nor was he standing in the middle of a city suffering from a great disaster, but a sacred light was shining upon him. He acted as if he was being worshipped by millions of people. A remarkable scene? Mo Fan felt himself get covered in goosebumps when he heard how he was describing it. As a matter of fact, even though I knew you were going to cause some problems at this festival, I still had to play the role of Mu He nicely by not doing any harm to you. Let me tell you, you're only playing a very minor role in this grand festival, Mu He continued. Are you so confident that I don't have the underground holy spring on me? Said Mo Fan with a cold grin. The sky is turning dark soon. Your underground holy spring will only make a difference in the morning. Do you think this city can last the night? Asked Mu He in return. Chapter 644. The whole city as hostage. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan looked into the sky. His heart followed the sun as it sank into the horizon. It turned out that the day was already coming to an end. Even though the undead had remained active in the day due to the dew of 9 serenities, the sunlight was still able to slow their pace down. However, once the night came, the undead would only become wilder. That being said, why did Mu He insist that the city would not be able to last the night? The safety barrier was equivalent to the combined power of countless magicians. Even with all the ruler-level undead attacking it, the golden barrier would still last a few days. Did that mean that the Black Vatican were proceeding with their plan tonight? What plan could it be? Magicians like Han Ji and Lu Huan were available to handle creatures as strong as the mountain zombie. As for the Flesh Mound Corpse officials and the rest of the powerful undead, they still had Imperial magicians to deal with them. They would simply defend the inner walls with their magic. The possibility of breaking into the inner city in a single night? That was impossible, unless the Qin Emperor Yingveng was resurrected tonight, and his strength would need to surpass the ruler level. Was it possible for an emperor that had died so many years ago to still possess such formidable power? It's obvious that you've lured me here to learn Salan's identity. The truth is, I've come here because I want you to deliver a message, too, Mu He said calmly. Do you think I will listen to you? Said Mo Fan. It's up to you. You used Mu Bai to pass the message to me, so I'll need your help to pass the message to that old man Han Ji. Oh, as for the underground holy spring, I'm betting that you don't have it. Besides, I've already mentioned it. Once the night arrives, your underground holy spring is completely useless. This city won't survive until the next dawn, said Mu Bai. A cold breeze mixed with the rain swept past. It was harder for Mo Fan to see Mu He clearly. Mo Fan's heart had sunk to the bottom when he heard Mu He's words. It seemed like it was meaningless to find out Great Deacon Hu Jin's identity. Mu He was completely fearless. Judging from the madness he had displayed, even if they took him down, he would not tell them who Salan was either. They had only managed to lure him here, which Mu He took advantage of so he could send a message to Han Ji. What did he want to say to the president of the Magic Association? Is he trying to negotiate? Is the Black Vatican trying to negotiate with the Magic Association? The Black Vatican had the upper hand in the current situation. They had already dragged countless people into hell after the inner city was surrounded by the ocean of undead. What would they want to negotiate for? Could it be that they already knew about the plan to execute the authorities? They were trying to save Salan. You want to save Salan? Asked Mo Fan coldly. Aren't you smart? That's right, we're going to save Senior Salan. Unfortunately, it seems like Han Ji has decided to kill all of them, even if it means killing 10 innocent people. Even we are quite thrilled by this bold move. I have to admit, that's a very strong move. We can't let Senior Salan die like that. I want you to tell Han Ji to stop the plan, and we'll give this city a glimpse of hope. Otherwise, if Senior Salan dies, those authorities won't be the only ones that will die with him. The whole city will be buried with him. They won't live until the next dawn. Mu He's voice came like a cold gust. Millions of people would be buried with Salan. Mo Fan's heart pounded heavily as soon as he heard the words. For some reason, he believed that the Black Vatican would actually do something like that. Do you think Han Ji is willing to negotiate with you? You've already killed too many people. Why would they even trust you? Said Mo Fan. Oh, they will believe me, because I'm going to tell them where the Imperial tomb of the Qin Emperor is, said Mu He confidently. Mu He wore his usual disdainful smile when he saw Mo Fan's hesitation. "Oh Mo Fan, compared to the Great Vatican and this grand festival, you're nothing but a petty messenger. Stop trying to make a decision here, your job is to deliver the message. Otherwise, the only glimpse of hope will be ruined in your hands." Mu He said with a commanding voice, as if he had everything under his control. Mo Fan did not waste his time further. The number of hostages that the Black Vatican was controlling was too overwhelming. Most importantly, he had offered to give them the location of the ancient king's Imperial tomb. Under the giant clock of the Clock Tower Magic Association, Mo Fan, Han Ji, the Mysterious Man, Zhang Xiaohou, Zhu Ming, Mu Bai, Fang Jiyu, and the others waited patiently. In addition to them, Wang Kai, a leader of the Imperial Magicians, Shisheng, an elder of the Enforcement Union, and Yao Ting, a commander of the army, and Chu Jiao, an elder of the Hunter Union, were present too. The Imperial Magicians in their purple outfits stood in straight lines majestically. The Imperial Magicians were all under Han Ji's command. As such, the president of the Magic Association was the one with the strongest army of magicians among the crowd. The captain of the Imperial Magicians was absent. He had to hold his position, as the Netherbone ruler was already launching an assault on the Golden Barrier. As a matter of fact, the mountain zombie was also approaching the inner walls. It would soon arrive at the Golden Barrier. Once the mountain zombie reached the Golden Barrier, the plan would be executed, killing all the authorities that were under custody. "He's here. He's actually showing up in the trench coat of a blue deacon." Elder Shisheng from the Enforcement Union glanced down from the tower and saw a man in a blue trench coat making his way up. He had come alone. However, everyone knew that he was holding the lives of millions of people in his hands. Mu He had arrived as he said he would. He did not even wear a mask. It was meaningless to keep his disguise now that the grand festival was taking place. He could finally reveal his face to the public. He really enjoyed how the people were looking at him, like he was the god of death after he took his mask off. He ascended the stairs. The whole place was full of Imperial magicians. They could instantly blast the Great Deacon of the Black Vatican into nothing, yet they did not dare to move before Han Ji gave the order. "Did you bring Zhang Xiaohou?" Mu He walked up to the crowd. His face was wearing a mocking grin. Zhang Xiaohou was standing beside Han Ji. The Mysterious Man was staring at Mu He coldly. Perhaps both Han Ji and the Mysterious Man were feeling quite ridiculous. The unforgivable criminal was standing right before them, yet they could not afford to sentence him to death right away. They were in such a desperate situation that they were forced to negotiate with the Black Vatican. Mu He glanced at Zhang Xiaohou and said, "My amnesia bug has already eaten a part of his memory. The truth is, if he fully recovered his memory, he would die before he could speak a word. I will tell you the location of the Qin Emperor's Imperial tomb, and you can verify it with him once he takes the antidote. Of course, you'll have to release the innocent councilmen, elders, and commanders first." Mu He purposely said the word innocent in a strange tone, as if he was feeling pity for the innocent people who were close to being killed. The Magic Association was entrusted with the judicial authority and the right to sentence someone to death. However, it had never been forced into a corner like this. They had completely underestimated the Black Vatican, resulting in a terrible mistake. Now, it seemed like the Black Vatican had purposely come to torture the Magic Association. The man had turned up with a swagger. It simply felt like he was slapping them right in their faces. Chapter 645. Ocean Emperor Tsunami. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Black Vatican wanted Salon alive. They had offered to tell them the location of the Imperial tomb. The real threat to the city was not the undead that had remained active in the reign, but the other ruler-level undead that would be awakened once the ancestor of undead, Yingving, was fully awakened. Their final glimpse of hope was to locate the Imperial tomb and stop the ancient king from being resurrected. It would then drive the ocean of undead away. "Let them go." Han Ji coldly gave the order. A group of Imperial magicians first led Councilman Zhu Meng out from custody. Zhu Meng looked fairly calm, yet he was slightly disappointed knowing that the higher-ups of the Magic Association had decided to get rid of him together with the others, just to eliminate Salon. The Imperial magician removed the spell controlling Councilman Zhu Meng. The councilman tidied his slightly disheveled beard and glanced at Mo Fan beside him helplessly. I never thought you would be the one saving my life. I don't think anyone here will have a good ending if either the fish dies or the net splits, said Mo Fan. Who would have thought that the Magic Association would be forced to make a decision like this? Zhu Meng let out a sigh, and somehow looked a lot more aged than he used to. Saving people is harder than killing, said Mo Fan. Zhu Meng was stunned, before he smiled wryly. After Zhu Meng, the rest of the authorities were released one by one. Han Ji did not release them in a random fashion. He actually kept the most suspicious ones for later. When Du Xiao slowly walked up to the crowd after the restrictions on him were lifted, Han Ji raised his hand, signaling his men to halt the process. You can tell us now. Han Ji's voice was filled with strong murderous intent. As the president of the Magic Association, he was held responsible for every decision he made. If the location of the Imperial tomb was not the key to saving the lives of millions of people, he would have torn Mu He into pieces long ago. Mu He showed no sign of panic. He took his time walking to the edge of the balcony and stood in front of the cement railings. He cast a glance at Zhang Xiaohou and nodded in satisfaction when he discovered that less black gas was being released from his body. He shifted his gaze into the distance in the north. After a long time, this great Deacon Hu Jin still remained silent. Han Ji's murderous intent grew stronger gradually as time went by. Patient, you will see it very soon. Before the night comes, Great Deacon Hu Jin simply stood there with his gaze looking to the north. His gaze was not fixed on the northern gate, but the area beyond the Anyuan gate that was already devoured by the Black Ocean. The area used to be Weiyang District. They could barely see the shadows of some tall buildings standing there with countless zombies, skeletons, and phantoms moving around them. Almost every building had a pair of eyes emitting a red gleam at the top. The owner of those eyes either had a body strong as steel, or a body large enough to sway the building. It was likely that even magicians with high positions had never seen so many commander-level creatures showing up simultaneously. The night had almost arrived. The constant rain drifted in the wind. The sky was hazier further into the distance. No one knew how many creatures were out there, behind the veil of rain and darkness. Around 3 kilometers away from Anyuan Gate, a dark blue tide suddenly appeared between the dark land and the clouds hanging low above the ground. White waves rolled across the air, with howls so loud that the entire inner city could hear them. It felt like a fierce ocean had simply appeared between the sky and the ground. Its magnificence and splendor were breathtaking, like a tsunami a few kilometers wide rolling over the shore. Luckily, the tsunami was not heading toward the inner city. The ocean that was pouring down from the sky was rolling in the direction of the undead. Initially, there was no vacant space around Anyuan Gate, as the whole place was occupied by stacks of undead. However, as the waves rolled forward, thousands of undead were devoured by the shocking tsunami as it traveled further away from Anyuan Gate. The tsunami was a certain distance away from the clock tower, but while it was rolling in the sky and poured down like a few tens of waterfalls, Mo Fan somehow felt like it was happening right in front of him. His astonishment from witnessing a water spell comparable to a tsunami was greater than that he had experienced after witnessing the light spell, Holy Essence, Demon Judgment Sword. Lu Huan is making his move, Zhu Meng said calmly. The captain of the Imperial magicians asked Mo Fan. His strength is on par with Han Ji's. If I were to fight him, I'd lose miserably in less than 10 rounds. He's strong enough to take on the Netherbone ruler alone, said Zhu Meng. As soon as Zhu Meng finished his sentence, a piercing screech came from outside the inner walls. The people in the city immediately covered their ears. Every piece of glass of the buildings inside the barrier were shattered into pieces. Mo Fan raised his head and discovered a huge bony creature descending from the clouds. As it dropped below the clouds, it extended its sinister wings fully. The force of its movement simply cleared away the raindrops nearby, as if someone had just thrown a strong punch at the curtain of rain. The raindrops struck the curved golden barrier like arrows. The golden barrier would only stop things that posed a certain level of threat to the city. Normally, the barrier would not stop the raindrops from falling through it, but the raindrops launched by the Nether Bone Ruler landed crisply on the barrier. How strong exactly was the creature? The Nether Bone Ruler won't stand there and watch once Lu Huan starts to attack. His super water spell, Ocean Emperor Tsunami, can easily eliminate between 2,000 to 3,000 undead when they are stacked together like that, said Zhu Meng. A super spell, mumbled Mo Fan to himself. The sky was turning darker. The people on the clock tower could barely see Lu Huan flying around in the rain as he fought the Nether Bone Ruler. Most spells that Lu Huan cast were super level. He adept mixed in some advanced spells before channeling the next super spell. The light he was emitting was brighter than the entire troop of magicians on the walls. The energy he produced was enough to blast thousands of undead into nothing. The people standing on the clock tower were authorities, able to cast super spells too. However, no one would dare to fight a ruler undead outside the golden barrier like Lu Huan. The whole city was witnessing Lu Huan's bravery. It brought a glimpse of hope to the city that was currently on the edge of a cliff. Magician, he was a real magician. Even the darkness produced by a calamity was unable to hide his brilliance. Having such a brave Imperial magician can be considered a great fortune in the midst of misfortune. It's a pity that there's only one Lu Huan, Great Deacon Hu Jin commented cuttingly. It seems like you're only wasting our time, but it's time for you to die, said Han Ji coldly. It is my time to die indeed, but are you sure you don't want to wait a bit longer? The king's tomb is coming, said Great Deacon Hu Jin. Not long after he finished the sentence, he began to tremble as he saw something in the distance. His voice echoed on the clock tower as it went from a deep chuckle to a wild laugh. It's here, ha ha, ha 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 ha. Chapter 646. The Dark Abyss Strikes the City. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan really thought Great Deacon Hu Jin had completely lost it. It was dumb to try negotiating with these crazy maniacs. However, when Mo Fan followed Mu his passionate gaze, he somehow felt like his understanding of the world was completely toppled. Lu Huan was fighting the Nether Bone Ruler in the sky. Waves of energy continuously rippled in the air, but the space they were fighting in was peeling off. The area drenched in the rain was devoured like wallpaper peeling off from the walls. The gaps that appeared were immersed in chaos, like a black hole had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, although there was something else in it, apart from darkness. The space fell apart and twisted. The chaotic black hole slowly spread larger. It expanded from a little black dot into a huge gap under the sky. It looked like a gap from here, but it was most likely a shocking chasm in the air. The twisted space extended to the clouds. Even the thick clouds were torn apart, leaving an obvious hole between the sections, as if a piece of the sky had just fallen. Is that? Han Ji's eyes almost popped out from his sunken eye sockets. Zhu Meng and Du Xiao were standing close to Mo Fan. They were both staring into the distance in shock. They simply could not believe what they were seeing. The twisted space gradually fell to the ground. The huge gap of emptiness continued to expand, and gradually turned into a chaotic spinning vortex of blackness. The ground beneath the gap sank rapidly all of a sudden. The place was already crawling with undead, yet as the ground sank, over 10,000 undead simply fell into the hole. They could see the undead in the form of black dots pouring into the hole like raindrops. No one knew how deep exactly the ground had sunken. It totally looked like the entrance to hell slowly opening up, or some astonishingly large creature opening up its throat. Cries of phantoms and the roars of undead were rising non-stop. The most terrifying, chilliest sound in the world appeared from the huge pit that had been formed in just an instant. It was the combination of the cries uttered by tens of thousand phantoms simultaneously. They were truly the cries of hell, filled with utter despair, hatred, and utmost pain. Even though they could not see the scene inside the pit, they could simply imagine what it would look like down there from the overwhelming cries of the army of undead. It's the Dark Abyss! Someone exclaimed all of a sudden, sending chills down the spines of everyone, as their limbs began to tremble and their scalps began to turn numb. The Furnace of Hell! A place where the zombies were stacked into mountains, the skeletons were covering the surface, and the phantoms as huge as the size of clouds floating around. It was the legendary Black Zone, the Dark Abyss. The hatred and presence of death were so overwhelming that they simply twisted the space. Almost every magician believed that it was the entrance to hell. The real hell was lying right beneath it. Everyone's eyes seemed to be attracted to the black hole, their spirits draining away. However, Hu Jin's piercing laugh was still echoing in their ears, dealing suffocating blows to their fragile souls. Ha ha ha, that's the answer you are looking for. The greatest necromancer in history has placed his Imperial tomb right there, a place scarier than hell. Feel free to go and negotiate with him, ha 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 ha. He burst out laughing. His face was completely twisted from his laugh, yet his passionate eyes were staring at the dark abyss with utmost sincerity, and a hint of excitement as if he was enjoying the spectacular view of a starry sky. Are you saying that the ancient king's Imperial tomb is inside the dark abyss? Blurted out the mysterious man in fear. Even with the mask, everyone could see the muscles on his face twitching. The dark abyss, the answer was the dark abyss. My God, is that even somewhere a human can go? A black zone, a forbidden place for humans. Most people on the clock tower were super magicians, yet the timidity they were displaying when facing the dark abyss was not much different than the helpless commoners trying to survive from the calamity. No wonder the Black Vatican was so fearless. No wonder he was willing to trade the answer they sought for Salon's life. As a matter of fact, knowing the answer did not bring any difference to the situation, unless someone was able to walk out from the dark abyss unharmed. That was simply impossible, even for Han Ji, who was the strongest magician among them. Lu Huan and the Nether Bone Ruler are being dragged toward the dark abyss, someone screamed all of a sudden. An uproar took place on the clock tower. With their attention drawn by the dark abyss, they had completely forgotten that Lu Huan was fighting the Nether Bone Ruler inside the chaotic vortex right above the dark abyss. The dark gap from before had expanded into an actual black hole. They could see the air vortex slowly yet forcibly tearing the space apart. Both Lu Huan and Nether Bone Ruler were caught by the force. They tried to escape from it, yet their bodies were gradually being dragged toward the furnace of hell underneath them. That was one of the strongest super magicians and a ruler skeleton, yet even they could not escape from the power of the Black Forbidden Area. The people of the city were watching Lu Huan with their hearts stuck in their throats. It felt like their thoughts were being dragged into the dark abyss together with their hero, like a helpless man stepping into a huge swamp. Mo Fan was experiencing a tremendous shock too, his eyes wide open. He initially thought Lu Huan could break free from the dark abyss with his strength, yet both he and the Nether Bone Ruler were being dragged toward the entrance of hell. As soon as they fell into the pit, it somehow felt like the dark abyss had grown slightly larger. Mo Fan stared at the pit. He was still clinging onto the final glimpse of hope, hoping that Lu Huan would still make his way out of the dark abyss, yet it did not happen. Lu Huan had fallen into the pit, so had the Nether Bone Ruler. The dark abyss did not distinguish between humans and undead. The Nether Bone Ruler was in a panic, as it too would be turned into nothing inside the pit. Silence. The whole place was immersed in dead silence, as if every sound wave was sucked into the bottom of the terrifying abyss. The curtain of rain remained connected to the clouds. The army of undead was covering the horizon. Between the grey sky and the dark ground was a space vortex that seemed to be leading to a different world and the terrifying dark abyss. It was a scene that no one could comprehend, one that everyone thought could only appear in a nightmare. By the way, as a token of sincerity from the Black Vatican, I can also tell you another piece of information. Can you kindly release the rest of the authorities? Hu Jin smiled after he finished enjoying the spectacular scene. Han Ji was frozen in his spot. He seemed soulless when he gave the command. The Imperial magicians let the rest of the authorities go. Lu Shu, Ling Shi, Li Yujin, and the others were released, one after another. However, when they saw the nightmarish scenery before them, they somehow felt like the place was no better than hell. Chapter 647. The Apotheosis Ceremony. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Dark Abyss is getting closer to the city, Mo Fan spoke up before Hu Jin could continue. Mo Fan's words brought a great shock to the crowd, so strong that even their inner organs were almost shattered by the impact. The Dark Abyss was moving toward the inner city. Zhu Meng was the first to react. He quickly recalled the last few appearances of the Dark Abyss. The first time was at the end of the drifting Sand River, around 700 kilometers to the west of the ancient capital. The second time was at Zhang, where the villages were located. The third time was to the north of the city, only 30 kilometers away. This time, it had simply appeared right in the city. Even though the city north was already devoured by the ocean of undead, it had always been moving toward the city. If the Dark Abyss that could easily kill the Netherbone ruler appeared right on top of the inner city filled with millions of people. Zhu Meng shuddered. His eyes widened, to the extent that they almost exploded. He did not dare to imagine it further. The next space shift of the Dark Abyss will be the time of death for all of you. Whether it be the commoners as common as cockroaches or mice in this city, or you magicians with high positions, you are going to die. You're all going to die. Ha ha ha, what a festival! It is the greatest time ever for our Vatican, and our senior Salon is about to become a god during this festival. Everyone will kneel in front of the god of death, Salon's feet, they will submit to his wisdom and invention. Hu Jin's passionate behavior served as a bright contrast to the silence among the magicians on the clock tower. It turned out the Dark Abyss had always been the Black Vatican's plan. No wonder Zhang Xiaohou had bumped into Mu He close to the Dark Abyss, as they were behind it all along. Looking at the situation, would anyone still think that Salon and his men were just a motley group of people? This Salon was really the god of death, the deity of darkness who lived to create death. Human lives were not just cheap in his eyes. A city that had existed for thousands of years was simply the venue he had chosen for his festival. The undead surrounding the city were escorts for him as he ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, the lives of the millions of people in the city, and the despair and sacrifice of the super magicians, were the bright red carpet that he would be stepping on as he ascended the stairs and apotheosized in the midst of the greatest burial of the century, so the whole world would simply tremble and submit to him. The festival was simply Salon's apotheosis ceremony. The Dark Abyss was terrifying, yet how scary was it compared to Salon's heart? Great Deacon Hu Jin was already worshipping to the north. The people were lost with words, seeing how devout he was. However, the one that brought a greater impact to their minds was Salon, whose heart was just as terrifying as the Dark Abyss. He had conducted the festival just to tell the world that Salon, the god of death, was standing right here in the ancient capital. Han Ji was feeling regret on top of the despair swarming his heart. If they proceeded with their plan, the millions of people in the city would die, and so would Salon. The man did not even give everyone the chance to be afraid of him. He was worthy of being called the god of death, without a doubt. However, what was the point of feeling regretful now? With the ocean of undead surrounding the inner city, the Dark Abyss would most likely appear right in the center of the inner city after tomorrow's dusk. The little city would be consumed by the furnace of hell, including the millions of people inside it. As tears rolled down Han Ji's cheek, he dropped to his knees helplessly. The extremely talented magician had turned into a decrepit old man at this moment. Salon, just take whatever you want, but I, Han Ji, am begging you, please spare the people in this city. Han Ji's voice was trembling. The reputable president of the Clock Tower Magic Association, the formidable spells he had mastered throughout his life, were merely froth and shadows. All he had left was a pleading voice. The authorities looked at Han Ji in disbelief. The man who had never surrendered to the evil influence was begging the Black Vatican for mercy. He was kneeling in front of the Red Cardinal Salon. How miserable did he need to be, and how shattered was his dignity to be able to do such a thing? The mysterious man stood there with a blank expression. It turned out that he was never close to learning the Black Vatican's real conspiracy. He had suffered a complete defeat. The ancient king's Imperial tomb was located in the unstoppable Dark Abyss. The Dark Abyss would eventually drift into the inner city. The whole place was going to be dragged into the abyss of hell. The so-called glimpse of hope was actually taking away everyone's last glimpse of hope, urging them to prepare themselves to sacrifice their lives for the Black Vatican's grand ceremony. The mysterious man glanced at the authority figures who had been released. Everyone was wearing the same despair and blank face, yet he knew that one of them was actually laughing in his heart, like a devil that had trampled the city under feet tied with black chains. "It's no use, President." The mysterious man helped Han Ji to his feet. If Salan's true goal was to trample the authority and dignity of the Magic Association that had lasted for thousands of years, he had already done it. It was exactly as Great Deacon Hu Jin had mentioned. Salan was aiming to become a god of death that would shock the whole world. The festival was necessary, so was the destruction of the whole city. How long they had been planning the festival? The Black Vatican had managed to dig up even more secrets than the Magic Association was aware of. They knew the secrets of the villages, how Bo City was related to the villages, the secrets of the Dark Abyss, and the way to control where it would appear. Were they really going to wait for their deaths, just like that? The mysterious man was still supporting Han Ji. His eyes were still fixed on the people who had been released, trying to find something suspicious from their reaction. Besides, if they knew they were actually going to be executed before they were held in custody, would they really have surrendered that easily? Everyone had the desire to stay alive. Even if he ordered the Imperial magicians to capture and execute them, the person that tried to resist would not necessarily be Salan. Both sides would simply suffer losses from the infighting. As the mysterious man was lost in despair and anger, an Imperial magician slowly walked up to him and handed him a letter. The mysterious man opened the letter. His eyes flickered when he saw the symbols that only he could read. The man had finally brought back the news. The mysterious man quickly read the message. His expression changed gradually the more he read the content. His hands even started trembling in the end. Hope, the last line was the real hope they were looking for. The mysterious man immediately looked at Fang Jiyu, Mo Fan, Zhang Xiaohou, and the others, yet considering that Salan was still among them, he immediately whispered into Han Ji's ears. Han Ji's blank pupils finally recovered. "Are you serious?" "Can we trust the man?" asked Han Ji. "We definitely can," the mysterious man said confidently. "But, can they actually do it?" said Han Ji. "We have no other choice. It's the only chance we have, no matter how slim it is," said the mysterious man firmly. Chapter 648. The Descendants of the Ancient King. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. As the people were lost in their thoughts, someone blurted out fiercely, "I would rather die trying than wait for my death here." "Yeah, it's better to die fighting than fall into the dark abyss," said Lu Shu. Even though their efforts might be in vain, if they were given a choice, they would rather charge out of the golden barrier and fight the undead until the end. "Count me in," exclaimed Li Yujin. Feeling depressed and hopeless was not something a super magician should do. They should be dying gloriously on the battlefield instead, dragging a few corpse officials and phantom generals with them, or even kill a ruler undead. It would be their glory. "Everyone, let's calm down first," said the mysterious man. "We're not calming down. Even if we're about to die, we are going to die a glorious death. If Salan is really among us putting up an act, we'll drag him out there with us, and we'll see whether the arsehole or us is going to die first," cursed the elder of the Hunter Union. "Let's fight our way out of here, but we're not simply trying to get ourselves killed. We've just received some information from a reliable source. The Dark Abyss might be deadly, so deadly that even Lu Huan and the Nether Bone Ruler could not escape from it, yet it doesn't mean we can't go into it," the mysterious man told the people on the clock tower. The words immediately caught everyone's attention, and their eyes began to flicker. "It's possible to go into the Dark Abyss? There's actually a way to enter the Dark Abyss. Even a strong magician like Lu Huan was sucked into it. They could not even tell if he was still alive. No one was stronger than Lu Huan among them. They would most likely die if they were to jump into the Dark Abyss. We can now confirm that the Dark Abyss is the ancient king's imperial tomb. He created the pit of death 2,000 years ago when he fell into an eternal sleep, just so no one would disturb his peace," said the mysterious man. The person who had sent him the letter had verified the piece of information. The fact that the ancient king's imperial tomb was located under the dark abyss was incredibly shocking. It explained why no one had managed to locate the tomb after so many years. The ancestor of the undead, Yingding, was the emperor with the greatest ambition ever in the thousands of years old magic civilization. His talent in the earth element was incredibly shocking. The perfect condition of the Great Wall of China that was still holding the demon creatures off in the north was one of his greatest achievements. A great talent when alive, but a terrifying ghost when dead. It was the perfect description for the emperor of the Qin dynasty, Yingding. The ability to place his imperial tomb under the dark abyss was still shocking to the magicians from the current era. No one, including the strongest magician, is allowed to step into the imperial tomb, yet there is a group of people that the dark abyss won't reject. They are the people of the villages, said the mysterious man excitedly, while pointing at Fang Jiyu. Everyone quickly shifted their attention to Fang Jiyu, who was also quite surprised himself. He glanced at the mysterious man with a confused look. The undead will not attack the people from the dangerous villages, as they are the descendants of the ancient king. The dark abyss will destroy everything, stopping every living thing that tries to invade the imperial tomb. However, the door of the imperial tomb is always open to the people from the villages, said the mysterious man. If they were able to capture a glimpse of light when they completely lost hope, it felt like they suddenly had something to look forward to. It was worth a try, at least it was better than waiting for their death helplessly. Are you saying that the people from the villages can enter the dark abyss? Is that true? Are you sure about that? How can you be sure of that? Zhu Meng quickly went forward with a stern look. The person who gave me the information is very reliable. It's true that we can't verify the information whether the people from the villages are safe to enter the dark abyss, but we have to try, said the mysterious man grimly. Fang Jiyu fell silent when he suddenly became everyone's hope. He finally spoke with a not-so-confident voice, "Our villages strictly follow our ancestors' teachings. Everyone from the villages knows about it, but the chiefs are also told to hold on to some secret information. It does mention that we are protected by the gods, that even if we fell into the kingdom of death, we will still be treated as the most honorable guests." I can't tell if it's referring to the dark abyss. The villages had existed for thousands of years. It was a miracle that they were still holding on to their traditions. It was expected that the things passed down generations after generations would not be perfectly preserved. In the case of Bo City, without the underground holy spring and the people protecting it, no one would even know that Bo City was related to the villages, nor would they realize that they were the descendants of the ancient king. People would only refer to themselves as children of the Yellow Emperor. It was impressive if anyone actually passed on their bloodline for a few hundred years. As for 2,000 years, it was almost impossible to say for sure. But if you really want me to go down into the dark abyss, I can try. I'm already a sinner that has murdered my own tribe. I'm willing to sacrifice my life if it can give the millions of people in this city a chance, said Fang Jiyu. I'm glad to hear that, said Han Ji. President, I'll go too, said Su Xiaoluo. Su Xiaoluo was also from the villages. If Fang Jiyu could enter the dark abyss safely, she would be safe too. The dark abyss is far from a safe place, you should just stay in the inner city. Fang Jiyu shook his head. Fang Jiyu, can I ask you something? Asked Zhang Xiaohou. Go ahead, said Fang Jiyu. The ash plum I saw outside of the houses when I was at the Sunny Goat village. Zhang Xiaohou did not finish his sentence. The ash plum is actually one of our village's traditions. It means that someone in the household has passed away, answered Fang Jiyu calmly. Every house has it, does that mean the whole village is dead? Asked Zhang Xiaohou. What you saw were living dead. I just wanted them to make it back to the city and stay there for 7 days, before I will cremate them together with the houses. You battle mages just happened to visit the village during that time. I had no choice but to control the living dead and interact with you, asking you to leave the village as soon as possible. The ash plum in front of every house does mean that they were all dead. So you already noticed that, replied Fang Jiyu. I remember when my grandfather passed away, my family placed it in front of the house, so I felt it was familiar when I was at your village, said Zhang Xiaohou. So, you think you two have the lineage of the villages, and you two want to go to the dark abyss, said Fang Jiyu. Zhang Xiaohou said with a nod, if you can go down there, I should be able to go too. Since it's an Imperial tomb, it's going to be dangerous in there still. We can look after one another. What if you aren't one of them, blurted out Zhu Ming. Chapter 649. Do something. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. If I'm not one of the Descendants, so be it. Jumping into the dark abyss now is no different than jumping into it when it shifts here into the inner city. Besides, I was standing right beside the dark abyss at Xiangkai, but the space vortex didn't suck me into the dark abyss. Perhaps that's a sign that I'm still a pure descendant of the tribe that moved to Bo City, said Zhang Xiaohou with a forced smile. If you're going, I'll go with you too, said Su Xiaoluo with determination. Hosey, are you sure about this? Mo Fan looked at Zhang Xiaohou grimly. Brother Fan, Zhang Xiaohou looked at Mo Fan. He suddenly choked with emotion as he continued to speak, so many people here are going to die. I just can't bear to watch it anymore. It's great to stay alive, when everyone's alive too. I don't actually know if the tradition that my family follows has anything to do with the villages, nor do I know if I still have the lineage after so many years, but if I only have 1,000th or 1/10,000th, even if I don't even have a trace of it. I don't want to wait until the dark abyss devours the city. It's going to eat the people and all my friends. If the city is destroyed, and everyone is dead, but I somehow survive, I strongly believe that I'll just kill myself, because I could have saved everyone's life. When the place was covered in bones and ruins, especially when everyone he was close with had died right beside him while he alone had survived the calamity, he believed that he would not feel relieved at possessing the bloodline of Bo City, but he would forever live in self-condemnation and the shadows of his sin. Zhang Xiaohou's voice was shaking as he spoke. He had already witnessed how terrifying the dark abyss was. He strongly believed that the most painful way to die was jumping into it. He was scared. He had never faced fear like this before, yet the words he had spoken were of utmost sincerity. He had not made the decision because he wanted to show how great a person he was. He just did not want to be the left person alive, even if the chance was only 1,000th or 1/10,000th. It was better to die than to live like an empty shell. Zhang Xiaohou's words echoed under the clock, in the hearts of the people. Even the super magicians with cold faces were touched. Mo Fan was initially going to convince Zhang Xiaohou to change his mind, yet he was the one being convinced instead. Fang Jiyu, I've drunk the underground holy spring. Do you think I'll be fine jumping into the dark abyss? Mo Fan asked, looking at Fang Jiyu. I wouldn't know, but according to the information passed down to us, the underground holy spring of your Bo City should be a lot more effective than our water of Kuan. Wait, did you drink it all by yourself? I think the undead in the dark abyss won't do any harm to you. The old ancestor is going to chop you into pieces himself, replied Fang Jiyu. Mo Fan, you're going too? Zhu Ming looked at him in great surprise. We're going to die either way, I would rather die trying. Well, we have candidates to jump into the dark abyss now, but the question is, how are we going to reach the dark abyss? Don't forget that the dark abyss is still a few kilometers away from the Yuan Gate. The undead across that distance is enough to stack into human pyramids, said Mo Fan. The question immediately puzzled the crowd. The question was on point, the dark abyss was located outside of the walls, the whole place was crawling with undead. It was already impossible to reach it. Zhu Meng snorted into his beard and said righteously, Humph, do you think we're just going to stand here and watch? We'll clear a path for you. Du Xiao declared, stepping forward. I already have a bet with Li Yujin. Whoever kills less undead is going to be the other person's servant in hell. We can start whenever, let's do it. Elder Zhang was a straightforward person, too. We're going to survive, but the bet still counts. Li Yujin responded. The spirit in Han Ji's eyes slowly recovered when he saw the authorities willing to contribute. The information had awakened their spirits after a long silence. He was only curious what Salen would be feeling right now. To prevent Salen from disrupting our plan, I'll personally escort them until we reach the Dark Abyss, said Han Ji. President, you're going too, said the mysterious man in astonishment. Salen is here among us. I believe with how vicious he is, he will surely try to murder them in the midst of chaos. I'll look after them, and I bet Salen won't have the courage to face me, said Han Ji in cold voice. He looked like a different person than before. All right, since even the president is willing to fight together with us, what else could we say? Every person that was kept in custody just now will be going out. We'll leave a few men behind to guard the city, just in case the ruler Undead suddenly decide to attack. Commander Yao Ting ordered. Zhang Xiaohou, well done, we're proud of you. Chief Military Instructor Fei Zhao patted Zhang Xiaohou's shoulder solemnly. The Dark Abyss will be shifting very soon. We'll have to organize the people responsible for clearing the path. We must escort them to the Dark Abyss. People, you are our only hope. If you succeed, you'll be heroes. If you fail, it won't matter much, either. We'll just gather and enjoy ourselves a grand meal in hell. This is more like it, the more depressed we are, the happier the Black Vatican will be. We won't let them have their way even if we're going to die. F***K the Black Vatican, try fighting me on the bell tower now, I'll torture them until they beg for mercy. President, how about that Hu Jin? He's still kneeling there, said the mysterious man. That guy must be ready to die for Salen if he dared to show himself. Tie him to the clock, let the whole city see his face, said the president. He had indeed prepared to die for Salen. He simply knelt on the ground, like he was worshipping a god. He was completely insane. It was meaningless to even kill someone like him. It was better to tie him up first. Once they managed to resolve the situation, they would be sure to make him pay. The magicians proceeded to seal his mind and hang him on the clock with chains. However, he was ready to sacrifice. He continued grinning madly and mumbling words about the festival, apotheosizing, Salen, god of death, and so forth, like a maniac. The people simply ignored him. Everyone shared the same goal now, and they would try their best to achieve it. Yao Ting, are these people all you can arrange? Asked Han Ji. These are the only ones available. We still need people to guard the city. Otherwise, if the safety barrier crumbles when we're out of the city, the undead will simply invade the inner city. The outcome is still going to be the same. He's right, we need enough men to defend the city, just so the Black Vatican won't be able to do much in the midst of chaos, said Lu Shu. It's nowhere enough, we won't be able to reach the Dark Abyss with this number, said the mysterious man. I've got a plan, but it might involve lots of sacrifices, well, voluntary ones, said Shishang. Everyone's expression changed when they heard Shishang's suggestion. Some even shook their heads. However, Shishang still insisted that it was the only way. I've made it clear. It's voluntary. We should gather the volunteers, and regardless of how many they are, we'll have to proceed with the plan. Time is running short. Then, we will tell them the truth. The commoners are weak. I doubt they would even volunteer, they are not magicians, after all. Chapter 650. The Resolution to Stay Alive. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Han Ji was solely responsible for protecting Mo Fan, Zhang Xiaohou, and Fang Jiyu. They were the only hope for the city. If they were killed on their way to the Dark Abyss, the whole city would die with them. They had reached a new iron gate. The golden barrier was a lot dimmer than it was before, the gold edged with brown. They could clearly see waves of foul breaths unleashed by the countless undead like raging tides, striking the golden barrier and the inner walls. The walls never stopped shaking. The golden barrier was swaying as waves after waves of undead collided on it. The presence of the undead was so overwhelming that the people could already feel the destruction even though they were standing inside the barrier. They somehow felt like they would simply be crushed into pieces by the breaths of the army of undead alone. Mo Fan gasped when he saw the horrifying sight once again. The sight of the army of undead here was already this terrifying. Would he really have the guts to jump into the dark abyss once he reached there? Strange, why are there civilians among us? Fang Jiyu frowned and pointed to where a huge crowd was coming toward them. The crowd mainly consisted of men. It arrived at the city north under the magician's guidance. The sky was now completely dark. They could barely see the dull expressions on the crowd's faces. Their pace was slow, some were even wearing blank faces, like a group of criminals being escorted to the guillotine. Why did they call civilians here? Are they planning to bring them out of the city too? Said Su Xiaohou in astonishment. That is the plan, said the mysterious man. Aren't they only going to get themselves killed? The undead will butcher them all with ease, yelled Zhang Xiaohou immediately. They will be going out through the small gate first to attract the undead's attention. The magicians will then exit through the northern gate and escort you to the dark abyss, said the mysterious man. My God, you're feeding them to the undead. How could you do such a thing? What different are you from the Black Vatican? Screamed Su Xiaohou. Yeah, it's the magician's responsibilities to protect them, yet to push them to the undead like that. Commander Yao Ting walked up when they saw the furious complaints. We didn't give them any order, nor did we force them to do it. They have all volunteered. Volunteered? Didn't they know they are simply going to die? Said Zhu Ming. They know that better than you. We've told everyone about the dark abyss, and the fact that the city will sink into hell before dawn. The magicians will sacrifice their lives for this final fight, so we hope that there are volunteers that are willing to attract the attention of the undead just so we can successfully escort you to the dark abyss. Their bodies will be torn beyond recognition. The undead will snap their heads off, and suck their blood dry. However, when the people imagined the same thing happening to their families and kids, they decided to volunteer themselves as the bait instead. There are more people that volunteered than I thought, Commander Yao Ting said with a straight face. Why couldn't the civilians sacrifice, if the magicians were obliged to put their lives at risk? Yao Ting agreed that the plan was quite inhumane. The so-called voluntary was actually because the people did not have any choice, but the journey to the dark abyss was surely going to be a bloodbath. Many magicians were going to be sacrificed. Sorry for comparing you to the Black Vatican, Su Xiaohou lowered her head and her voice. I didn't have to tell you this, but I hope you understand how many lives are at stake just to clear the path for you. Being fearless and courageous isn't enough, I want you to also have the resolution to carry the fate of the millions of people in this city. Sacrificing isn't necessarily the bravest act, and death is just an escape, running away from your responsibilities. Staying alive, endure the sufferings, fight with all you can for your goal, that is what we'll be impressed and grateful for the most, proclaimed Commander Yao Ting firmly. Don't keep on mentioning death all day, that is the act of cowards. Everyone had the right to live on, but they could also choose death. The night had just fallen. Dawn was far away. Choosing to live or die did not really decide how great a person was. The only thing was to calmly make the choice, knowing what you were carrying on your back. There was a small gate slightly to the east of the northern gate. The volunteers formed a crowd, lining up at the small gate. Those who were at the northern gate could see that the small gate that was previously shut had been opened. A super magician was leading the way, charging out of the protection of the golden barrier. The super magician was emitting a purple glow. The power of lightning blasted the pack of undead outside the gate and created a gap. Battle mages in uniforms rushed out from the gate. They stepped on the bodies of the undead and continuously tossed spells at the army of undead. The glow that the spells produced was barely visible under the dark breaths of the undead. Soon, the volunteers followed the battle mages rushing out of the safety barrier. They stood on the spacious land that had just been cleared by the magicians. They were wearing suits and smart bow ties. Some were tall and handsome, some looked fairly ordinary, yet each one of them was a piece of fresh meat with a savory aroma in the eyes of the undead. As the crowd grew larger, the presence of living humans immediately attracted the army of undead. They began to surge toward the small gate like rolling tides. The greedy zombies even crawled on top of their comrades who were lunging at the area. "Not everyone will be eaten, right?" said Su Xiaohou with a pale face. She had the urge to turn around just so she could not see the bloodshed anymore, yet she forced herself to watch it. She had decided to jump into the dark abyss. She had to know the burden she was carrying. Once we cross the army of undead, the battle mages will immediately escort them back into the city through the small gate. There will be lots of casualties, but the majority of the dead are going to be magicians. "We're only relying on the volunteers to create a strong presence of living humans, to shift the attention of the undead stacked outside of the walls," replied the mysterious man. Mo Fan always thought he was a strong, heartless man, yet when he saw the commoners willing to clear a path for them by using themselves as bait, when he saw them being torn into pieces and their fresh blood splattering on the wall, it felt like his breathing had almost halted. The scene of blood and limbs flying everywhere showed him the resolution of the people in the city to stay alive. How could he possibly let them down? After adjusting his thoughts, Mo Fan shifted his attention back to the journey ahead. The number of undead did seem to ease up a little. If they were quick enough, they would be able to secure a head start of 1 kilometer. "People heading to the dark abyss, prepare yourself." President Hanji's voice echoed above the city that was drenched in the storm.